What's popping, my favourite peeps? The one and only History and Sleep Master here. Ready to lull you to sleep as always, so let's get comfortable. And let me open up my magical book here tonight, where we get to explore the history of alchemy, a practice that was part chemistry, part philosophy, and entirely fascinating. We're going to peep the books on humanity's most persistent dreams, the quest to unlock nature's deepest secrets, transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, and perhaps, just perhaps, live forever. If you're new here as always, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now find that cold part of your pillow and let's start. Imagine standing in Alexandria around 300 CE, when the great library still held the accumulated wisdom of the ancient world. The air smells of papyrus, lamp oil, and that particular mustiness that clings to places where knowledge lives. Somewhere in a modest workshop near the harbour, a practitioner hunches over a clay vessel, watching coloured smoke curl upward, while making careful notes on a wax tablet. This is where our story truly begins, though alchemy's roots stretch even further back into the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia and the temples of ancient Egypt. The word alchemy itself carries the memory of this Egyptian origin, al from Arabic, and chem possibly from the ancient Egyptian word for their own land, the black soil of the Nile Delta. Black earth, the source of life and fertility, where transformation happened every year as floods receded and crops emerged. The earliest alchemists weren't trying to get rich quick or discover some magical shortcut. They were observers who noticed that the world was full of transformations. Clay became pottery in the kiln's heat. Grapes fermented into wine. Copper and tin, two relatively soft metals, could be combined to create bronze, something harder and more useful than either parent material. If such dramatic changes were possible, what else might be transformed given the right conditions, the right knowledge, and the right touch? In ancient Egypt, the embalmers held specialised knowledge about preserving bodies, a literal attempt to defeat death and decay. The metalworkers understood how to extract pure metals from rocky ores, transforming dull stones into gleaming gold and silver. The perfume makers could capture the essence of flowers in oils that lasted long after the blooms had withered. Each craft involved taking something ordinary and elevating it to a higher state. These weren't separate practices in the ancient mind. They were all part of understanding nature's patterns, its hidden connections. The priest-physicians who made medicines from plants and minerals were also studying the stars because they believed everything was connected in a grand cosmic web. Your health is related to the planet's positions, the seasons turning, and the balance of elements within your body. Greek philosophers, particularly those influenced by Egyptian wisdom traditions, began systematizing these observations into theories. They proposed that all matter consisted of four fundamental elements: earth, water, air, and fire, combined in different proportions. Change one element to another, adjust the proportions, and you could theoretically transform any substance into any other substance. Lead into gold wasn't absurd within this framework. It was just extremely difficult practical work. This is crucial to understand as you drift towards sleep. Alchemy wasn't the practice of foolish people chasing impossible dreams. It was the best attempt available, given the knowledge of the time, to understand and work with the material world. The alchemists were the ancestors of modern chemists, pharmacists, and materials scientists, working without benefit of atomic theory or the periodic table, but with careful observation and genuine curiosity. The Hellenistic world of Alexandria brought together Egyptian practical knowledge, Greek philosophical speculation, and incoming ideas from Persia and India. In this intellectual melting pot, alchemy began to take recognisable form. Practitioners started writing treatises, developing specialised equipment, and establishing a tradition that would spread across continents and survive for nearly 2,000 years. These early alchemists developed the athanor, a specialised furnace that could maintain consistent temperatures for days or weeks, crucial for their long processes. They created alembics for distillation, retorts for heating substances in controlled conditions, and sophisticated glassware for separating and purifying materials. Walking into an alchemical laboratory in the 3rd century would have felt surprisingly familiar if you'd ever visited a modern chemistry lab, though you'd notice the absence of safety goggles and the presence of considerably more mystical inscriptions. The Roman Empire's decline scattered this knowledge like seeds on the wind. Some texts were preserved in Byzantine libraries, carefully copied by monks who might not have fully understood what they were preserving. Other manuscripts travelled east, finding new homes in Persian and eventually Arabic-speaking courts. The great work of alchemy was beginning its long journey through cultures and centuries. Let's move forward several centuries and travel east to the Islamic Golden Age, when Baghdad was the intellectual centre of the world. The year is around 800 CE, and you're standing outside the workshop of Jabir ibn Hayyan, whose name the medieval Europeans would later mangle into Geber. Jabir's workspace is a wonder of careful organisation. Rows of glass vessels line wooden shelves, each labelled with careful Arabic script. The central workbench holds a complex arrangement of flasks connected by tubes, positioned over carefully tended charcoal braziers. The smell here is complex. The mineral tang of sal ammoniac, the sweet sharp scent of various tinctures, and the ever-present background of smoke and heated metal. It's not unpleasant, just intensely present, the smell of transformation itself. Jabir represents a turning point in alchemical history. Where earlier practitioners often wrote in vague symbolic language, he insisted on careful observation and detailed record-keeping. He understood that reliable knowledge came from repeatable processes. If you couldn't describe your method precisely enough for another practitioner to duplicate it, you didn't really understand what you were doing. This is surprisingly modern thinking for the 9th century. Jabir developed systematic classification schemes for substances, distinguishing between what we'd now call elements, compounds, and mixtures. He described processes like distillation, crystallization, and sublimation with such clarity that his instructions can still be followed today. He understood that mercury could dissolve gold, that substances had characteristic reactions that could identify them, and that careful control of temperature and timing could mean the difference between success and disaster. But Jabir was working within the theoretical framework of his time, which viewed matter very differently than we do now. He believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur in varying proportions and degrees of purity. Gold was perfectly balanced mercury and sulfur, completely purified. Lead was unbalanced and impure. Therefore, transforming lead into gold meant purifying and rebalancing its fundamental components. Theoretically possible, just technically challenging. The alchemical laboratory became a place where philosophy met practice, where abstract theory encountered stubborn material reality. The work required patience that modern people might find hard to fathom. Processes could take weeks or months, requiring constant attention and adjustment. The alchemists learned to read subtle signs, slight colour changes in a solution, the quality of vapours rising from a heated flask, and the way crystals formed along the edges of a cooling vessel. Fire was the great transformer, but it had to be understood in all its moods. A gentle heat that barely warmed the hand could accomplish things that intense flames would destroy. The Athanor, that specialised furnace, was designed to provide this patient, steady heat. Some alchemical operations supposedly required maintaining specific temperatures for 40 days and 40 nights. The same period Christ spent in the wilderness, and probably not coincidentally. The vessels themselves took on sacred significance. The alembic, used for distillation, became a symbol of purification, crude matter being vaporized, rising upward, and condensing into a purer form. The retort, with its long curved neck, contained and controlled transformations, preventing precious vapours from escaping. Even the simple mortar and pestle grinding and mixing ingredients represented the breaking down of old forms to create new combinations. Islamic alchemists like Jabir worked in a culture that valued learning and saw no contradiction between scientific investigation and spiritual practice. The Quran itself encouraged believers to observe nature and discover God's patterns in creation. Alchemy fit perfectly into this worldview. It was simultaneously practical chemistry, philosophical investigation, and spiritual discipline. The substances they worked with acquired layers of meaning. Mercury, liquid and silvery, was understood as the principle of fusibility and volatility. It represented the soul or spirit of metals. Sulphur, which burned with that characteristic acrid smell, was the principle of combustibility. It represented the soul or animating force. Salt, which remained after burning, was the principle of fixity and permanence. It represented the body. Everything in the alchemical worldview was composed of these three principles in varying combinations. As Islamic civilization spread from Persia to Spain, alchemical knowledge travelled with it. Libraries in Cordoba and Toledo accumulated texts in Arabic, Persian and Greek. When Christian scholars began learning Arabic and translating these works into Latin in the 12th and 13th centuries, they discovered an intellectual treasure that would reshape European thought. The flame and the vessel, heat and container, process and patience. These became the fundamental tools of transformation. The alchemist learned to work with nature's timing rather than against it, understanding that some changes couldn't be rushed. You couldn't hurry the maturation of gold any more than you could hurry the growth of an oak tree from an acorn. Both required proper conditions and sufficient time. Now let's turn our attention to what might be alchemy's most famous quest, the search for the elixir of life, the substance that could cure all diseases, restore youth, and grant immortality itself. This wasn't a side project or a fantasy addition to serious alchemical work. For many practitioners, it was the ultimate goal, more important even than transmuting base metals into gold. The logic within their framework was compelling. If substances could be purified and perfected, lead into gold, crude ore into gleaming metal, why couldn't the human body be similarly transformed? If alchemy was about understanding and working with nature's principles of transformation, surely the ultimate transformation would be conquering death itself. Chinese alchemists pursued this goal with particular intensity, and their work influenced practices across Asia and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. In China, the quest for immortality connected deeply with Taoist philosophy, which saw the human body as a microcosm of the universe. If you could achieve perfect internal balance, harmonizing the body's energies with cosmic forces, you might transcend ordinary mortality. The legendary elixir took many forms in different traditions. Sometimes it was described as a liquid, clear as water or golden as honey. Other accounts spoke of it as a powder or stone, something solid that could be dissolved in wine or water. The Chinese termed it the pill of immortality, while Islamic and European alchemists called it the elixir, from the Arabic elixir, meaning the substance itself, or perhaps a powder for making solutions. What's fascinating as you settle deeper into your pillows is that the search for this elixir led to genuine medical advances. Alchemists experimenting with mineral and plant substances discovered compounds that actually worked as medicines. The distillation processes they developed for purifying the elixir gave us stronger, more reliable medicines. Their careful observations of how substances affected the body contributed to understanding physiology and pharmacology. Paracelsus, a Swiss physician and alchemist of the 16th century, revolutionized medicine by treating diseases with carefully prepared chemical medicines rather than relying solely on herbs. He believed the body was essentially a chemical system, and diseases were chemical imbalances that required chemical corrections. This was radical thinking that earned him both devoted followers and fierce critics. His approach, though sometimes spectacularly wrong in details, pointed toward modern pharmaceutical chemistry. The preparation of the elixir supposedly required the same patience and spiritual preparation as creating the philosopher's stone, the substance that could transform lead into gold. Many texts suggested they were actually the same thing or intimately related. The stone that perfected metals would also perfect the human body, making sense within the alchemical worldview where microcosm and macrocosm reflected each other. Recipes for the elixir varied wildly, partly because alchemical texts deliberately obscured their methods with symbolic language. One 14th century European text describes a process involving repeated distillations of wine mixed with various herbs, minerals, and even gold itself, the entire operation conducted according to astrological timing. The final product was supposedly a clear liquid that glowed faintly in darkness and smelled of roses and something indefinable. Whether anyone ever produced such a substance is doubtful. What we know is that the quest led practitioners to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques for purification and concentration. They learned to extract the quintessence, literally the fifth essence beyond the four elements from plants and minerals. These concentrated extracts were often genuinely potent, though not in the magical ways practitioners hoped. The elixir wasn't just about physical immortality. In Chinese alchemy particularly, and increasingly in Islamic and European traditions, it represented spiritual transformation. The process of creating the elixir mirrored the process of spiritual refinement. Just as crude matter had to be broken down, purified and reconstituted at a higher level, so too the alchemist's soul underwent trials, purifications, and ultimate transformation. This spiritual dimension became increasingly important in European alchemy, especially as the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance. The alchemist's laboratory became a place of meditation and prayer as much as chemical experimentation. The long hours watching vessels heat, observing slow colour changes, and waiting for crystallizations, these became opportunities for contemplation. Some alchemists claimed that the work couldn't succeed without proper spiritual preparation. They spoke of necessary prayers, fasting, and meditation. The laboratory work was inseparable from inner work. You couldn't perfect matter without perfecting yourself. The elixir that granted immortality wasn't just a substance you swallowed. It was the culmination of a complete transformation of both matter and spirit. Chinese emperors, desperate for immortality, sometimes consumed alchemical preparations with disastrous results. Mercury and arsenic, both common ingredients in elixir recipes, are quite toxic. The irony of dying from ingesting substances meant to grant eternal life wasn't lost on observers, yet the quest continued, driven by that deeply human resistance to accepting mortality. In gentler forms, the search for the elixir gave us contributions to herbal medicine that persist today. The careful distillation of plant essences led to understanding how to concentrate active ingredients. The documentation of which substances affected which conditions, though often mixed with symbolic language and false theories, contained genuine observations that informed later medical practice. As you drift towards sleep, let's meet some of the remarkable individuals who devoted their lives to the alchemical arts. These weren't foolish or credulous people. They were often the most learned scholars of their time, applying the best available methods to questions that still fascinate us. In medieval Europe, Albertus Magnus, Albert the Great, was a Dominican friar whose interests ranged across all available knowledge. Born around 1200, he wrote extensively on logic, theology, mathematics, and natural philosophy. His works on minerals and metals show careful observation mixed with alchemical theory. He described how to test whether metals were pure, catalogued their properties, and discussed various attempts at transmutation he had witnessed or heard about. His student Thomas Aquinas would become more famous for theology, but both teacher and student saw no contradiction between faith and investigating nature's secrets. Roger Bacon, an English Franciscan friar of the 13th century, advocated for experimental methods and mathematical analysis in studying nature. He wrote about alchemy as both a practical art and a philosophical pursuit, distinguishing between genuine investigation and charlatans who promised quick gold while delivering only expensive disappointment. Bacon understood that real knowledge required patient observation and careful testing. Principles that seem obvious now but were revolutionary for his time. Let's visit the laboratory of a 15th century alchemist, perhaps in Prague or Florence. The room occupies the top floor of a comfortable house. Alchemists needed privacy and good ventilation for their work. Morning light streams through tall windows, illuminating floating dust motes and catching the glass vessels arranged on shelves. The furnace, carefully built of brick and clay, occupies one corner, its fire carefully banked overnight, but now being coaxed back to working heat. Our alchemist, let's imagine her, since women did practice alchemy despite rarely receiving credit, begins her day by checking the various operations in progress. One flask contains a solution that's been slowly evaporating for 2 weeks, with crystalline formations just beginning to appear at the edges. Another holds a substance undergoing digestion, sealed and kept at body temperature in a bath of warm water and sand. A third sits in a sunny window, where sunlight gradually works its transformative effect on the prepared materials within. She makes careful notes in her journal, using the elaborate symbolic language that protects alchemical secrets from the uninitiated. A circle with a dot represents gold and the sun. A crescent is silver and the moon. Various animals, the green lion, the red dragon, and the white swan, symbolize specific substances and stages of the work. To the untrained eye, her notes look like mystical gibberish. To another practitioner, they're a precise recipe and progress report. By the 16th century, European courts often employed alchemists, sometimes multiple ones competing for patronage. The Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, ruling from Prague, collected alchemists the way some collectors accumulate stamps. His Prague court became a haven for alchemical investigation, attracting practitioners from across Europe. Some were genuine researchers, others were impressive con artists, and most were probably something in between. One of the most intriguing figures was John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth Thurcer of England. Dee was a mathematician, astronomer, and alchemist who served as a kind of chief science officer to the English court. His library was among the finest in Europe, and his interests range from practical navigation problems, crucial for England's growing maritime power, to attempting communication with angels through elaborate symbolic systems. He represents that characteristic Renaissance blending of what we'd now consider science, magic and religion into a unified pursuit of knowledge. The boundary between alchemy and medicine remained fluid. Physician alchemists like Paracelsus and his followers treated diseases with carefully prepared mineral and chemical medicines. They developed tinctures, extracts, and compounds that actually worked, though often not for the reasons they believed. The drinkable gold preparations that wealthy patients consumed probably didn't extend their lives, but some of the mercury and antimony compounds prepared by alchemical methods did treat certain conditions, despite being rather toxic by modern standards. Women's role in alchemy deserves more attention than it usually receives. While men dominated public alchemical discourse, women participated in the actual work, particularly in family workshops where husbands and wives often worked together. Some women operated their own laboratories, though they faced the usual obstacles of limited education opportunities and social restrictions. The legendary Maria the Jewess, supposedly working in Alexandria around the 3rd century, is credited with inventing the double boiler, still called a bain-marie in her honour, an improving distillation apparatus. Whether she actually existed is debated, but the equipment attributed to her certainly did. Moving into the 17th century, we find alchemy at a crossroads. Some practitioners were beginning to strip away the symbolic language and focus purely on material transformations they could observe and measure. Others doubled down on the spiritual and philosophical dimensions, seeing alchemy primarily as a path to inner transformation that happened to involve laboratory work as its vehicle. Both groups claimed to represent true alchemy, and arguably both were right. Alchemy had always contained both dimensions. Robert Boyle, working in mid-17th century England, conducted careful experiments testing alchemical claims while developing what we'd recognise as modern chemistry. He's famous for Boyle's law describing gas behaviour, but he also performed numerous experiments on transmutation, approaching it as a testable hypothesis rather than an article of faith. His work demonstrates the transitional period when alchemy was gradually becoming chemistry. One of alchemy's most distinctive features was its elaborate symbolic language. Settle deeper under your blankets while we explore why alchemists wrote in code and what those strange symbols actually meant. Part of the motivation was simple professional secrecy. If you believed you'd discovered important knowledge, perhaps how to transmute metals or create powerful medicines, you might reasonably want to control who could access that information. Writing in symbolic language meant only trained practitioners could understand your texts, protecting your discoveries from theft or misuse, but the symbolism served deeper purposes. Alchemical operations were complex, involving multiple substances and stages unfolding over time. The symbolic language provided a rich, flexible vocabulary for describing processes that ordinary words couldn't quite capture. When an alchemist wrote about the green lion devouring the sun, they weren't being deliberately obscure for fun. They were using established terminology to describe a specific chemical interaction, probably involving vitriol and gold. The symbols drew from multiple sources. Astrological signs represented metals. Gold was the sun, silver the moon, copper Venus, iron Mars, tin Jupiter, lead Saturn, and Mercury, both the metal and the god, was Mercury. This wasn't arbitrary. The metals and planets were thought to share essential qualities. Gold, like the sun, was perfect, incorruptible and radiant. Lead, like Saturn, was heavy, cold and sluggish. Animals populated alchemical texts with specific meanings. The dragon represented raw, chaotic matter, or sometimes specific chemicals depending on context. The lion might represent gold, or a stage of the work characterized by intense activity. The phoenix, dying and reborn from its ashes, symbolized dissolution and reconstitution, the destruction of old forms and emergence of new purified ones. The pelican, mythically feeding its young with its own blood, represented circulation processes where distilled vapours repeatedly fell back into the vessel. Colours marked crucial transitions. The work typically proceeded through stages identified by colour changes, the nigredo or blackening, when matter broke down into chaos, the albedo or whitening, representing purification, the citrinitas or yellowing, a transitional stage, and finally the rubedo or reddening, marking completion and perfection. These weren't arbitrary labels. Actual colour changes occurred during chemical operations, and practitioners learned to read them as signs of progress or problems. The most famous alchemical symbol was probably the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, forming a circle. It represented cyclic processes, the unity of beginning and end, and the principle that transformations were fundamentally circular rather than linear. What began as one substance became another, but the underlying essence persisted through transformation, like the snake continuously consuming and regenerating itself. Encoded in the symbolic language was often genuine chemical knowledge. The philosophical egg described sealed vessels where materials underwent transformation, isolated from outside interference. The marriage of sun and moon referred to combining gold and silver, or more abstractly, uniting opposing principles. The bath of the king meant dissolving gold in special acids. Once you learned the code, detailed instructions were actually preserved in these seemingly mystical texts, but the symbols also carried philosophical and spiritual dimensions. The breaking down of matter into prime components, the solve of solvet coagula, dissolve and coagulate, paralleled the mystic's dissolution of ego and everyday consciousness. The reconstitution into something purer and more perfect mirrored spiritual rebirth. The alchemist working in their laboratory was also, ideally, working on themselves, and the symbolic language captured both dimensions simultaneously. Alchemical illustrations became increasingly elaborate in printed books from the 15th century onward. These images showed complex allegorical scenes, kings and queens bathing together in pools, eagles and toads consuming each other, and hermaphroditic figures combining masculine and feminine qualities. On one level, these illustrated specific chemical operations. On another, they mapped psychological and spiritual transformations. The effective alchemist could read both messages simultaneously. This multi-layered communication created problems. texts meant as straightforward laboratory instructions could be read as pure spiritual allegory. Conversely, writings primarily about inner transformation got interpreted as literal recipes for making gold. Misunderstandings multiplied across centuries and language translations. An Arabic text written primarily about spiritual development might reach a medieval European reader who tried to follow it as practical chemistry instructions, producing baffling and dangerous results. The symbolic language also permitted creative ambiguity that protected alchemists from dangerous accusations. During periods of religious intolerance, writing that could be read multiple ways provided safety. If challenged about potentially heretical ideas, one could always claim the text was merely about chemical procedures, not theological speculation. If accused of fraud, one could insist the writing was symbolic spiritual instruction, not literal promises about making gold. Some alchemists, particularly in later periods, used the symbolic language almost as a meditation practice. The act of encoding knowledge in symbols, or decoding others' symbolic texts, became a form of contemplative exercise. Wrestling with meaning, holding multiple interpretations simultaneously, and developing the mental flexibility to see connections between seemingly unrelated domains. All of this trained the mind in ways practitioners found valuable, regardless of whether they ever succeeded at transmutation. As you drift toward that threshold between waking and sleeping, let's explore how alchemy gradually transformed into chemistry, how the mystical became methodical, and the symbolic gave way to the systematic. The transition wasn't sudden or complete. Throughout the 17th century, natural philosophers, the era's scientists, often worked in both modes. They might spend mornings attempting transmutation experiments and afternoons measuring gas pressures or calculating planetary orbits. The boundaries between alchemy, chemistry, physics, and even theology remained fluid. Isaac Newton, now remembered primarily for physics and mathematics, devoted enormous energy to alchemical investigation. His private papers, unpublished during his lifetime, contain extensive notes on alchemical texts and records of his own experiments. For Newton, alchemy represented an attempt to understand nature's fundamental forces, the same goal that motivated his work on gravity and motion. He saw no contradiction between calculating planetary orbits and attempting to transmute metals. Both were investigations into God's natural laws, but certain developments began distinguishing chemistry from alchemy. The crucial shift was toward precise measurement and quantification. Alchemists had always observed their materials carefully, but chemical pioneers started weighing everything: reactants before mixing, products after reactions, and even gases that escaped during processes. This obsessive measuring revealed patterns that qualitative observation missed. When you measure carefully, you discover conservation. Matter doesn't disappear or appear magically during reactions. It transforms while maintaining constant total weight. This was devastating for certain alchemical claims while validating others. The idea that lead could become gold looked increasingly doubtful, when precise measurements showed that such transformations never actually produced weight changes, consistent with one element becoming another. Yet the reality of chemical reactions, where new substances emerge with completely different properties than their starting materials, was confirmed and extended. The development of better apparatus accelerated this transition. Improved vacuum pumps allowed studying gases more carefully. More precise thermometers enabled maintaining specific temperatures. Better balances detected tiny weight changes. Standardized glassware made experiments more reproducible. The physical conditions of laboratory work were becoming more controlled, and with greater control came more reliable results. Antoine Lavoisier, working in late 18th century France, exemplifies chemistry's emergence as a modern science. He demolished phlogiston theory, the idea that combustible materials contained a fire element released during burning, by showing that burning actually involved combination with oxygen, and that careful weighing proved this. His insistence on precise measurement, systematic experimentation, and clear nomenclature helped establish chemistry as a distinct discipline with standardized methods. The language changed along with the methods. Chemical nomenclature became more systematic. describing compounds based on their composition rather than using traditional alchemical names or symbols. Vitriol became sulfuric acid. Sal ammoniac became ammonium chloride. The transition from poetic symbolic names to descriptive systematic terminology marked a fundamental shift in how practitioners thought about their materials. Professional organisation changed too. The old model of master alchemists working in private laboratories, occasionally taking apprentices, gave way to university positions, scientific societies, and published research in specialised journals. Priestley, Cavendish, Scheele, and others were discovering new gases, new elements, and new compounds, and immediately publishing their methods and results for others to verify and extend. The solitary seeker became the collaborative researcher, yet alchemy didn't simply die. It persisted, transformed in several forms. Some practitioners continued traditional alchemical work, seeing themselves as guardians of ancient wisdom that modern materialist science had abandoned. Organisations like the Rosicrucians and various Hermetic societies maintained alchemical traditions, though increasingly emphasising spiritual rather than material aspects. Meanwhile, chemistry absorbed alchemy's techniques and questions while discarding its theoretical framework. The careful distillations, the specialised apparatus, the patient observation of material transformations, all of this persisted and developed further. What changed was the explanatory framework, the theoretical understanding of what was actually happening during chemical reactions. The 19th century's chemical triumphs, the periodic table organising elements, molecular theory explaining how atoms combine, and analytical techniques identifying substances, provided frameworks for understanding that alchemists had lacked. It turned out lead couldn't become gold through chemical means because elements are fundamental. They can't be transformed into each other by chemical processes. The alchemists weren't fools, but they were working without crucial information about matter's actual structure. Interestingly, 20th century physics achieved what alchemists had claimed was possible: actual transmutation of elements. Nuclear reactions can indeed transform lead into gold by altering atomic nuclei. The cost and difficulty make it completely impractical, but it's theoretically and practically possible. So in a strange sense, the alchemist's dream was valid, just achievable only through means they never imagined, requiring understanding matter at scales far beyond what their apparatus could access. The transformation from alchemy to chemistry illustrates how scientific understanding develops. Alchemy wasn't entirely wrong. It correctly identified that substances could transform into other substances, that matter had hidden properties that careful investigation could reveal, and that systematic practice could produce reliable results. What it lacked was the correct theoretical framework for explaining observations and predicting outcomes. Once that framework developed, chemistry could progress rapidly while alchemy became history. Now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin that pleasant drift toward dreams, let's consider what the alchemical quest means for us today, centuries after the last serious attempts at transmuting lead into gold. The obvious legacy is chemistry itself. Modern pharmaceuticals, material science, industrial processes, and environmental analysis. Every time you take a medicine, appreciate a colourful synthetic fabric, or rely on a battery, you're benefiting from knowledge that traces back through chemistry to alchemy. The techniques developed by those patient practitioners, watching their vessels and tending their furnaces, evolved into methods that shape contemporary life. But something deeper persists too. The alchemical quest was ultimately about transformation, and that remains profoundly human. We still seek ways to transform ourselves through education, therapy, spiritual practices, and physical training. We pursue transformations of our societies through political movements, technological innovation, and cultural evolution. The specific goal of turning lead into gold may be abandoned, but the underlying dream of transformation continues. Modern science pursues transformations that would have dazzled alchemists. We transform energy into matter in particle accelerators. We transform genetic information, editing DNA to cure diseases or create new organisms. We transform sand and metals into computers that hold libraries worth of knowledge. We even manipulate individual atoms, positioning them precisely using techniques the alchemists couldn't have imagined. In a sense, we've realised their dreams through different paths. The search for life extension continues too, though now through molecular biology, genetic engineering and pharmacology rather than through elixirs. Scientists investigate aging mechanisms, seeking ways to slow or reverse the processes that eventually destroy us. We haven't achieved immortality, but human lifespans have dramatically increased through medical advances that owe their methodology, if not their specific techniques, to alchemy's patient investigation of how substances affect the body. Contemporary interest in alchemy often focuses on its psychological and spiritual dimensions. Carl Jung extensively studied alchemical texts, seeing in them symbols for psychological processes. The alchemical transformation of base metals into gold became, in his framework, a metaphor for psychological development, transforming the crude, unconscious aspects of personality into something more refined and integrated. Whether the alchemists themselves saw their work this way is debatable, but Jung's interpretation gave alchemical symbolism new relevance. Some find in alchemy a reminder that knowledge isn't purely objective and technical. The alchemists believed the practitioner's spiritual state mattered, that you couldn't separate the experiment from the experimenter, and that transformation of matter required transformation of self. Modern science, with its emphasis on objectivity and reproducibility, officially rejects this. A chemical reaction should work the same, regardless of who performs it. Yet anyone who's done laboratory work knows that skill, patience, and even intuition matter. The best scientists, like the best alchemists, bring something personal to their practice that transcends pure technique. The alchemical emphasis on direct experience and hands-on practice remains relevant. You couldn't learn alchemy just from books. You had to actually work in the laboratory, gaining embodied knowledge of how substances behaved, developing sensitivity to subtle changes, and cultivating patience through long processes. This contrasts with modern education's often abstract theoretical approach. There's renewed appreciation for hands-on learning, for knowledge that lives in the body and hands, not just the head. Environmental movements sometimes invoke alchemical language when discussing the transformation of industrial processes, cleaning polluted sites, or developing sustainable practices. The alchemical ideal of working with nature rather than against it, understanding material processes deeply enough to guide them wisely, respects limits while achieving meaningful transformations. This resonates with contemporary efforts towards sustainability. The alchemical tradition reminds us that science has history, that current understanding emerged from long development, and that even seemingly strange or outdated practices often contained valuable insights. Dismissing alchemy as mere superstition misses how it represented the best available attempts to understand matter, how it developed techniques we still use, and how it asked questions we continue pondering. Most fundamentally, alchemy embodies the enduring human conviction that transformation is possible. The world isn't fixed or finished. Matter can be changed, improved, and perfected. So can we. The alchemist standing before their Athanor, patiently working toward that distant goal of the Philosopher's Stone, was enacting a hope that remains central to human experience. The belief that things can be better, that effort and knowledge can elevate existence, and that the ordinary might become extraordinary. A sleep gently beckons. Imagine yourself in an alchemist's laboratory, not from any specific time or place, but from the timeless realm where such spaces exist in our collective imagination. The light is golden and soft, filtering through high windows. Glass vessels catch and hold the light, transforming it into subtle rainbows. The furnace breathes quietly in its corner, maintaining its patient heat. The air here smells of mysteries, incense and minerals, aged parchment and growing things, and the metallic tang of transformation. Nothing feels rushed. Time moves differently in this space, following its own rhythms. a slow drip of distillation, the gradual shift of colour in a sealed flask, the almost imperceptible growth of crystals, these define the pace. On the workbench lie open books with hand-drawn illustrations, symbolic animals, elaborate diagrams, and careful notations in languages you half recognise. The symbols seem to shift slightly when you're not looking directly at them, as though they contain meanings that can't be fixed in place but must be approached sideways, through peripheral vision and intuition. The laboratory is also a garden. Herbs grow in terracotta pots on windowsills, each plant selected for specific virtues. Roses for their essence, rosemary for remembrance, sage for wisdom, and rue for healing. Their living presence reminds you that alchemy worked with nature's processes, not against them. Transformation requires patience, proper conditions, and respect for natural timing. In this laboratory, you understand what the alchemists sought. Not just gold or immortality, though those would be nice. They sought understanding of matter, of transformation, of the hidden connections between all things. They wanted to participate actively in creation's ongoing work rather than being passive observers. They believed humans could collaborate with nature's processes, guiding transformations that elevated both matter and spirit. The vessels on the shelves represent stages of the great work, each containing its own lesson. One holds Negredo, the black stage of dissolution where old forms break down, necessary before anything new can emerge. Another contains Albedo, the white stage of purification where essential qualities separate from dross. A third glows with citrinitas, the golden yellowing that promises approaching completion. And somewhere, perhaps still in process, the rubedo awaits, the red of perfection, of transformation completed. You understand now that the alchemist's laboratory was always two places at once. An actual workspace with real apparatus and materials, and a symbolic space representing inner transformation. The external work of purifying substances mirrored the internal work of refining consciousness. The patience required for long chemical processes cultivated spiritual patience. The failures and setbacks in the laboratory taught humility and persistence. Success, when it came, arrived as much from personal growth as from technical skill. The philosopher's stone, you realise in this drowsy state between waking and dreams, was never just a magical object. It represented perfected understanding. The state where the alchemist had so completely mastered their practice, so thoroughly transformed themselves that transformation of materials became almost effortless. The stone was the practitioner's own perfected skill and wisdom, accumulated through years of patient work. And the elixir of life? Perhaps it was never meant to be swallowed. Perhaps it was the practice itself, the engagement with meaningful work, the pursuit of understanding, the connection to traditions stretching back millennia, the sense of participating in something larger than oneself. The alchemists who devoted themselves to the great work often lived with an intensity and purpose that gave their days a richness ordinary life lacked. Maybe that was its own form of immortality. In this dream laboratory, time collapses. Jabir ibn Hayyan works at one bench, carefully recording observations in precise Arabic script. Albertus Magnus tends a distillation at another, occasionally making notes for his students. Maria the Jewess adjusts her double boiler, checking the temperature with experienced fingers. Paracelsus crushes minerals in a mortar, preparing medicines that will genuinely heal. They work companionably, these figures from different centuries and cultures united by their shared quest. They're not competing or hoarding secrets now. In this timeless space, they share knowledge freely, each contributing their piece to the great puzzle of understanding matter and transformation. The symbolic language they once used to obscure becomes a bridge, connecting insights across cultures and epochs. The green lion, the red dragon, the philosophical Mercury. These symbols let them communicate experiences that ordinary words can't quite capture. Through the laboratory windows you glimpse gardens and wilderness beyond. the natural world that was always alchemy's true teacher. The alchemists learned by observing natural transformations, ore to metal, grape to wine, and seed to flower. Their laboratory work was an attempt to understand and consciously guide processes that nature performed spontaneously. They weren't trying to break nature's laws, but to discover and work within them. The furnace glows steady and warm, neither too hot nor too cold. It's maintained this perfect balance for centuries, maybe forever. Its patient heat represents what the alchemists knew. Transformation requires sustained, gentle effort over time. You can't hurry the great work. Flash and force accomplish nothing, but steady application, proper conditions, and sufficient time can achieve what seems impossible. On a shelf you notice a row of sealed vessels, each containing materials at different stages of transformation. Some have been here for days, others for months, and some perhaps for years. Each opens at its proper time, not a moment sooner. The sealed vessel, vas hermeticum, the hermetic vessel, protects transformations in progress from outside interference. Some processes need isolation and protection. Until they reach completion, you feel yourself becoming drowsy, the laboratory's golden light softening further. The gentle sounds, liquid dripping, furnace breathing, occasional clink of glass, become a lullaby. This is a good place to rest. The great work continues whether you wake or sleep, proceeding at its own pace, requiring nothing from you now except trust in the process. The alchemists understood something we sometimes forget. Not everything worth doing can be finished quickly. Some achievements require years, decades, or even lifetimes of patient effort. The work itself becomes the reward, the daily practice, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding, and the small advances that slowly compound into mastery. They also knew that failure was part of the process. Most experiments didn't succeed. Most attempts to create the Philosopher's Stone or the Elixir of Life produced only colourful disasters, expensive messes, or nothing at all. But each failure taught something. The alchemists learned what didn't work, which was often more useful than knowing what theoretically should work. Knowledge grew through a patient accumulation of both successes and instructive failures. As your consciousness drifts towards sleep, the laboratory around you becomes less defined, its edges softening into dream. But certain truths remain clear. Transformation is possible. Matter can change its form while retaining its underlying essence. So can we. The person you are today contains the potential for the person you might become, just as lead theoretically contained gold, or at least the alchemists believed it did, and their belief led them to develop chemistry. Patience matters. Nothing worth achieving happens instantly. The most profound transformations require time, attention, and sustained effort. Quick fixes rarely last, but patient work, returning day after day to your practice, accumulates into genuine change. Process and outcome intertwine. The alchemist seeking gold learned chemistry. The practitioner pursuing the elixir developed pharmacology. The mystic investigating symbolic transformations gained psychological insight. The journey shapes the traveller as much as the destination. Everything connects. The alchemists weren't wrong to see connections between metals and planets, between laboratory work and spiritual practice, and between microcosm and a macrocosm. They were recognizing a deep truth. Reality is interconnected in ways that rigid categorical thinking misses. The boundaries between disciplines, between matter and spirit, between inner and outer, these are useful fictions, not fundamental truths. Mystery remains. For all that modern science has explained, much remains unknown. We've mapped matter down to quarks and leptons, but consciousness remains mysterious. We've decoded DNA, but life's emergence is still puzzling. We've calculated the universe's age, but its ultimate nature remains debatable. The alchemist's humility before mystery, their recognition that knowledge was always partial and understanding always incomplete, deserves remembering. The vessels on the shelves shimmer and fade as sleep takes you. Their contents continue their slow transformations, whether observed or not. The great work proceeds. Somewhere, in laboratories around the world, people are still investigating transformations, different methods, different goals, but the same fundamental human drive to understand, to change, to elevate matter and spirit towards something better. The alchemists would recognize this continuity. They understood that knowledge was collective and cumulative, that each generation built on previous work, and that today's impossible might become tomorrow's routine. They stood in a tradition that stretched behind them to Egyptian temples and ahead to laboratories they couldn't imagine. We stand in that same tradition, connecting past and future through present practice. As you finally slip into sleep, a last image, that ancient symbol, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, beginning and end meet. Transformation is circular, not linear. What dissolves will reconstitute. What breaks down will rebuild. What seems like an ending is really another beginning. The great work never truly finishes. It just continues in new forms, new context, and new practitioners taking up tools their predecessors laid down. Sleep now. Dream of furnaces and vessels, of patient transformations, of substances changing their nature while retaining their essence. Dream of the long chain of seekers stretching back through centuries, each contributing their piece to understanding. Dream of gardens where herbs grow under careful tending, of libraries where ancient texts preserve hard-won wisdom, of laboratories where careful observation reveals nature's patterns. The alchemists are sleeping too, those patient workers of transformation. But their work continues in every chemistry lab, every pharmaceutical company, and every material science experiment. It continues in every garden where someone tends plants, in every kitchen where ingredients transform into meals, and in every mind where learning transforms ignorance into understanding. The great work is never finished because there's always more to learn, more to discover, and more to understand. The philosopher's stone remains eternally just beyond reach, which is perhaps exactly as it should be. The seeking matters more than the finding. The question matters more than the answer. The transformation of the seeker matters more than the discovery of the sought. Rest easy. The furnace burns steadily. The vessels contain their slow miracles. Time unfolds at its own pace. All is well in this laboratory between waking and dreams, where ancient wisdom meets eternal questions, where the possible and impossible blur together, and where transformation is always just beginning. The golden light fades to comfortable darkness. The sounds of the laboratory become the sound of your own breathing, steady and slow. The scent of transformation becomes the familiar smell of your pillow and blankets. But somewhere in your sleeping mind, the laboratory remains always accessible, always inviting, always offering the promise that transformation of matter, of spirit, of understanding remains possible. The alchemists knew this truth. We are all works in progress, materials being slowly refined, moving through our own stages from nigrido through albedo to rubedo, from dissolution through purification to perfection. The great work applies to substances in vessels and to consciousness itself. We are simultaneously the alchemist and the material, the practitioner and the practice, the seeker and the sought. Sleep deeply, transform while you rest. Tomorrow you'll wake changed in small ways, continuing your own great work, your own patient transformation. The alchemists would approve. They understood that the most important laboratory is consciousness itself, and the most crucial transformation happens within. Good night. May your dreams be golden and your rest transformative. The great work continues, as it always has and always will, in laboratories both physical and imaginal, tended by practitioners both waking and sleeping, pursuing that eternal quest to understand, to change, to elevate, to transform the base into the precious, the crude into the refined, and the ordinary into the extraordinary. Picture England in the early 1500s, and try to forget everything you think you know about it. This isn't the England of empire and industry, of tea and parliamentary democracy. This is an island nation still finding its footing, still figuring out what it wants to be when it grows up. The morning light filters through the small, thick glassed windows of a manor house in the Cotswolds, illuminating dust motes that dance in the cold air. You can smell the wood smoke from cooking fires, mixing with the earthier scent of rushes covering the floor. Rushes that need changing, but probably won't be replaced for another week. The herbs scattered among them, lavender, rosemary and mint, release their fragrance when you step on them, a medieval attempt at air freshening that works better in theory than in practice. England in 1509 is a nation of about 3 million souls, which means it has fewer people than modern Los Angeles spread across an entire country. Most of those souls live in villages so small you could walk from one end to the other in the time it takes to finish your morning coffee. The largest city, London, houses perhaps 50,000 people crowded along the Thames, their timber-framed houses leaning into narrow streets where the upper stories nearly touch across the way, blocking out the sky. The rhythm of life follows the church bells that punctuate each day with their bronze voices. You wake to the sound of prime, the first morning prayer, and move through your day guided by terce, sext, nun, vespers, and finally complin as darkness falls. The bells aren't just timekeepers. They're the heartbeat of a society where the church isn't separate from daily life, but woven into every aspect of it, like threads in the very fabric you wear. And what fabric it is! If you're wealthy enough, you might own woolen cloth in deep reds or blues, colours that cost more than a labourer earns in months. The wool itself tells a story. England's economy runs on sheep, those placid creatures grazing on every available hillside, their fleece transformed in workshops and sold across Europe. When you wear wool in Tudor England, you're wearing the nation's primary export, its economic engine, and its claim to international relevance. The Catholic Church dominates the landscape both literally and figuratively. Parish churches anchor every community, their stone towers rising above thatched cottages like parents watching over children. Monasteries and abbeys dot the countryside. There are nearly 900 religious houses in England, home to perhaps 10,000 monks, nuns and friars. These aren't just places of prayer, they're hospitals, schools, hostels for travellers, and landlords controlling vast estates. The abbey at Glastonbury owns land in several counties. The monastery at Westminster practically is a small town unto itself. Your relationship with the church isn't optional or occasional. It's as fundamental as breathing. You're born into it literally, with baptism washing away original sin within days of birth. You marry in it, the priest's blessing transforming a private arrangement into a public sacrament. You'll die in it, receiving last rites that determine your soul's destination. In between, you attend Mass regularly, confess your sins to a priest who knows all your neighbour's business too, pay your tithes, observe the fast days, and purchase indulgences to reduce time in purgatory. The Pope in Rome, that distant figure in his Vatican palace, holds more practical power over English daily life than you might imagine. He can annul marriages, legitimise children, and grant special dispensations for everything from eating meat on Friday to marrying your cousin. He appoints bishops who become major political figures. He can excommunicate anyone from king to peasant, which in this society means cutting them off from all social connection and condemning their soul to hell. It's a threat that carries real weight when everyone you know believes it absolutely, but there are grumbles. In the taverns, those dim, smoke-filled rooms where ale flows and inhibitions loosen, you might hear men complain about how much land the church owns while paying no taxes. You might hear merchants frustrated by religious restrictions on business practices. You might even hear whispers about church corruption, though no one speaks too loudly because heresy is a burning offence, literally. The political landscape is equally complex. England has a king, Henry VII, who won his crown by killing the previous king on a battlefield, and who spent his reign consolidating power and filling the treasury. Parliament exists, but it meets irregularly when the king needs money. Local administration happens through a patchwork of nobles, bishops, sheriffs, and justices of the peace, a system that works mostly because everyone's known everyone else's families for generations. England's place in the wider European world is complicated. It's not quite the backwater some continental scholars dismiss, but it's not a major power either. Spain and France are the real players, with their larger populations, stronger economies, and more assertive kings. The Holy Roman Empire sprawls across Central Europe, a complicated patchwork that makes England's administrative system look elegantly simple. The Italian city-states control trade and banking. England makes good wool and occasionally causes trouble when its kings remember they technically claim the French throne. Technology is beginning to stir. Printing presses are starting to appear, though books remain expensive and most people can't read anyway. Navigation techniques are improving, making longer sea voyages possible. Gunpowder is changing warfare, though knights in armour still ride to battle as if nothing has changed. It's a world caught between medieval traditions and something new trying to be born. In this England of 1509, no one imagines the transformation coming. The monasteries seem eternal, the Pope's authority unquestionable, and the rhythm of Catholic life as unchanging as the seasons. If you could tell an English villager that within 30 years their local abbey would be torn down, their Latin Mass replaced with English prayer, and their spiritual connection to Rome severed forever, they would think you mad. But change is coming, carried not by armies or philosophers, but by one young man's desperate desire for something he cannot have. A legitimate son. On an April day in 1509, 17-year-old Prince Henry became King Henry VIII, and England got a ruler who looked like he'd been ordered from a royal catalogue, featuring only the most impressive specifications. Picture him at his coronation, 6 feet 2 inches tall in an era when most men barely reached 5.5 feet. Shoulders broad enough to fill out the elaborate doublets he favours, legs muscular from years of hunting and jousting. His hair catches the light through Westminster Abbey's stained glass, reddish gold, worn long enough to curl at his neck. His face hasn't yet acquired the jowly heaviness of his later years. Instead, it's all youth and confidence, with blue eyes that sparkle when he's pleased and turn cold when he's not. Henry moves through his coronation ceremony with the grace of someone who's been preparing for this moment his entire life, which isn't quite accurate. He was actually the spare heir, the insurance policy, while his older brother Arthur was groomed for kingship. But Arthur died at 15, 7 years earlier, leaving Henry to inherit not just a crown but also Arthur's widow, Catherine of Aragon. The young king is what we might call a Renaissance man, though that term won't be coined for centuries. He speaks Latin fluently, reads French, knows enough Spanish to charm his wife, and is learning Italian because educated people should know Italian. He writes poetry, not particularly good poetry, but enthusiastic poetry, that scans properly and occasionally hits on a decent metaphor. He composes music, playing the lute, virginals, and recorder with genuine skill. His song Pass Time with Good Company will still be performed 500 years later, though mostly by people who enjoy singing in period costume. Henry jousts with the aggressive confidence of someone who's very good at sports and knows it. He hunts almost obsessively, sometimes riding for 8 or 10 hours straight, wearing out horses and companions with equal ease. He dances with the kind of vigour that makes watching him exhausting. At his coronation celebrations, he reportedly went through multiple partners because he kept wearing them out. But Henry's most impressive feature might be his mind. He's genuinely intelligent, with that particular kind of intelligence that loves learning new things and showing off that knowledge. He can debate theology with scholars, discuss tactics with military commanders, and hold forth on everything from architecture to astronomy. He's also convinced he's right about everything, which will become more problematic as he ages, but at 17 just seems like confidence. His father left him a full treasury, unprecedented for an English king, and young Henry approaches spending this money with the enthusiasm of someone who's just discovered their parents' credit card has no limit. He throws tournaments that cost more than the annual income for small counties. His coronation festivities last for days and include enough food to feed a small army, which is appropriate since he's essentially feeding his entire court plus hundreds of guests. The new king's household is a world unto itself, a mobile village of hundreds of people who exist solely to maintain royal comfort and dignity. There are gentlemen of the privy chamber who help him dress, grooms who manage his extensive wardrobe, servers who bring his meals, musicians who provide entertainment, chaplains who lead prayers, physicians who monitor his health, and countless others whose jobs have titles like Yeoman of the Mouth and make perfect sense in context. Henry's daily routine would exhaust most people. He rises around 6 or 7, hearing Mass almost immediately because religious devotion and political display conveniently overlap. He conducts business in the morning, signing documents, receiving ambassadors, consulting with counsellors, but never so much business that it interferes with dinner at 10 or 11. After dinner comes the real joy of his day: hunting, hawking, tennis, or jousting, depending on weather and mood. Supper arrives around 5 or 6, followed by entertainment, music, cards, dice, dancing, that can continue until midnight. His marriage to Catherine of Aragon seems initially quite successful. Catherine is 23 to Henry 17, which makes her practically an older woman in an era where most royal brides are teenagers. She's intelligent, educated, deeply religious, and genuinely seems to love her young husband. Henry appears equally devoted, calling her his true wife, and clearly enjoying her company. They're crowned together, rule together, and seem to share both affection and respect. Catherine comes from impressive stock. She's the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the monarchs who completed the Reconquista and funded Columbus's voyage. Her upbringing emphasized education and piety in equal measure. She reads Latin, speaks multiple languages, and understands politics with the sophistication of someone raised in one of Europe's most powerful courts. She's not just decorative, she's competent, which Tudor England actually values in its queen consorts. The court Henry creates around himself is magnificent by English standards. The continental observers sometimes find it a bit provincial. The great hall at any of his palaces fills with courtiers wearing their finest clothes. Doublets in rich fabrics, gowns with elaborate sleeves, and hats sporting feathers that cost small fortunes. The tables groan under roasted meats, pies, elaborate sugar sculptures, and wine from France and Spain. Musicians play from galleries while jesters and acrobats provide entertainment between courses. But beneath the magnificence, Henry's court is also a place of careful calculation. Every favour granted creates obligation. Every position filled affects the balance of power between competing noble families. Every smile or frown from the king can make or break careers. The men and women surrounding Henry are playing a complex game where the rules aren't written down but everyone knows them, and the penalty for mistakes can be severe. Henry's approach to kingship in these early years is energetic but not particularly focused. He wants to be a great king, certainly, but his understanding of greatness comes partly from medieval romance and partly from his father's example. Great kings go to war, so Henry will go to war. Great kings are learned, so Henry will be learned. Great kings are pious, so Henry will be pious. It's kingship as performance, and Henry is a natural performer. His counsellors, particularly the brilliant Thomas Wolsey, who rises rapidly to become Lord Chancellor and Cardinal, handle most actual governance. Wolsey is everything Henry isn't: low-born, detail-oriented, and willing to do the boring administrative work that keeps a kingdom functioning. He's also ambitious, clever, and completely devoted to managing Henry's affairs in ways that keep his royal master happy while accumulating power for himself. The relationship between Henry and Wolsey works because it satisfies both men's needs. Henry gets to play king, fighting wars, hosting tournaments, impressing foreign ambassadors, while Wolsey runs the country. Wolsey gets wealth, power and influence far beyond what his butcher's son background would normally allow. It's a partnership that will last for 2 decades and accomplish remarkable things until the moment it doesn't. In these early years, Henry occasionally mentions his desire for a son. Catherine becomes pregnant multiple times, but the babies don't survive. A stillborn daughter, a son who lives only weeks, and more heartbreak. This is common in the 16th century, when infant mortality claims at least 1/3 of all babies, but it's particularly significant when you're trying to secure a dynasty. Still, Henry and Catherine are young. There's time. Everyone says there's time. Henry's England in these early years hums with optimism. The king is young, energetic, and generous. The treasury is full. The wars with France, while expensive and not particularly successful, at least make England feel important on the European stage. The monasteries continue their centuries-old routines. The parish churches anchor their communities. The Pope's authority remains unquestioned. Everything seems stable, permanent, and part of a natural order that will continue indefinitely. No one yet imagines that this golden young king, so devoted to his Spanish Catholic wife, will become the man who breaks England away from Rome. No one suspects that his desperate desire for a son will reshape English religion, politics, and daily life. The revolution is coming, but it approaches quietly, disguised as personal frustration rather than ideological conviction. As the 1520s unfold, you might notice subtle changes in how England's king speaks about authority and power. It's nothing dramatic at first, just a young man in his 30s growing more confident about his own judgment and less interested in deferring to others, even others wearing papal tiaras. Henry's theological education is impressive for a king. Most monarchs content themselves with attending mass and letting clergy handle the complicated stuff. But Henry actually reads theology. His library contains volumes by church fathers like Augustine and Jerome, medieval scholars like Thomas Aquinas, and contemporary humanists. He doesn't just read them, he makes notes in the margins, arguing with long-dead theologians as if they're sitting across from him at dinner. In 1521, Henry writes a book defending the 7 sacraments against Martin Luther's attacks. Yes, writes, not commissions, not takes credit for, but actually writes, complete with crossed-out sections and revisions that scholars will examine centuries later. The book earns him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X, which is deliciously ironic given what's coming. Henry is genuinely proud of this title, wearing it like a teenager wears their first varsity letter. But here's what makes Henry dangerous. He's smart enough to understand complex theological arguments, but convinced enough of his own righteousness to believe that when he understands something differently than traditional interpretation, tradition must be wrong. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect in a crowd, and it's going to reshape a nation. The issue of his marriage to Catherine begins gnawing at Henry like a persistent toothache. By the mid-1520s, Catherine is in her 40s and unlikely to have more children. Their only surviving child is Princess Mary, and England has never successfully been ruled by a queen in her own right. Henry starts wondering if perhaps his marriage was cursed from the beginning. He finds his answer in Leviticus, that Old Testament book of laws that most people skip over. Chapter 20, verse 21. If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. They shall be childless. Never mind that he has a daughter. The Hebrew word, Henry decides, really means sonless. Never mind that the Pope granted a dispensation specifically allowing him to marry his brother's widow. Henry has convinced himself that God is punishing him for violating divine law. This conclusion isn't entirely self-serving, though it conveniently aligns with his desires. Henry genuinely believes in divine judgment and biblical authority. He also genuinely wants a legitimate male heir to prevent the civil war that could erupt if he dies without one. And he very definitely wants to marry Anne Boleyn, the dark-eyed lady-in-waiting who has captured his attention and refuses to become his mistress. Anne Boleyn is not the conventional beauty you might expect. Contemporary descriptions suggest she's interesting-looking rather than pretty. Long neck, dark hair, dark eyes, and an extra finger on one hand that she carefully conceals with long sleeves. But she's sophisticated, having spent years at the French court, educated beyond most women of her time, and possessed of that quality that's impossible to define but instantly recognisable. She's fascinating. More importantly, Anne refuses to sleep with Henry without marriage. Her sister Mary had been the king's mistress and had been discarded when he lost interest. Anne has observed this lesson and drawn conclusions. She'll be queen or nothing, which drives Henry absolutely mad with desire and frustration in equal measure. Henry's approach to solving his great matter, as the proposed annulment becomes known, reveals both his intelligence and his limitations. He deploys theologians to argue his case, commissions scholarly opinions from universities across Europe, and has his agents search libraries for precedents. He's treating his marriage like a legal case to be won through superior argument and evidence. Cardinal Wolsey, that brilliant administrator who's managed England for years, finds himself tasked with accomplishing something nearly impossible, convincing Pope Clement VII to annul Henry's marriage to Catherine, who happens to be the aunt of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor who recently sacked Rome and has the Pope essentially under house arrest. It's like asking someone to convince their captor to anger their captor's aunt. Wolsey tries everything: negotiation, persuasion, legal arguments, implied threats. But it's a chess game where the opposing player controls most of the board. The annulment process drags on for years, and during these years, you can feel England beginning to shift. It's subtle at first, like the change in air pressure before a storm. Henry starts questioning papal authority in ways that would have shocked his younger self. If the Pope won't grant what Henry knows is just, perhaps the Pope's authority isn't as absolute as everyone assumed. Protestant ideas have been filtering into England like water seeping through cracks in a dam. Merchants travelling to the continent bring back books by Luther and other reformers. University scholars debate new theological concepts. Someone keeps smuggling English translations of the Bible into the country, though possessing them is heresy. These aren't mainstream views. Most English people remain thoroughly Catholic, but they're creating intellectual space for questioning traditional authority. Henry's personal piety remains intense even as he questions papal power. He still hears multiple masses daily, still observes fasts and holy days, and still makes pilgrimages to important shrines. But he's developing a distinction in his mind between the eternal truths of Christianity and the institutional structures of the Catholic Church. If those structures stand between him and what he's convinced God wants, perhaps the structures need adjustment. The English clergy finds itself in an impossible position. They owe allegiance to both their king and their pope, which works fine until those two authorities want opposite things. Some clergy, particularly those who've studied Reformed theology, start suggesting that perhaps national churches should govern themselves. Others remain firmly committed to papal supremacy, which is brave but increasingly dangerous. Thomas Cranmer, a Cambridge scholar with quiet manners and radical ideas, enters Henry's circle during this period. Cranmer suggests that instead of asking the Pope for permission, Henry should simply declare that English religious matters should be decided in England. It's a revolutionary idea wrapped in reasonable-sounding language, and Henry loves it. Here's someone telling him that he's not rebelling against proper authority. He's claiming authority that was rightfully his all along. The break with Rome, when it comes, won't happen in a single dramatic moment. Instead, it will unfold across several years through a series of parliamentary acts and royal declarations, each one taking another step away from papal authority while claiming to restore ancient English liberties. It's revolution disguised as restoration, radical change presented as a return to proper order. But before the formal break, you can feel English society recalibrating. Conversations in taverns include speculation about the king's marriage. Sermons from pulpits begin carefully exploring questions about religious authority. Nobles calculate which side they should support. Families divided by religious conviction navigate increasingly awkward dinners. The foundations are shifting, though the building still looks solid from outside. Henry himself becomes more unpredictable during these years of frustration. He's in his 30s now, no longer the golden youth of his coronation. His leg, injured in a jousting accident, troubles him increasingly. His temper, always quick, becomes quicker. He's used to getting what he wants, and the continued resistance to his annulment offends him both politically and personally. He's the king. Shouldn't that mean something? The thing about Henry that makes him particularly dangerous as a religious revolutionary is that he doesn't think of himself as revolutionary. In his mind, he's defending proper order against papal overreach. He's claiming rights that English kings always possessed but previous generations failed to exercise. He's not breaking with Catholic doctrine, he's breaking with papal authority over England, which in his increasingly firm conviction are entirely different things. The transformation of England's religious life doesn't happen with trumpets and proclamations announcing that everything has changed. Instead, it arrives quietly, almost apologetically, disguised as administrative reform and legal clarification. In 1531, Henry has Parliament declare him Supreme Head of the Church of England, with the careful qualifier as far as the law of Christ allows, which is just vague enough to let everyone interpret it however they need to. Clergy who find this uncomfortable can focus on the qualifier. Reformers can focus on the main clause. Henry can present it as simple recognition of existing reality. The Act of Supremacy in 1534 removes the qualifier and makes it official. The king, not the Pope, is the supreme head of the church in England. If you're a parish priest reading this proclamation to your congregation, you might notice the awkward silence that follows. Your parishioners aren't sure how to react. Nothing looks different. Same church building, same vestments, same Latin Mass. But somehow everything has changed. Thomas Cromwell, who has become Henry's chief minister after Wolsey's fall, approaches the transformation of England with the efficiency of a modern corporate restructurer. Where Wolsey was a cardinal first and an administrator second, Cromwell is purely practical, a blacksmith's son who understands that power comes not from noble birth or church office, but from controlling information and process. Cromwell sends commissioners across England to inventory church property, a process called the Valor Ecclesiasticus. Imagine teams of men with paper and pens visiting your local monastery, counting every candlestick, measuring every acre of land, and calculating every pound of income. They're creating a database of ecclesiastical wealth, though nobody uses that term yet. The monks and nuns watch this inventory process with growing unease, sensing that you don't count things this carefully unless you're planning to take them. The dissolution of the monasteries begins in 1536 with the smaller houses, those with annual incomes under $200. The official justification involves moral failings, laziness, and corruption, though most monasteries probably function no better or worse than they have for centuries. The real reason is simpler. Henry needs money. Wars with France have depleted his father's carefully accumulated treasury, and hundreds of monasteries collectively own somewhere between a quarter and a third of England's land. If you're living near a monastery in 1536, you watch with mixed feelings as the commissioners arrive. The monastery provided employment for local people, bought supplies from local merchants, operated a hospital that treated anyone who showed up, ran a school where boys learned to read and write, and gave food to the poor every week. It's also wealthy while paying no taxes, holds ancient rites that sometimes burden the community, and houses monks whose behaviour isn't always as spiritual as their vows suggest. The dissolution process is surprisingly bureaucratic. Commissioners inventory the property, pension off the monks and nuns, and sell the valuable items: gold and silver plate, lead from the roofs, bells from the towers, and even the stone from the buildings themselves. Local people sometimes buy chunks of monastery to build their own houses, which means 600 years later, someone will be living in a cottage whose walls include stones that once echoed with Gregorian chant. The speed of physical transformation is startling. A monastery that stood for 400 years can be stripped and partially demolished in months. Visit the site a year later, and you'll find ruins open to the sky, ivy already beginning to reclaim walls, and locals using the old chapter house as a sheep pen. The destruction is so complete that people will later assume these ruins must be ancient. Surely nothing so recent could look so thoroughly lost, but the transformation goes deeper than dismantling buildings. The dissolution eliminates the entire monastic network that provided social services across England. Hospitals close, schools disappear, the regular distribution of food to the poor stops. Travellers lose their free accommodation. Monasteries that copied manuscripts and preserved learning are gone. It's like simultaneously shutting down hospitals, hotels, schools, libraries, and social welfare offices across an entire nation. Some communities resist. In northern England, the Pilgrimage of Grace brings together thousands of people. Not just monks, but farmers, merchants, and local nobles, demanding restoration of the monasteries and the old ways. It's the largest popular uprising of Tudor England, and Henry handles it with his characteristic combination of promises and ruthlessness. He makes concessions, waits for the rebels to disperse, then arrests the leaders and executes them. By the time he's finished, nobody else wants to lead a rebellion. The larger monasteries fall between 1538 and 1540. Even the great houses like Glastonbury Abbey, that once seemed as permanent as the hills themselves. The dissolution transfers an enormous amount of property into royal hands, which Henry immediately begins selling or granting to loyal supporters. It's the largest redistribution of property in England since the Norman conquest, and it creates a class of landowners whose wealth depends on the religious changes continuing. You can't go back to the old system without dispossessing thousands of newly wealthy families who now have strong interests in maintaining the new order. Religious practice itself changes more gradually. The Latin Mass continues in most parishes, looking and sounding almost identical to what it's always been. But small changes appear like cracks in familiar surfaces. Certain feast days are eliminated. Shrines to saints are dismantled and their treasures seized. Pilgrimages, once a standard part of religious life, are discouraged. The veneration of relics, those bits of bone and cloth supposedly from saints, is criticised as superstition. English Bibles begin appearing in churches, enormous volumes chained to lecterns so nobody can steal them. For people who can read, this is revolutionary. They can now check whether the priest's Latin sermon actually reflects what the text says. For people who can't read, which is most people, someone in the community usually can, and Bible reading becomes a communal activity as people gather to hear scripture in their own language. The theological changes are more subtle. Henry insists he's maintained Catholic doctrine even while rejecting papal authority. The 6 Articles of 1539 reaffirm traditional beliefs about transubstantiation, clerical celibacy, and confession. But the door has been opened to questioning, and once you start questioning one form of authority, it becomes harder to insist on unquestioning acceptance of others. Thomas Cranmer, now Archbishop of Canterbury, begins carefully, cautiously, pushing England toward more Protestant positions. He's a brilliant politician who understands that Henry won't accept dramatic changes, so he works incrementally. A modification to the liturgy here, a revised prayer there, slowly shifting the service away from medieval Catholic practice towards something more reformed. The chantries come under scrutiny next. These are endowments for priests to say masses for the dead, based on the Catholic doctrine of purgatory. Wealthy people have for centuries left money to pay for prayers that will shorten their time in purgatory's purifying fires. If you question purgatory's existence, these endowments become pointless, and the property supporting them becomes available for other purposes, like funding the king's government. Daily life for ordinary English people becomes religiously confusing. Your grandparents taught you to pray to saints, to make pilgrimages, and to purchase indulgences. The old priest emphasised these practices as essential for salvation. The new priest says they're superstition. You're supposed to stop venerating relics, but continue believing in transubstantiation. You should read the Bible in English, but maintain traditional liturgy in Latin. It's like trying to follow rules that keep changing without anyone quite explaining the new system. The destruction of religious art represents a particularly visible loss. Parish churches contained centuries of accumulated beauty, painted walls showing biblical scenes, stained glass windows depicting saints, elaborate wooden screens carved by local craftsmen, and statues that children had always known. Commissioners order this art destroyed as idolatrous, and people watch as beauty accumulated over generations is whitewashed, smashed, or carted away. Something about this destruction feels wrong even to people who support reform. Must transformation require such comprehensive elimination of the past? The religious upheaval reshapes English daily life in ways both obvious and subtle, like water changing course and cutting new channels through a familiar landscape. Your morning still begins with bells, but fewer bells than before. The monastic hours that once punctuated each day with their bronze voices have fallen silent, leaving only parish church bells to mark the passing time. The absence is like missing teeth in a smile. You don't notice until you do, and then you can't stop noticing. The calendar itself has changed. Those feast days that once dotted the year like raisins in a pudding, giving breaks from labour and reasons for community celebration, have been drastically reduced. The new religious authorities consider many saints' days to be superstitious excess, but to working people, they will welcome breaks in the grinding routine of labour. Fewer holy days means more work days, which pleases employers but not employees. Food culture shifts in unexpected ways. The Catholic Church required fasting on Fridays and during Lent. No meat, though fish was permitted. This created a huge market for fish, supporting coastal communities and providing nutrition to people who might not otherwise afford protein. As Protestant ideas spread and fasting requirements are questioned, the fish trade suffers. Parliament eventually has to pass laws requiring fish consumption on certain days for purely economic reasons, which creates the odd situation of enforcing religious dietary rules for commercial purposes after abandoning them for spiritual reasons. The poor feel the dissolution of monasteries most acutely. That weekly distribution of food from the abbey is gone. The hospital that treated anyone who arrived no longer exists. The monks who provided education to clever children from poor families have dispersed. The travellers' accommodation has closed. The result is more people with nowhere to turn when times are hard, which in the 16th century is frequently. Parishes find themselves responsible for poor relief without the resources monasteries once provided. The parish has to care for its own poor, which sounds reasonable, until you realise poor people can't travel to find work without losing their parish residence, effectively trapping them in poverty. It's like deleting the social safety net and replacing it with a smaller, less effective local version, while pretending you've improved things. Education transforms from religious to secular control, though the transition takes decades and leaves gaps. Monastery schools have vanished. Cathedral schools continue but with different emphasis. Grammar schools begin appearing, funded by merchant money or wealthy individuals rather than religious houses. The education is still heavily religious. You can't escape that in Tudor England, but its purpose shifts from training clergy to training gentlemen and professionals. The English language itself begins changing as religious vocabulary transforms. Words like priest acquire different implications depending on whether you're Protestant or Catholic. Church might mean the building, the community of believers, or the institutional structure, and which meaning you intend says something about your religious position. The Bible in English introduces Hebrew and Greek concepts directly into common speech, enriching the language even as religious controversy divides communities. Women's roles shift in complex ways. The dissolution of nunneries eliminates the one respectable option for women who didn't want to marry, or whose families couldn't provide dowries. Before the dissolution, an educated woman could become a prioress or abbess, managing substantial property and wielding real authority. After the dissolution, that path no longer exists. Marriage becomes more thoroughly compulsory, which isn't liberation even if Protestant theology emphasises companionate marriage over Catholic acceptance of celibacy. Architecture begins changing, though gradually. New houses built by families who bought monastery lands look different from medieval styles, more Renaissance influence, more classical proportions, and larger windows now that clear glass is becoming more available. The country houses rising on former monastery land represent a new class of gentry, whose wealth comes from royal favour and land speculation rather than ancient inheritance. The art of dying changes significantly. Catholic tradition included elaborate rituals surrounding death, last rites, prayers for the dead, and masses purchased to shorten time in purgatory. Protestant theology questions purgatory's existence, which removes the urgency around deathbed preparations while also eliminating the comfort many people found in believing they could help deceased loved ones through prayer and paid masses. Guilds and confraternities, those medieval organisations that combined professional organisation with religious brotherhood, find their religious functions questioned. The guild still regulates who can practice certain trades, but the shared masses, the processions on patron saints' days, and the religious obligations that bound members together, these are increasingly problematic. Some guilds adapt, others decline, and urban community life becomes somehow more commercial and less communal. Publishing explodes as religious controversy creates demand for books and pamphlets arguing different positions. Print shops in London and other cities churn out Bibles, prayer books, theological treatises, and controversial pamphlets. The government tries to control this through licensing and censorship, but books are small and smuggling is easy. Ideas spread faster than authorities can suppress them, which is both thrilling and frightening depending on which ideas you support. Music in churches shifts from elaborate polyphony sung by trained choirs to simpler hymns that congregations can actually sing together. The glorious complexity of late medieval church music is being replaced by something more participatory, but perhaps less transcendent. If you loved that soaring polyphony, this feels like loss. If you always felt excluded by Latin hymns you couldn't understand sung by professionals you couldn't match, the change feels like finally being invited to participate. The rhythm of the week changes as Sunday becomes more strictly observed. Protestant emphasis on Sabbath rest means fewer of the entertainments that once accompanied holy days. No dancing, no plays, and no excessive merrymaking on the Lord's Day. This creates a peculiarly English Sunday, quiet, sober, and boring to children then and now, but also theoretically a day of rest that even servants and apprentices should receive. Legal changes ripple through daily life. Church courts, which once handled cases involving morality, marriage, wills, and defamation, lose jurisdiction to secular courts. This sounds technical until you realise it affects where you go if your neighbour slanders you, how you contest a will, or how you prove your marriage is valid. The familiar systems people relied on for generations are being replaced with new structures that work differently and require different expertise. Market days continue as always. The need to buy and sell predates any religious controversy, but the character of markets shifts subtly. Fewer religious festivals means fewer special market days. The dissolution of monasteries eliminates major institutional buyers of agricultural products. Former monastery land being converted to sheep pasture by new owners changes what's being produced. The invisible hand of the market is adjusting to religious upheaval in ways economists won't theorise about for centuries. Travel becomes simultaneously easier and harder. Easier because you no longer have to coordinate pilgrimages around the religious calendar or obtain permissions from church authorities. Harder because the network of monastic guest houses has vanished, leaving travellers dependent on commercial inns that cost money. The highways are more crowded with people seeking work after losing positions in dissolved religious houses, which makes roads both busier and potentially more dangerous. Family life absorbs these changes like a sponge absorbs water, gradually pervasively changing texture in the process. Parents who grew up in thoroughly Catholic England must raise children in this new, confused religious landscape. Do you teach your daughter to pray to the Virgin Mary as you were taught? Or is that now a dangerous superstition? Do you tell your son about purgatory, or has that been definitively rejected? The answers depend on which priest is currently preaching, which faction is currently dominant, and how willing you are to risk being labelled either heretic or papist. The English language of religion is creating unexpected intimacy with Scripture. When you hear the Bible in Latin, it sounds sacred, mysterious, and authoritative. When you hear it in English, it sometimes sounds strange or even shocking. The Song of Solomon is quite explicit once you understand it. The prophet's complaints about Israel's unfaithfulness use metaphors that make sense but aren't exactly polite dinner conversation. Suddenly, Scripture is both more accessible and more difficult to explain to children. Neighbourliness grows complicated as religious divisions cut through communities. Your neighbour with whom you've lived peacefully for years turns out to hold different views about transubstantiation, which shouldn't matter except that it increasingly does. Do you associate with known Catholics at risk of being suspect yourself? Do you shun reformers even though you've known them since childhood? These aren't theoretical questions. They're the stuff of daily social navigation in a time when religious positions carry political consequences. Clothes don't change dramatically, but they become markers of religious affiliation in subtle ways. Sober colours and simple cuts suggest Protestant sympathies, while elaborate decoration might indicate Catholic leanings, though these associations are fluid and unreliable. Looking too Catholic can be dangerous, but looking too Protestant can also attract negative attention. Fashion becomes a negotiation between personal preference and political prudence. Entertainment adapts to the new religious landscape. The mystery plays that once dramatised biblical stories during religious festivals are increasingly problematic. They're religious instruction but also performance. Catholic in origin but popular with everyone. Traditional but potentially heretical depending on current theological position. Some continue with modifications, others disappear, leaving gaps in community life that nothing quite replaces. Furniture in homes gradually changes as Protestant theology emphasises word over image. That small altar in the corner where your grandmother kept candles and a picture of the Virgin becomes awkward. Do you remove it and risk offending older family members, or keep it and risk visits from officials checking for Catholic sympathies? Many families compromise. The altar is quietly dismantled, but the picture is kept in a drawer just in case. The pub, that essential English institution, becomes more important as church-centred community life diminishes. When holy days no longer provide regular community gatherings, people need other places to meet, talk, and maintain social bonds. The alehouse serves this function, though religious authorities frequently complain about how much time people spend drinking instead of attending services or reading scripture. Children growing up in this era of transformation experience a different England than their parents knew. They learn English prayers instead of Latin ones, read English Bibles in church, and never know a world with monasteries. To them, the changes their parents describe sound like fairy tales about a lost world. They can't quite imagine what was lost because they've only known what replaced it. Seasonal rhythms shift as agricultural practice adapts to new land ownership patterns. The great monastic estates, once managed for long-term sustainability and community support, are being divided, sold, consolidated and managed for profit. Former common lands are being enclosed, and former monastery fields are being converted to more lucrative uses. The landscape itself is being reorganised according to economic logic, rather than traditional usage rights. Death, always a constant companion in the 16th century, becomes religiously uncertain. The elaborate Catholic funeral rites, the prayers, the paid masses, the belief that the living could help the dead, provided both comfort and structure for grief. Protestant theology offers different comfort. The deceased is in God's hands, prayer can't change their fate, which some find liberating and others find cold. Grief remains, but the approved ways of expressing and addressing it have changed. By the time Henry VIII dies in 1547, England has become something unprecedented. A nation that's Catholic in doctrine but Protestant in governance, traditional in practice but radical in theory, conservative by royal decree but unsettled in popular opinion. The England Henry leaves behind is thoroughly confused about its religious identity, which is partly his doing and partly the inevitable result of trying to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority. It's like trying to follow a recipe while substituting different ingredients and insisting the result is the original dish. But something deeper has shifted beyond the specific theological positions. England has discovered that it can exist independently of continental approval. For centuries, English kings looked to the Pope for legitimacy, to France for cultural standards, and to Rome for intellectual authority. Henry's break with Rome, whatever its motivation, has forced England to develop its own answers to religious and political questions. The English Bible, which Henry authorised despite his conservative theology, proves transformative in ways nobody initially anticipated. Now that ordinary people can read scripture themselves, they start developing their own interpretations. Religious authority becomes less about receiving instruction and more about individual understanding, which is fundamentally Protestant even when the reader doesn't identify as Protestant. The dissolution of monasteries has redistributed so much property that thousands of families now have vested interest in preventing Catholic restoration. They've bought monastery lands, built houses on them, and established their fortunes through Henry's religious policies. Going back to the old system would impoverish them, so they become committed defenders of the new order even if they don't particularly care about theology. Parliament has grown stronger through its role in authorising religious changes. Henry needed parliamentary acts to break with Rome, dissolve monasteries, and establish royal supremacy. Each act increased Parliament's importance and set precedents for legislative authority over matters that were previously considered royal prerogative. England is accidentally developing constitutional government while trying to manage religious transformation. The English language has gained prestige through its religious use. When the Bible, prayer book, and religious instruction all appear in English rather than Latin, the language stops being merely vernacular and becomes worthy of serious literature and scholarship. This linguistic nationalism will eventually contribute to an extraordinary flowering of English literature, though Shakespeare is still decades in the future. National identity is forming around these religious changes in ways that will last centuries. To be English will increasingly mean to be Protestant, while to be Catholic will seem somehow foreign. This association is unfair to English Catholics, who are as thoroughly English as anyone, but it becomes embedded in national consciousness. English patriotism and Protestant identity become intertwined in ways that shape everything from politics to poetry. The Royal Navy, which will eventually make England a global power, is growing during this period partly because Henry's break with Rome makes continental Catholic powers potential enemies. Island nations need strong navies, and England is learning this lesson through religious controversy. The ships being built during Henry's later years will defend England against Spain and eventually control sea lanes that connect continents. Education is expanding even as its religious character shifts. Grammar schools are being founded, sometimes on the property of dissolved monasteries, teaching Latin, Greek, and increasingly English to boys whose fathers can afford to send them. These schools will produce the next generation of administrators, clergy, lawyers, and writers who will run Elizabethan England and create its cultural achievements. The printing press, which arrived in England just decades before Henry's break with Rome, has become a tool of religious transformation. Every theological pamphlet, every English Bible, and every prayer book represents technology enabling religious change. In an era without electronic media, print is revolutionary, making ideas portable, permanent, and reproducible in ways that oral culture never allowed. English cooking loses some of its medieval complexity as fish days are reduced and spices become less essential for preserving meat. The elaborate cuisine of the late Middle Ages, with its emphasis on strong flavours and exotic ingredients, gradually gives way to something simpler, heartier, and more focused on the quality of basic ingredients. English food is developing its reputation for plainness, though whether this is progress is debatable. Architecture is creating a distinctly English style that combines medieval Gothic traditions with Renaissance classical influences and Protestant simplicity. The great houses being built by Henry's courtiers and their successors will define English architectural taste for centuries. Those long galleries, those symmetrical facades, and those elaborate gardens designed for entertaining rather than monastic contemplation. Music is diverging from continental Catholic traditions while developing its own character. English composers are creating works that reflect the Protestant emphasis on text comprehension while maintaining the sophisticated musical tradition that England has always possessed. The music of Thomas Tallis and his contemporaries sounds distinctly English, in ways that earlier church music, based on continental models, did not. The concept of loyalty is being redefined. For centuries, English people owed allegiance to king, country, and pope, in a hierarchy that usually didn't conflict. Henry's break with Rome forced a choice. When king and pope disagreed, which authority was supreme? England chose the king, establishing a pattern of national loyalty over religious obedience that will shape English identity through future centuries. Women's literacy is slowly increasing as Protestant emphasis on Bible reading extends to daughters as well as sons. If everyone should read scripture, then girls need education too, at least enough to read the Bible and prayer book. This isn't equality. Girls' education remains limited compared to boys, but it's a foundation that future generations will build upon. The merchant class is growing wealthier and more confident. The men who bought monastery lands, who trade with the continent, and who finance ventures to the Americas are developing economic power that will eventually translate into political influence. Tudor England is accidentally creating the conditions for capitalism while trying to solve religious controversies. Regional distinctions are becoming more pronounced as religious changes affect different areas unevenly. The North, more conservative and more attached to monasteries, resists changes that the South accepts more readily. Wales and Cornwall, with their distinct languages and cultures, experience religious transformation differently than England proper. Unity is more aspiration than reality. The legal profession expands as religious changes create endless litigation. Questions about property rights from dissolved monasteries, validity of marriages under changing rules, and enforcement of religious conformity all require lawyers. The Inns of Court training lawyers in London are becoming more important, creating a professional class that will influence England's political development for centuries. Henry's personal life continues chaotically through these years of national transformation. He marries Jane Seymour, who gives him the son he desperately wanted, Edward, but dies shortly after childbirth. He marries Anne of Cleves in a political alliance that fails immediately because Henry finds her unattractive. He marries Catherine Howard, who is young enough to be his granddaughter, then executes her for adultery. Finally, he marries Catherine Parr, who manages to outlive him partly through extraordinary tact and partly through luck. Each marriage, each divorce, or each execution reinforces that the king's personal life and England's religious policies are inseparable. Henry wanted an annulment, couldn't get papal permission, broke with Rome, and in the process transformed a nation. Its cause and effect operating on a scale usually reserved for wars or plagues, except the catalyst was one man's desperate desire for a legitimate son and his equally strong conviction that God supported his claim. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps refreshing that warm drink, let's contemplate what Henry VIII left behind. Not just the obvious political and religious changes, but the subtle ways his reign reshaped how England thought about itself and its place in the world. Henry died in January 1547, enormously fat, probably weighing over 300 pounds, in constant pain from his ulcerated leg, and convinced of his own righteousness until the end. His will provided for elaborate prayers for his soul, despite Protestant questioning of prayers for the dead, because Henry never stopped being Catholic in his own mind, even as he destroyed Catholic institutional power in England. His son Edward VI, that desperately wanted male heir, ruled for only 6 years before dying at 15. During Edward's brief reign, Protestant reformers pushed England further from Catholic practices than Henry ever intended. The Latin Mass disappeared, replaced with English prayer services. Priests were allowed to marry, church interiors were whitewashed and stripped of remaining decoration. Henry's attempt to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority collapsed into something much more thoroughly Protestant. Then came Mary, Henry's daughter, by Catherine of Aragon, who tried desperately to reverse her father's religious policies and restore England to Catholic obedience. Her 5-year reign saw the return of papal authority, the restoration of some monasteries, and the burning of Protestant heretics, which earned her the nickname Bloody Mary, and ensured that her religious policies would die with her. You can't reverse a generation of change through force, especially when so many people have economic interest in maintaining the new system. Finally, Elizabeth I, Henry's daughter by Anne Boleyn, created what became known as the Elizabethan settlement, a moderate Protestant church that retained some traditional practices while firmly rejecting papal authority. Elizabeth understood what her father, brother and sister had not, that most English people wanted religious stability more than doctrinal purity. They were exhausted by change, frightened by religious violence, and ready for someone to simply make decisions and stick with them. The Church of England that emerged from this Tudor tumult was something unique. Protestant in theology but Catholic in structure, reformed in doctrine but traditional in practice, independent of Rome but connected to Christian history. It was Henry's compromise extended and elaborated, made workable through Elizabeth's political genius, and the English people's practical acceptance that this was preferable to continued turmoil. The dissolution of monasteries permanently altered the English landscape. Those ruins you can still visit, Rievaulx, Fountains, Tintern, are monuments to this transformation. 600 years of Benedictine, Cistercian and Augustinian life ended in a decade, and the physical remnants became romantic ruins that later generations would paint and photograph, forgetting they represented the violent destruction of an entire way of life. The land redistribution created a gentry class that would dominate English politics for centuries. The families who bought monastery lands became the country's governing class, serving as justices of the peace, sitting in Parliament and providing local administration. English governance became less centralised and more based on local elites who had both authority and property, a system that worked surprisingly well until it didn't. English national identity crystallised around these religious changes in ways that Henry couldn't have predicted. To be English came to mean being Protestant, being independent of continental Catholic powers, and being loyal to the crown over the Pope. This identity would shape England's conflicts with Spain and France, its eventual overseas expansion, and its internal politics for centuries. The Act of Supremacy established the principle that Parliament could legislate on religious matters, which was revolutionary even if nobody quite realised it at the time. Religious authority came from law rather than tradition or divine appointment. This principle would eventually extend to all areas of governance, making Parliament supreme and establishing the constitutional monarchy that England still technically maintains. The English Bible proved perhaps the most lasting of Henry's unintended legacies. He authorised it for political reasons, but once ordinary people could read scripture themselves, religious authority could never be purely hierarchical again. Every reader became potentially a theologian. Every interpretation created potential controversy. Authority had to be justified through persuasion rather than simply imposed through position. The destruction of Catholic art and religious culture left gaps that took generations to fill. English music, visual art and literature had to develop new forms that reflected Protestant values while satisfying human aesthetic needs. This eventually produced extraordinary achievements. Shakespeare's plays, the King James Bible, English madrigals, but represented a break with medieval artistic traditions that was both liberating and costly. The social welfare system never recovered from the dissolution of monasteries. England developed poor laws that made parishes responsible for their own poor, but this system was less comprehensive and less generous than what monasteries had provided. The poorest English people were probably worse off after the dissolution than before, which is an irony given the Protestant emphasis on charity and social responsibility. Women lost options without recovering equivalent alternatives. The convents that once provided respectable life choices for women who didn't marry disappeared, while Protestant emphasis on marriage made spinsterhood more problematic. Some women gained from the Protestant emphasis on Bible reading and spiritual equality, but institutional opportunities actually decreased. Henry's personal reputation underwent fascinating transformations over the centuries. To Protestants, he became the hero who freed England from papal tyranny, despite his conservative theology. To Catholics, he became the villain who destroyed England's Catholic heritage for personal reasons, despite his initial defence of Catholic doctrine. To moderns, he's often that fascinating monster, brilliant, charismatic, ruthless, and ultimately tragic in his desperate quest for dynasty. The historical debate about whether Henry was a reformer or opportunist, a hero or villain, and a visionary or egotist continues because he was genuinely all of these things. He broke with Rome for personal reasons but created space for genuine religious reform. He brutally suppressed opposition but was sincerely convinced of his righteousness. He destroyed monasteries for money but believed he was correcting religious error. His motives were selfish. His consequences were transformative. The Tudor period's religious turmoil taught England lessons about tolerance that wouldn't be fully learned for generations. The burning of heretics under Mary, the persecution of Catholics under Elizabeth, and the continued conflicts over religious conformity all demonstrated that religious uniformity enforced through violence creates resentment rather than genuine agreement. Eventually, centuries later, England would develop religious tolerance. Though the path would be long and painful, the expansion of literacy that began with English Bibles and prayer books created a reading public that would eventually demand more than religious texts. By Elizabeth's reign, printing presses were producing plays, poems, histories, and practical manuals. The culture of literacy that emerged from religious controversy laid the groundwork for England's literary achievements. Architecture and landscape design reflecting Protestant values, simpler, more focused on function, less concerned with religious symbolism, created distinctly English aesthetic preferences. The great houses with their long galleries and Protestant simplicity, the gardens designed for pleasure rather than contemplation, and the churches stripped of statuary but retaining their basic Gothic structure, all reflected this Protestant transformation of physical space. The Royal Navy's development during and after Henry's reign, partly motivated by the need to defend Protestant England against Catholic powers, eventually made England a global power. The same religious controversies that destroyed monasteries and persecuted dissenters also built the ships that would defeat the Spanish Armada and eventually create a worldwide empire. Legal developments during Henry's reign, particularly Parliament's increased authority and the expansion of secular courts at the expense of church courts, laid foundations for English common law's development. The legal system that emerged from Tudor religious controversies would eventually be exported to England's colonies, influencing legal traditions across multiple continents. The scientific revolution that would flourish in 17th century England was partly enabled by Henry's religious changes. Once religious authority became questionable, all authority became potentially questionable. The habit of questioning established truths in religion transferred to questioning established truths in natural philosophy, creating intellectual space for scientific inquiry. As your warm drink cools and your eyes grow heavy, consider one final thought about Henry VIII and his transformation of England. The changes he initiated continued evolving long after his death, creating consequences he never imagined and solving problems he didn't know existed. The Church of England he created became the foundation for worldwide Anglican communion, spreading across continents as England expanded overseas. Churches from Nigeria to Australia to Canada trace their institutional ancestry to Henry's break with Rome, though they might emphasise Thomas Cranmer's theology over Henry's politics. The English language he elevated through biblical translation became a global language, carried by English speakers across oceans and continents, eventually becoming the international language of business, science, and diplomacy. The King James Bible, published 60 years after Henry's death, shaped English prose style for centuries and remains in print today. The principle of parliamentary supremacy he accidentally strengthened by using Parliament to authorise religious changes became the foundation of English constitutional government. When American colonists argued that Parliament had no authority to tax them without representation, they were invoking principles that emerged partly from Tudor religious controversies. The nationalism he fostered by making England religiously independent contributed to England's resistance to various continental threats: the Spanish Armada, Napoleon's empire, and Hitler's invasion plans. English identity formed around this idea of independence became a resource during times of crisis. But Henry's legacy also includes religious divisions that persisted for centuries. Catholics faced discrimination and legal disabilities in England until the 19th century. The tensions between Protestant and Catholic in Northern Ireland trace partly to the Tudor transformation of religion. Religious strife that Henry's actions initiated killed thousands across multiple generations. The destruction of monasteries and religious art represents cultural loss that can never be fully calculated. We'll never hear the music that was lost, read the manuscripts that were burned, or see the art that was smashed. Every whitewashed church wall represents not just religious transformation, but cultural impoverishment, however necessary reformers considered it. The social welfare gaps created by monastic dissolution took centuries to address through alternative institutions. Modern social security systems are attempting to solve problems that Tudor England created when it destroyed medieval Catholic social infrastructure without providing adequate replacements. Yet without Henry's break with Rome, England might have remained a minor European power, culturally derivative and politically subordinate. The independence, political, religious and intellectual, that emerged from Tudor religious controversies created space for English achievements in everything from literature to science to political philosophy. Shakespeare's plays, written during Elizabeth's reign, emerged from a culture transformed by Henry's actions. The English identity Shakespeare explored and celebrated in his histories and comedies was partly created by his grandfather's generation's experience of religious transformation. The language Shakespeare perfected was enriched by religious controversy and biblical translation. The scientific revolution that produced Newton, Boyle, and other English scientists emerged partly from habits of questioning authority that began with religious reformation. Once people questioned papal authority, intellectual authority of all kinds became potentially questionable, creating space for empirical investigation over traditional explanations. England's distinctive political development, its constitutional monarchy, its parliamentary supremacy, its gradual extension of political rights, connects in complicated ways to religious controversies that began with Henry. Religious tolerance emerged slowly from religious strife. Limited government emerged partly from centuries of negotiating religious settlements that required compromise rather than absolute authority. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect that Henry VIII never intended most of what his actions produced. He wanted a son and an annulment. Instead, he triggered changes that reshaped religion, politics, culture, and national identity across centuries. History rarely unfolds as anyone plans. Small decisions combine with structural forces to produce outcomes nobody predicted. The young king who loved theology and wanted to defend Catholic orthodoxy became the man who broke England from Rome. The desperate father seeking a legitimate male heir became the catalyst for religious revolution. The monarch trying to maintain tradition while solving a personal problem became an agent of transformation. England before Henry was one kind of place, medieval, Catholic, looking to the continent for cultural leadership. England after Henry was something different, Protestant, independent, developing its own cultural confidence. The transition was painful and costly, independent, and produced winners and losers across every social class. But it created the foundation for the England that would eventually emerge as a global power, for better and worse. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, you're part of a world Henry helped create. The English language you speak was elevated partly through his religious policies. The ideas about limited government and individual rights that shaped modern democracies emerged partly from the English experience of religious transformation. The scientific worldview that produced modern technology developed partly in the intellectual space created by questioning religious authority. Henry VIII died over 470 years ago, but his decisions echo forward into our present. Every time someone questions authority, reads scripture in their own language, or argues that national sovereignty matters, they're continuing conversations Henry helped begin, though usually without knowing it. Sleep well, knowing that history is made not just by great plans and noble intentions, but by human beings pursuing very human desires: love, legitimacy, authority, certainty, in ways that produce consequences far beyond their imagining. Henry wanted a son. Instead, he got a legacy. Whether that's tragedy or triumph depends on your perspective and which aspects of the legacy you're measuring. The bells that once marked monastic hours are silent now, but you can still hear church bells if you listen. The monasteries are ruins, but they're stones-built houses people still inhabit. The old faith disappeared officially, but traces remain in language, culture, and memory. Everything changed. Nothing completely disappeared. That's perhaps the real lesson of Henry's Reformation. Transformation is never as complete as revolutionaries hope or conservatives fear. Rest now, and dream perhaps of a younger, simpler England. where stone monasteries caught the morning light and bells marked the hours, where change came slowly and the old ways seemed eternal. Or dream of the England that emerged, confident, independent, finding its own voice and identity. Both Englands existed, one after the other, separated by a few decades of tumultuous transformation, led by an unlikely revolutionary king who never quite meant to revolutionize anything. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll rise into a world still shaped by those distant Tudor transformations, still wrestling with questions about authority, identity, and faith that Henry's choices made urgent 5 centuries ago. But tonight, rest. Let history become a story, and let the story become the gentle companion of sleep. Born in the port city of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive, grinding tasks of carding, spinning, and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in 6 dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores, where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, hands not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy, or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing, but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him. In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coast dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference, he was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he were successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine, one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism: floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialized. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, they saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, two distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors. Missionaries and fortune-seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native islanders engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in: cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread, on both sides, often fueled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated: mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Mid-Dawn natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded. forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies, and defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with skepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the scowl of the Spanish crown, and so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning. The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalized by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorized his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognised his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis. that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge like astronomy for short-term advantage. Eventually he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the Crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure, a man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval, and yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognized these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realized. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian exchange, is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic, driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands. Competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiralled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across two continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, he was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples' Day. The conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration, a thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society, exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. history, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, he represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labor in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth, not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, admitting error could jeopardize not just personal pride but the entire framework of royal patronage. Stubbornness, ironically, became a tool for survival in a cutthroat political environment. Historians continue to unearth documents that colour in the details of Columbus's relationships with both the Spanish monarchy and his relatives. Personal letters reveal a man vexed by the shifting allegiances at court and haunted by financial concerns. He yearned for the wealth and social status that successful explorers could attain, believing that divine providence had chosen him to fulfill a monumental role in human destiny. This near-messianic self-perception sometimes contradicted the messy and often brutal realities he oversaw in the colonies. Whether reviled or revered, Columbus stands as a testament to how individual actions can reverberate through the centuries. The controversies surrounding how modern societies commemorate him reflect broader debates about how we confront our collective past. How do we honour navigational feats while acknowledging the suffering inflicted by colonial pursuits? How do we teach the achievements of exploration alongside the tragedies that followed in its wake? The question of where Columbus fits within the moral landscape of history has no simple answer. For people in their middle years, like those between 45 and 54, revisiting Columbus can be a striking exercise in re-evaluation. Many of us learned a sanitized version in our youth, a simplistic epic of heroic discovery. Over time, reading more broadly or hearing stories from descendants of colonized communities might challenge those old narratives. The hallmark of historical awareness in one's middle years often involves reconciling childhood lessons with a more nuanced and frequently uncomfortable truth. Columbus's story exemplifies this process. Today, as technology allows us near-instant access to the world's knowledge, it's sobering to recall the day Columbus ventured into the unknown with only sails and unwavering belief. That leap, underpinned by flawed assumptions, still gave birth to our interconnected modern world. A world where the ripple effects of his crossing shape our politics, cultures, and environment. Whether we choose to cast him as a visionary, a reckless conqueror, or both, the fact remains, his voyages forever altered the course of history. And in contemplating his legacy, we peer into this broader quandary of how explorations, well-intentioned or not, can unleash forces that transcend the visions of those who first set them in motion. In closing, Harry Houdini's story begins not with fanfare but with a toddler on a rickety ship bound for America. Born Eric Weiss in Budapest on March 24, 1874, he was the fourth of 7 children to a rabbi father and his wife. The family emigrated to the United States in 1878, landing in Wisconsin. Young Eric, as he was nicknamed, grew up on miracles far less glamorous than grand illusions. His father lost his first pulpit in 1882, and the Weiss family fell into dire poverty. Eric, a small-town boy with lofty aspirations, skillfully juggled his work and survival obligations with his early showbiz instincts. By age 9, he was performing as a trapeze artist and billing himself as Erich, the Prince of the Air, in one of many makeshift tent shows. Even as a child, he seemed to understand that real escape was needed. Escaping hunger with shoe shining and newspaper rounds, and escaping obscurity by wowing circus crowds. The name Houdini was still years away. Eric Weiss spent his early adolescence running errands for theatres and dabbling in gymnastics. At the age of 13, Eric Weiss and his father relocated to New York City, settling into a drafty boarding house situated on East 79th Street. He took on any odd jobs available, even working as a wild-eyed carnival beast man, simply to help his family make ends meet. A rabbi in Appleton, Wisconsin, had once been his father's proud position. Now the future escape artist was dancing on tightropes for spare change. By his teens, he was tall and sinewy enough to make an impression, an athletic cross-country runner turned showman. In 1891, Eric tried to turn his mechanical skill for locks and chains into a magic career. He read the autobiography of French magician Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin, and wrongly assumed that adding an I meant like Houdin in French. Thus Weiss became Weiss, and Eric became Harry Houdini. He later insisted Harry was an homage to his idol Harry Keller, but in truth the name Houdini mostly came from a childhood nickname for Eric. This optimistic renaming did not instantly conjure success. He and his younger brother Theo even formed a vaudeville act called The Brothers Houdini, which flopped so badly they returned to New York near starvation wages. For years, Houdini's career was the opposite of spectacular. He presented himself as the king of cards and performed in the sleazy dime museums. His first magic shows were routine parlour tricks that rarely paid more than a few dollars per night. The couple and their act traversed various theatres, their pockets brimming with talent but depleted by limited funds. One moment they were in Chicago at the 1893 World's Fair, with Hope Diamond Shimmer. The next, just as quickly, they were boxed into an opium den sideshow. The early 20th century showbiz was a terrifying experience, combining elements of starvation and hardship. Through those struggles, Houdini learned a valuable lesson. Confinement in a mess box posed a greater risk than imprisonment by creditors. He tinkered with handcuffs and shackles in his off hours, convinced there must be a way out. It was little wonder, given his name, that he became obsessed with getting out. He tested keys in his slimy apartment and studied locksmithing using ragged manuals. When Houdini first approached a lock, one friend would later quip, that lock screamed at an SOS by morning. By 1894, his wife Bess, formerly Wilhelmina Rana, was relieved that he was making more money as a doorman and bouncer than he was with his magic. It took a few more years of scraping by before anything resembling a big break materialized. But let's say the stage was set for Houdini to really break out. The year 1889 was Houdini's Houdini moment. He was performing in St. Paul, Minnesota, doing the same card tricks and juggling acts that had entertained Midwestern saloons for a decade. When fate, in the form of vaudeville manager Martin Beck, knocked on his dressing room door. Beck was already booking big novelty acts, and needed something new to wow the audience. Houdini demonstrated to Beck his preferred distraction technique, which involved escaping from a pair of prison handcuffs, a feat that would have left most men speechless. The normally unflappable Beck's eyes lit up. "Stick with those escape stunts," he advised, "and I'll get you on the Orpheum circuit." Within weeks, Houdini was performing at the top vaudeville halls across America. The public had suddenly gone wild for the idea that a man could slip through steel restraints as easily as you slip through airport security, and Houdini became their handcuff Houdini. He wasn't the first escape artist ever, but he invented the concept of escape mania. Every evening from St. Paul to Chicago, Houdini lived up to his name by springing free from county jail cells supplied by impressed local sheriffs. Tied in leather straps and dipped into rivers in wooden crates, he'd emerge minutes later dripping but unchained. He was performing escapes that were so physically impossible, newspaper misyorked and girls fainted. One local paper headlined, "If I put these cuffs on, you'll never escape." And Houdini escaped anyway, basking in the headlines and leaving jailers to eat another bite of plain donuts for supper. By the year 1900, Beck had arranged for Houdini to travel abroad, and in London, Houdini rose to even greater fame. In England, he encountered a notoriously sceptical police force at Scotland Yard. The initial audition resulted in Houdini being restrained in the renowned yard's irons, and he confidently walked out in just 5 minutes. Houdini immediately secured a 6-month contract at London's Alhambra Theatre, where he quickly rose to fame. Americans and Brits alike flocked to his shows, and to Houdini this was no illusion. His salary shot up to $300 a week, a fortune at the time. A young man who once ate beans and rice with stagemates in New York was now presenting gold medals to his mother and renting a $25,000 brownstone in Harlem by 1904. As a nice bonus for poor Mama Weiss, he even bought her a gown rumoured to have been made for Queen Victoria, the proudest hour of the family's history, Houdini later said. By his mid-20s, Houdini had largely overcome his poverty. Newspapers began calling him the Handcuff King, a title he wore with pride. He was also forthright about his methods. Houdini freely admitted to hiding skeleton keys in his pockets, tucking bits of wire into his sleeve, and occasionally using his teeth to pick a lock. He was genuinely risking his life to escape from jail cells. He studied every handcuff made, and had what one locksmith friend termed photographic memory for tricky locking mechanisms. Not that he needed memorization for long. As Houdini dryly noted in his 19 to 10 book, a simple shoelace loop could open old cuffs almost as cleanly as a key. Every newsboy in New York soon knew the name Houdini. He discarded his old card tricks as easily as one would throw away last season's shoe polish. He was now preoccupied with impossible escapes, nail-riveted packing crates, straitjackets, Berlin police cell turnarounds, and yes, even a manacled swim in a Chicago river once. Houdini had invited the very police he was escaping from to hold him down, and watching them fail by midday was the best free publicity imaginable. If Houdini had charged for being locked up, he probably would have paid off his entire contract in stash of cuff keys. By 1905, the world knew him, and its breathless newsmen wanted more danger, more distance, more Houdini. With the handcuff trick safely under his belt, Houdini needed a new way to surprise the world, and when it came to upping the ante, Houdini was a natural risk-taker. Around 1908, he retreated from handcuffs in favour of dramatic water escapes. The milk can escape, his first major liquid act, involved Houdini padlocking himself inside a massive milk can filled with water and challenging an audience member to seal the top. Then, seconds later, he'd pop out like he'd never skipped breakfast. The stunt was so successful he took it overseas immediately, and crowd members began betting whether Houdini would dangle like a drowned insect or slip out victorious. Spoiler: Houdini won every time, much to the disappointment of the booing skeptics. Once the milk became well known, imitators crept in like moths to a flame-proof cloth. Houdini, never one to be outdone, went around building more elaborate traps. In 1912, he unveiled what would become his most infamous gimmick, the Chinese water torture cell, which Houdini himself preferred to call simply upside down. For that purpose, he commissioned a custom tank of mahogany and steel, with a thick plate glass window and plumbing fixtures, in effect a giant aquarium on its side. He would be spread-eagled and dropped in head first, feet first, eyes only on the crowd. As water poured in to fill the cell completely, every spectator expected him to drown. Instead, Houdini held his breath, over 3 minutes in fact, and unlocked his way out while completely upside down. The act was so spectacular that audiences believed the illusionist had a fish-like appearance, and it remains one of Houdini's greatest triumphs to this day. Along with water feats, Houdini delighted in airborne escapades. No tall building was safe as long as Houdini was in town. One early stuntman in Leeds, England, showed him bound in a straitjacket and then hoisted by his ankles 200 feet up a crane above the crowd. With thousands watching, he would wiggle free in plain sight, a stunt that drew comparable ticket sales to a Beatles concert or Super Bowl today. In New York, police actually banned him from dangling from high-wire offices, so Houdini chartered a tugboat and performed his packed cabin overboard stunt in the East River on July 7th, 1912. They nailed a crate around him, sank it, and then Houdini squeaked himself loose underwater before anyone ran to find the phone book on how to pronounce subpoena. Even death-defying wasn't enough without death itself. Houdini became equally famous for his buried alive acts, although those performances even gave him nightmares. In a 1915 stunt, he consented to bury himself under 6 feet of dirt, using only his arms as excavation tools. The ground compacted around him. Halfway down, he began clawing rapidly, only just managing to break the surface before panic took hold. He emerged in a nearly comical jumble of dirty hair and frantic apologies. It was rumoured afterward that Houdini's emergency call was, "One Houdini please, no rush." Reporters frequently questioned whether Houdini was ticklish or had a sidecar attached due to these and other coffin tricks. Typically, Houdini would joke that the obituary column posed the greatest threat to his life. No matter how elaborate the trap, Houdini insisted on transparency. Before some tricks, he'd even strip down and invite the audience to feel his biceps or punch him in the gut, proving he had no hidden keys. For his straitjacket escapes, he sometimes wore nothing but a G-string. In the torture cell, he made sure everyone saw him chained up through glass. One wag quipped that Houdini had nothing to hide. In fact, he practically showed everything off stage. These tactics built his image as a straight shooter, or bare straight shooter more precisely, in a business known for hocus pocus. Journalists lauded him as the only magician who performed without the veil of deceit, not realising Houdini had written that line himself on a poster. In any case, if Houdini had a motto in the trenches of public stunts, it would be, "We may waterboard me, but we won't water skip me." Thus, Houdini consistently elevated the standard and the anxiety of ticket holders until newsboys began promoting the next Houdini spectacle. By 1914, Houdini's signature escapes were polished and timeless. Critics noted that even his old milk can act looked different. He would now sometimes float an iron grill inside it, raising the difficulty. Legend has it Houdini discarded the grill later because the bars looked too helpful, like accidentally giving a ladder to someone who's supposed to be trapped. The torture cell itself underwent refinements. By the end of his career, Houdini travelled with a spare set of locks, chains, and even a second cell in case of emergency. Imagine yourself jammed head first in an iron coffin of water, with no key and a ticking clock, he liked to say on posters. It borders on the supernatural. The public believed him, though naturally no one was ever quite sure how he did it. Houdini's sidekick and wife Bess often co-starred in a minor role during these moments of theatrical faith. She handled the props, managed the timing, and once nearly fainted when an assistant accidentally locked her in a safe on stage. She recovered just long enough to signal Houdini to open it. Afterward, she quipped that if Houdini had failed, she'd have to update his act to the cremation cell. In every incredible stunt, Bess was quietly in the wings. The real Houdini often joked that behind every great escape artist there was an even greater stage manager. So while Harry starred in the Cell of Doom, Bess was the silent secretary of magic, making sure Houdini's solos had a solid encore. Houdini's stunts had become a full-time job of being otherworldly. But the world was certainly watching. Newspapers and fans bellowed "impossible" at every escape. The law enforcement establishment treated him with a mixture of admiration and embarrassment. Los Angeles police insisted he was a humbug, then grudgingly hired him to escape from the LA jail. He turned the entire planet's jail system into his toolbox. To Houdini, these were hard lessons about locks and human nature. If you bend the rules just a bit, or break the lock, everyone will ask you to break free next. It was like the ultimate game of tag, except Houdini was always it, and chains were just part of the catch. By the late 1910s, Houdini's name had international cachet. He was rich and restless. There were no more dime museums in New York paying him by the burger and fries. Now he entertained kings and commoners. He continued to tour constantly, in Great Britain, Europe, Russia, and the Netherlands, and everywhere he went, Houdini challenged local police to one of his escape bouts. Every city became a stage, every prison a proving ground. In Moscow, for example, he escaped from a boxcar bound for Siberia. The key supposedly was kept at the North Pole. With each new country conquered, he collected souvenirs. Orders from ministers, official certificates of escape artistry, and sometimes even a lawsuit or two. He once sued a German officer for claiming Houdini only escaped by bribery. Houdini proved the man wrong by popping open the judge's safe with the court's own keys. Newsreels eventually lured Houdini to the movies. He starred in a couple of early silent pictures in 1918 to 1919, like The Master Mystery, where he beat up a robot and got into a biplane chase. Audiences scratched their heads though. Was this an action film or a really weird magic show? Ultimately, Houdini found film less lucrative than vaudeville. As he told the press, his box office receipts beat Hollywood's silent charisma, so he returned to live audiences. He also had another pioneering gig in the skies. In 1910, he became the first person to pilot a powered airplane in Australia. "He's lifting off more than just our spirits," a reporter punningly wrote. Houdini was always seeking new challenges, whether it was digging through dirt or scaling clouds. Offstage, Houdini's fame brought him a celebrity lifestyle to match. He joined organizations of magicians, became president of the Society of American Magicians in 1917, and insisted on professionalism among his peers. His Harlem brownstone at 278 W to 113th Street became a museum of sorts, filled with rare tricks, mystical oddities, and books on every bit of occult nonsense he wanted to debunk. He bought a snazzy car and a custom-lined suitcase of locks and picks. In a humorous act of generosity, he reportedly spent fistons on a ceremonial gown purportedly tailored for Queen Victoria and threw a grand party to showcase a mitt, all to ensure his impoverished mother could be the centre of attention at the ball. "That day we could kill each other laughing," Houdini later said. For once, he had shown up high society and their jaws had hit the floor at his wildness. Throughout the 1910s, Houdini was touring roughly like a rock star. By 1920, Houdini was earning a salary significantly higher than that of an ordinary stage magician. People literally travelled to his show, even coming on pilgrimage when Houdini arrived in a city. He had realised that by turning every performance into the biggest stunt ever, he could keep the crowds coming back. So he did. And in a way, Houdini had become that rarity among entertainers, a guy who was famous primarily for surviving things. Yet for all the flash, one aspect of Houdini's persona remained personal. Even at the height of fame, he was curious, almost wistful, about the fringes of existence. He himself once admitted that he'd love nothing more than a moment's contact beyond with his beloved mother, who had died in 1913. So as 1920s optimism flourished, Houdini quietly became the moonlighting skeptic. He would attend seances in secret, take on private investigations of mediums, and write articles exposing the machinery behind ghostly tableaus. In short, he was determined to apply his escape artistry to the spiritual realm. But first, one more leap, the biggest one yet, was about to unfold. Even people who thought Houdini's stunts were hokum respected that his battles against phony spirits were remarkably sincere. In contrast to other magicians who casually pretended to be mediums on stage, Houdini had no desire to deceive. By the early 1920s, he had seen too many families ruined by con artists calling out from the void. On one hand, he was the showman who managed to smuggle himself into a floating tank, drowned, and miraculously survived. On the other hand, he was a grieving son, having promised his mother on her deathbed that if anyone in the family could communicate with the dead, he would be the first to test it. What transpired was Houdini's most significant act to date. He transformed into the undead's most terrifying adversary. Along with his wife Bess, and a secret cadre, the most famous being a lady named Rose Mackenberg, a real-life ghost detective, Houdini set about exposing human leeches who claimed to talk to the dead. They attended seances undercover, even sabotaging staged levitations and phony knockings. They documented cunning tricks like smoked meat used to spur ectoplasm, sticky bandages smuggled up sleeves, and hidden colluding accomplices. When newspapers of the day ran stories of hoodoo, Houdini often quipped that at least the ghost stories had actual ghostwriters, as he could barely find anyone willing to donate even a dime. Houdini's fire for this crusade came to a symbolic climax in 1926 when he testified before Congress. It was a rare appearance outside the stage, a stiff legislative hearing room instead of a vaudeville theatre. Houdini, accompanied by Senator Arthur Capper, boldly declared that spiritualism was a complete scam. He was not joking, he was a magician who had made a career out of deceiving death, and he boldly declared that these mediums should be ashamed. Society was transfixed. Newspapers called it uproarious and the apex of Houdini's anti-spiritualist crusade. He even supported bills to criminalise fake fortune-telling and phony spiritual communications. Observers were aware that Houdini had previously performed fake séances on small vaudeville stages solely for financial gain. But that was a long time ago, and now the focus was on the psychic charlatans. He felt a bit of irony and sometimes joked, "I put the ghost in Ghostbusters," to audiences. In truth, this mission wasn't about laughs, it was deeply personal. Bess and Houdini had agreed on a secret code, Rosa Bell, the title of Bess's favourite song, to confirm whether Houdini could truly communicate from the other side after his death. So far, every message from the spirit world would have been hogwash to him and him to us. Houdini also wielded his fame and organisational power in more direct ways. From 17 to his death, Houdini served as the president of the Magicians' Union, Society of American Magicians, urging his fellow magicians to expose frauds and to avoid joining the psychic movement. If a medium dared lecture him, Houdini would challenge them on stage. He famously offered $10,000, a small fortune, to anyone who could perform a real spiritual feat he couldn't explain. Unsurprisingly, he never wrote any checks. He frequently asserted that claiming it was all real was just as unethical as claiming the Titanic was unsinkable, and we all know how that turned out. The public found Houdini's switch to ghost-busting both fascinating and confusing. Here was a man who'd escaped death physically, now chasing after fake death claims. Some newspapers played along, dutifully reporting every sneer he made at so-called spiritual journalism. Others grumbled that Houdini was murdering market share for mediums. An editorial openly questioned whether Houdini saw himself as a hero or a villain. Throughout it all, Houdini never utilised his magic to solve this problem. Instead, he relied on basic sleight-of-hand knowledge and forensic intelligence. Houdini maintained a clear perspective in a world of deceit. There are tricks in every trade, and no one is more greedy than those who trade on the dead. Houdini's crusade gave him a new identity. Not just escapist entertainer, but public educator. He went on lecture tours, not only on how to break locks, but also on how to spot a fake medium's tacky gimmicks. For instance, he once walked on stage at a big spiritualist convention in tears, only to yank off his sham crystal ball and show the camera inside. People want something to believe in, he'd say, but at least they should know if it's a dollop of egg or an echo of the real thing. In these interviews, he called charlatans crooks and liars, and to some he was the very definition of a fanatic. However, for many others, particularly the grieving widows and widowers, he emerged as an improbable defender of reason. He brought in any expert, psychic or not, who had evidence of the afterlife and tested it under harsh light. He even brought in trained stage hypnotists to test mediums claiming trance states. This all culminated in a congressional hearing in 1926, after which Houdini felt vindicated that at least lawmakers were listening. He would brag years later that he had become history's first professional ghostbuster, decades before Ghostbusters hit the pop charts. Houdini didn't anticipate the intense personal nature of this battle. He unintentionally stirred up controversy by becoming both a celebrity investigator and a subject of tabloid curiosity. Newspapers reported with relish that Houdini was arrogant, unscientific, or just plain superstitious. Some even claimed the devil had cursed him at one séance. Friends from his youth saw a change. The man who once joyfully bowed to his audiences was now hostile toward clothing horses of the occult. He argued openly with old friend Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the Sherlock Holmes author, who had championed spiritualism. Doyle called Houdini a blasphemer for exposing mediums. Houdini called Doyle a fool for believing them. Their friendship, once built on mutual respect, fractured on fraudulent phantoms. Despite the growing friction, Houdini admitted he himself wanted a sign that maybe there was something beyond, but only if it was genuine. As president of Magicians, he asked colleagues to help craft the ultimate sitting. Before his first wife's death, they agreed on that secret code. The early séances Houdini and Bess held on Halloween each year became legend. Year after year, she announced there was no message. Every time the telephone rang on those nights, Houdini's heart would skip. However, Houdini's final performance in 1926 revealed something about him. A man who had defied every possible trick was now anticipating that he would approach death like any other challenge. And yet, like any outstanding showman, he would only tell the ending after the final curtain. Houdini's distaste for spiritualism had a consequence. True believers in the movement no longer saw Houdini as the gentle juggler from New York, but rather as a charismatic figure. Certain journalists began printing that Houdini had become a villain, like an official family exterminator at every funeral. Some spiritualist leaders took it personally. After all, Houdini had millions of dollars, fame, and a loyal following. When he exposed their tricks on national radio, many mediums retaliated by attacking his character. Conspiracy-minded gossip columns suggested Houdini only took on mediums because his own psychic powers were weak. The irony being, of course, that Houdini explicitly denied having any mystical powers other than what any talented locksmith and beastman might possess. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was perhaps the most enraged public figure among Houdini's upset constituency. The two men had been warm acquaintances. Doyle even participated in seances with Houdini's mother in 1922, until Houdini began mocking Doyle's beliefs. Doyle, who'd risked a claim by publicly endorsing spirits, felt personally insulted when Houdini compared metaphysics to a cheap parlour trick. The rift became bitter and enduring. Doyle persisted in attending spirit gatherings and publicly declared Houdini a heretic, even associating him with supernatural curses. One sensational headline had it, "Evil spirits put curse on Harry Houdini." A joke Houdini himself read with weary amusement. The friendship never recovered, and the image of Doyle as a true believer versus Houdini as the ultimate doubter became a literary trope. Sherlock Holmes versus Houdini had a lovely ring to it, the tabloids noted. The feud burdened Houdini behind the scenes. He often confided in friends that he truly wanted spiritualism to be real. He had nearly started the ghost wrestling course himself, but Doyle's dogmatism pushed him away. Still, Houdini channeled frustration into action. He had city newspapers keep publishing the spiritualist victims wanted ads, disguising himself to get invitations, then reported back to the public the silly ways mediums tried to fool them. To Houdini's credit, even when he poked fun at seance theatrics, often with a pun or two, he never got mean-spirited. He liked to say, "We all need a touching word after we lose someone, but let's make sure our touching words aren't glued on by trickery." Not all blowback was public debate, though. Some of it was deeply personal. Bess, Houdini's wife, took the brunt of their shared obsession. Although she supported his crusade, she also desperately yearned for any sign from beyond that would indicate her husband was still with her if he died first. Every Halloween from 1926 onward, Bess sat in darkness holding Houdini's coffin key and singing their secret song, waiting for Rosabelle Believe, their prearranged code. Year after year, there was no response. In 1936, a decade after the promise, Bess publicly declared that Houdini had indeed never reached out. She said, 10 years is long enough to wait for any man." This tearful final séance made headlines. Some people wrote it off as the end of a gimmick, but magicians still hold silent sessions at his grave to this day. However, in 1926, life continued with its usual peculiarities. Houdini continued touring and lecturing. The world still adored the escapist showman on stage. Yet those who knew him could see a seriousness in his eyes that hadn't been there in the old days of card tricks. Every new bill for a séance-critical lecture and every press interview about medium tricks added to an invisible tally he kept in his mind. At night he was said to have had unsettling dreams about being restrained or drowning, nightmares no one could applaud as they did his on-stage escapades. But still, every morning he put on his costume as a tabloid publicity photographer and lock enthusiast. He joked in private letters. To defeat death is one thing, to defeat those who profit from death's scare tactic is another. The public, for its part, had mixed reactions. Many admired Houdini's honesty and backed his legislative efforts. Some religious newspapers even published his cynical gags. For example, Houdini wrote that if fireflies came out only after someone died, people would buy electric lights instead of hiring mediums. But a portion of fans felt mildly betrayed. After cheering him in applause lines for years, a few older admirers were puzzled at seeing his name on exposés of their favourite mediums. Magician colleagues either applauded his integrity or grumbled that he was attracting too much controversy. Society's magazines began publishing articles such as Houdini Slays Fairy Photos and Holmes Creator Seaver's Ties with Houdini, which gave the public the impression that he was a magician turned cop. Even Houdini's own press agents had to scramble. They shifted headlines from Houdini's Wild Rides to Houdini's Wild Sights, where wild here meant decidedly unimpressive magic without see-through trickery. Some days he waved off the dust-ups by announcing a new escape challenge, like dangling from a plane, and the media happily obliged. On other days, scribblers would ask him if his fight against ghostlies meant he now believed only in himself. Houdini would laugh and say, "If you can survive being locked in a safe and then thrown from a plane, the only thing you're sure of is gravity." Despite everything, Houdini appeared to accept the consequences. It was the nature of a showman to feed on attention after all, and nothing attracted headlines like Houdini versus the unseen world. Still, he knew his legacy was shifting. He wrote later that he wanted to be remembered not for tricks or big muscles, but for fighting. Scams. In his heart, he hoped people would credit him with something deeper than just 1,000 straitjacket escapes. As the critics sneered and the spiritualists hissed, Houdini honed his wit and picklocks, determined to end this act according to his own terms. The final act of Houdini's life unfolded like a scripted nightmare of his own. On October 9th, 1926, performing in Albany, New York, he injured his ankle during a trick, a reminder that even a Superman has the limits. He hobbled through shows until doctors advised rest, but Houdini, ever proud to deliver the show, shrugged it off, saying, "A broken ankle is not going to stop Houdini." Then came Halloween, 1926's prelude. While resting in Montreal on October the 22nd after a lecture, a member of the audience, a punch-loving medical student, asked Houdini if he was as tough as rumours. "Knock me out if you can," Houdini joked. The student, Dr. J. Gordon Whitehead, obliged with a series of swift blows to Houdini's stomach, landing several before Harry could tense up. Houdini gasped but laughed it off. He called it a fun experiment, telling reporters later he'd felt nothing but an empty pain. That evening he boarded a train for Detroit, attributing the discomfort in his gut to that playful punch in his stubborn foot. On October the 24th, Houdini's show in Detroit began with an uncharacteristically slow start. He complained of cramps and cold sweats. After a late-night performance, which he insisted on doing despite temperatures spiking to 104 degrees Fahrenheit in his dressing room, he collapsed backstage. A doctor diagnosed acute appendicitis and urged immediate surgery. Houdini, known for pep-talking his body, reportedly grinned and said, "I'll do this show if it's my last." But by 6 a.m, he could no longer delay. Houdini was rushed into surgery. The appendectomy revealed a ruptured appendix had sent infection, peritonitis, coursing through his abdomen. The great Houdini now fought for his life with novelty anti-serums and multiple operations, but the escape artist met a foe he couldn't outmaneuver. On October the 31st, 1926, Halloween, he finally passed away, a 52-year-old man who had braved death for our entertainment. His oft-reported final words were a hushed, "I'm tired of fighting." The world was stunned. Newspapers published gloomy headlines. The master of escapes had vanished, possibly due to a cunning move or a stroke of fate. The official cause listed was peritonitis from a ruptured appendix, but already the legend of Houdini needed an even more spectacular finale. Many whispered that the friendly jab in Montreal had been more serious than Houdini let on. A few doctors of the era indeed speculated that Whitehead's blows had caused the appendix to burst, while others argued the situation was mere coincidence. The truth remains something we'll never fully know. Even some modern medical journals debate how often belly trauma actually causes appendicitis. We do know this: the surgeon discovered no abnormalities apart from the spread of infection, and Houdini's family discreetly maintained that it was merely a tragic accident. But for the public, the timing felt eerie. The man who spent his life escaping death had been tricked by our one natural enemy, time. Millions turned out to silently imagine Houdini's version of the last great escape on that dark Halloween. Biographers later noted it as a poetic, if tragic, symmetry. Houdini's final moment occurred on the Night of Spirits. While doctors tended his body, Houdini's mind reportedly raced to that final promise he'd made to Bess. Between operations in his hospital bed, Houdini mumbled the code Rosabelle, believe, fervently hoping for a response. Alas, he never came through. In fact, by some reports he asked for his notebook to jot down any bizarre occurrences, as though expecting us at a ghostly pen to answer him. On November 1st, under the watch of his stunned wife and 2 brothers, Houdini let go of his mortal frame. The world lost not just an escape artist, but a showman who had always insisted on reality. The news of his death disseminated swiftly, akin to wild smoke emanating from a fog machine. Movie houses dimmed lights. Theatres held brief memorial shows. Across the globe, magicians knelt, severing a straitjacket on stage and observing a moment of silence. Indeed, Houdini had vanished from the realm of life, leaving a legacy of unresolved mysteries. Did his last heroic act lie in hunting out any phony mediums, or in proving that even the greatest man must someday give in to fate? That remained a question for the Midnight Philosophers. We are aware of how people remember him. As promised, Bess held one final séance a decade later, and on Halloween 1936 she declared Houdini did not come through. Every year on that date, magicians still gather at his gravesite, or, when the city says no, gather elsewhere, to honour the legendary escapist. They close their eyes, they whisper the secret song, and whether a breeze stirs or not, they say it in unison. Rosabelle, believe. It's tradition, part tribute, part hope. Houdini himself would likely be amused by it all, perhaps making one last wonderful escape with a sly grin. For nearly 3 centuries we have never really known how he pulled most of his tricks off, and perhaps that mystery is fitting. Houdini left no key to the afterlife behind, only the legend of his earthly feats. He remains a figure who cheated the Grim Reaper on stage time and again, and who wrote, in effect, an obituary for mediocrity every time he won. The individual who had experienced life in a unique way imparted a final lesson to us. Sometimes the greatest escape is not from chains or water, but from the ordinary. Imagine stepping outside your front door right now and having absolutely no streetlights, no porch lights from neighbouring houses, and no glow from distant shopping centres or office buildings. Now multiply that darkness by about 1,000, add the fact that your own home has maybe 1 or 2 candles burning if you're lucky, and you're starting to understand what nighttime actually meant in medieval Europe. The medieval night wasn't just darker than anything most of us have experienced. It was a different kind of darkness altogether. It was the sort of darkness that felt physical, like something you could touch. When the sun set, which happened much earlier in practical terms because people actually paid attention to it, the world transformed into something unfamiliar and potentially dangerous. Your own village, which you'd walk through countless times during the day, became a maze of shadows and uncertain footsteps. This darkness shaped everything about how medieval people approached sleep. You couldn't just decide to stay up late binge-watching your favourite show or scrolling through social media until your eyes hurt. Once darkness fell, your options were basically to sit in the dark doing nothing, burn expensive candles or oil that you'd need for more important things, or go to bed. Most people chose bed, which meant that medieval sleeping patterns were dramatically different from ours. The typical medieval person went to bed shortly after sunset. We're talking about 7 or 8 in the evening during winter months. But here's where it gets interesting. They didn't sleep straight through the night the way we try to. Instead, most people practiced what historians call segmented sleep, or first and second sleep. You'd go to bed at dusk, sleep for 3 or 4 hours, then wake up naturally in the middle of the night for an hour or 2. What did people do during this middle of the night wake period? Well, they'd pray, think about their dreams, talk quietly with their spouse if they had one, maybe tend to the fire, or engage in activities that led to medieval Europe's impressive population growth. Then they'd settle back down for a second sleep that lasted until dawn. This wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. It was just how human sleep naturally worked before artificial lighting convinced our bodies to consolidate everything into one chunk. The darkness also meant that bedtime wasn't a precise moment you could check on your phone. People judged time by church bells if they lived near a church, or by the position of stars if they could see them, or more often by simply feeling tired when their bodies had been awake since dawn. Time was less about exact hours and more about natural rhythms. When you could no longer see well enough to work, it was time to start thinking about sleep. This relationship with darkness shaped medieval sleep in ways we barely understand today. Going to bed wasn't about optimal sleep hygiene, or making sure you got your full 8 hours. It was about surviving the cold, staying safe from both real and imagined dangers, and making the best use of expensive lighting resources. The night was something to be gotten through, not enjoyed, and sleep was your primary tool for doing exactly that. The quality of your sleep in medieval times was directly connected to your social status in ways that might seem strange to us now. A noble in a castle had access to private chambers, good fires, and plenty of candles or rushlights. A peasant in a one-room cottage shared sleeping space with their entire family. The fire had to be carefully managed to last until morning, and lighting was a luxury saved for emergencies. But regardless of whether you were a duke or a ditch digger, the darkness was still the darkness, and it still defined your entire relationship with nighttime. Let's talk about medieval bedrooms. Except for most people, the word bedroom would have been a completely foreign concept. Separate rooms dedicated solely to sleeping? That was a luxury so extreme that even many wealthy people didn't have it. For the majority of medieval Europeans, the question wasn't, where's your bedroom? But rather, where in your living space are you going to sleep tonight? Picture a typical peasant cottage, and by typical, we mean the homes where about 90% of medieval people lived. You'd have one room, maybe two if you were doing pretty well for yourself. This single room served as kitchen, dining room, living room, workshop, and yes, bedroom. The whole family slept there, often in the same bed or on adjacent sleeping platforms. Privacy was not a medieval value, mainly because privacy was simply not possible for most people. The bed itself, if you could call it that, often consisted of a wooden frame with rope or leather straps stretched across it to create a flexible sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" supposedly comes from. You'd need to tighten those ropes periodically to keep the sleeping surface from sagging too much. Though historians debate whether that's the real origin of the phrase, it makes a nice story and captures something true about medieval sleeping arrangements. They required maintenance. Now, if you were a peasant without even a proper bed frame, you might sleep on what was essentially a large sack filled with straw, placed directly on the dirt floor or on a raised platform to avoid the worst of the cold and damp rising from the ground. These straw mattresses were called pallets, and they were about as comfortable as they sound, which is to say, not very, but considerably better than sleeping directly on cold earth. The straw in these mattresses needed regular replacement because, well, imagine sleeping on the same pile of dried grass for months on end. It would compress, accumulate moisture, attract various forms of wildlife you didn't particularly want sharing your bed, and generally become less pleasant over time. Replacing the straw was a regular household task, like changing your sheets, except you were changing the entire mattress. Moving up the social ladder, things got marginally better. Wealthier peasants and merchants might have actual wooden bed frames, possibly even with some basic decoration if they were showing off. The mattress might be stuffed with wool instead of straw, which was warmer, more comfortable, and less likely to poke you with sharp bits throughout the night. Some even had feather mattresses, though these were expensive enough that they often appeared in wills as valuable property to be inherited. The nobility slept in what we'd recognise as actual beds, though even these were different from what you might expect. A noble's bed was often a major piece of furniture and a significant status symbol. It would have a wooden frame, but more importantly it would have curtains, heavy fabric hangings that could be drawn around the bed to create a smaller, warmer space within the already cold chamber. These bed curtains were crucial technology that doesn't get enough credit. Think about it. You're in a stone castle where the walls are thick, but not particularly good at keeping out cold. The windows have shutters but no glass, or only expensive, poor quality glass if you're very wealthy. And the only heat source is a fireplace that's basically warming one corner of a large room. By drawing curtains around your bed, you created a much smaller space that your body heat could actually warm. It was like having a tent inside your room, and it made the difference between being cold all night and being reasonably comfortable. The grandest beds were architectural features that could be disassembled and moved, but required considerable effort to do so. They had posts, canopies, elaborate carvings, and expensive fabrics. A great bed was a place for sleeping, certainly, but also for receiving important visitors, conducting business and displaying wealth. When medieval nobles or royalty were seriously ill, they often held court from their beds, because the bed was the most prestigious piece of furniture in the household. But here's something that might surprise you. Even in castles, even among the nobility, most people didn't sleep alone. Servants often slept in the same rooms as their masters, either on smaller beds or on pallets on the floor. Children shared beds with siblings. Extended family members bunked together. The concept of everyone in a household having their own private sleeping space was almost unheard of, even among the very wealthy. There were practical reasons for this crowding beyond just limited space. Multiple bodies in a room meant more warmth. Having servants sleep in your chamber meant you had someone to tend the fire during the night, to help you if you needed something, and to provide security against intruders. Privacy might be nice, but warmth, service, and safety were necessities. For travellers, and medieval people travelled more than you might think, whether for trade, pilgrimage, or military service, sleeping arrangements were even more variable. Inns existed, but they were sparse, and sleeping at an inn usually meant sharing a bed with complete strangers. This wasn't considered particularly strange. It was simply the most efficient use of limited space and bedding. You'd climb into bed with whoever else had paid for a spot, hopefully claiming the side closer to the wall if you got there first, and try to sleep while ignoring the snoring, smells and movements of your temporary bed partners. Monasteries and convents had their own sleeping arrangements. Monks and nuns often slept in dormitories, sometimes in individual cells barely large enough for a narrow bed, sometimes in communal spaces with rows of beds. The strictest religious orders required sleeping on bare boards as a form of mortification of the flesh, which is about as comfortable as it sounds and was meant to be that way. Now that you're mentally curled up in your medieval sleeping space, whether that's a pile of straw on a cottage floor or a curtained bed in a drafty castle, let's talk about what you'd pull over yourself to keep from turning into a medieval popsicle during the night. Your modern comforter, with its synthetic fill and machine-washable cover, is a technological marvel that medieval people would have traded a good sheep for. What they had instead was whatever they could make, buy, or inherit, and the quality varied so wildly that a peasant's bedding and a noble's bedding were barely the same category of object. Starting at the bottom of the social ladder, a peasant family's blankets were likely made of wool, because sheep were everywhere in medieval Europe, and wool was the go-to fabric for anything that needed to be warm. But not all wool is created equal. The coarse wool from the family's own sheep, woven at home or by a local weaver, resulted in blankets that were warm, yes, but also heavy, scratchy, and nowhere near as soft as the wool products you'd find in a modern bedding store. These homespun wool blankets were valuable enough that families took care of them, mended them repeatedly, and passed them down through generations. When a blanket wore out in one spot, you didn't throw it away. You patched it, turned it, repurposed it, or eventually cut it down into smaller pieces for other uses. Waste wasn't a medieval concept when it came to textiles, because making cloth was incredibly labour-intensive. For padding between you and those rope bed supports, you'd have your straw or wool mattress, but some people added additional layers. A coarse cloth covering over the straw helped keep the pointy bits from poking through quite so aggressively. Some people used animal skins. Sheepskins were particularly popular because they were warm, relatively soft and naturally water-resistant. Moving up the economic ladder, the bedding got progressively finer. Wealthier merchants might have wool blankets made from better quality wool, perhaps even dyed in attractive colours using expensive dyes. They might have linen sheets. Yes, medieval people who could afford it used sheets, though not everyone changed them as frequently as we might hope. Linen was prized because, unlike wool, it could be washed in hot water and wouldn't shrink, though it was considerably more expensive than wool. The nobility took bedding to another level entirely. Their wool might be felted or fulled to make it softer and denser. They'd have multiple layers, linen sheets against the skin, wool blankets for warmth, and possibly fur or silk covers on top for display as much as function. The wealthiest individuals had feather beds, not just mattresses stuffed with feathers, but also feather-filled coverlets that were the medieval equivalent of a down comforter. These feather beds were luxury items that appeared in inventories and wills alongside jewellery and valuable household items. Getting enough feathers to stuff a good-sized coverlet required a lot of geese or other waterfowl, and someone had to pluck them all, clean them, and stuff them into tightly woven fabric that wouldn't let the feathers escape. It was skilled, time-consuming work, which meant it was expensive. But here's the thing about medieval bedding that really matters. It was all about layering. You didn't have one perfect blanket that regulated your temperature throughout the night. Instead, you had multiple layers of different materials, and you managed your temperature by adding or removing layers, opening or closing bed curtains, and adjusting how close you were to other people in your bed. The fabrics themselves had properties that medieval people understood through experience, even if they couldn't explain the science. Wool stays warm even when damp, which mattered in drafty, moisture-prone buildings. Linen absorbs moisture and dries relatively quickly, which was important for sheets that would absorb sweat and body oils. Furs provided excellent insulation and had the added benefit of being a visible display of wealth. Medieval people also used what we might call sleeping costumes. You didn't just strip down to your underwear and hop into bed, partly because underwear in the modern sense didn't really exist, and partly because it was too cold for that nonsense. Instead, most people slept in a long linen garment called a nightshirt or night shift. This wasn't decorative sleepwear. It was a practical layer that absorbed body oils and sweat, keeping your outer garments cleaner since those were difficult to wash. Wealthier folks might have specific nightshirts set aside just for sleeping, while poorer people might sleep in their undertunic, essentially the same linen garment they wore during the day under their outer clothing. Either way, you were sleeping in something substantial, not naked or nearly naked the way many people do today in their climate-controlled homes. Some people also wore nightcaps, and not just as a quaint medieval fashion statement. A huge amount of body heat escapes through your head, and in a cold room keeping your head covered while sleeping was just practical. These caps might be simple linen affairs for everyday use or more elaborate for the wealthy, but the principle was the same: trap heat and stay comfortable. The bed itself might also have additional insulation built in. Those curtains around a noble's bed weren't just fabric hanging loosely. They were often made of heavy wool, sometimes lined, creating a thick barrier between the cold chamber and the sleeping space. Opening or closing these curtains was how you adjusted your temperature, like medieval climate control. For extra warmth on particularly cold nights, people used bed warmers, long-handled metal pans filled with hot coals that you'd run between the sheets before getting into bed. This was the medieval version of an electric blanket preheat setting, and it actually worked pretty well, though you had to be careful not to set your straw mattress on fire. More than one medieval house burned down because someone got careless with bedtime heating arrangements. Let's talk about the single most important piece of medieval bedroom equipment, even though it wasn't technically part of the bed: the fire. If medieval sleep comfort had a foundation, it was the ability to keep a fire burning through the night without dying, burning down your house or asphyxiating everyone with smoke. In a peasant cottage, the fire was literally the centre of the home. We're not speaking metaphorically here. The hearth was often in the middle of the single room, with smoke rising up to escape through a hole in the roof or through gaps in the thatched roofing. This seems primitive until you realise the genius of it. The smoke from the fire would rise through the thatch, helping to preserve it and kill off insects, while also providing a sort of fumigation for the whole house. The downside, of course, was that everyone in the house was breathing some amount of smoke all the time. Medieval lungs probably looked like they belonged to modern cigarette smokers, and respiratory problems were common. But the alternative was freezing to death, so most people considered it an acceptable trade-off. Keeping this central fire going overnight was a serious responsibility, usually given to whoever was considered most reliable in the household. The fire couldn't be allowed to go completely out because relighting it was a genuine hassle. Without matches or lighters, you had to use a flint and steel to create sparks, then catch those sparks on tinder, then carefully nurse that tiny ember into an actual flame. It could take considerable time and effort, and on a cold morning, you really didn't want to be starting from scratch. So the technique was to bank the fire for overnight, essentially covering the glowing coals with ash to slow down combustion while keeping the coals alive. Done correctly, you'd wake up to a fire that just needed some stirring, fresh fuel and gentle blowing to spring back to life. Done incorrectly, you'd wake up to cold ashes and face the prospect of starting over, which would make you very unpopular with everyone else in the cold house. The fuel for these fires varied by region and availability. Wood was the obvious choice where forests were accessible, but not all wood burns equally well. Dense hardwoods like oak burn longer and hotter, but are harder to ignite. Softwoods like pine catch quickly but burn fast and produce more smoke. Medieval people knew these properties intimately and chose their firewood accordingly. In areas where wood was scarce, and by the late medieval period, many areas of Europe had been substantially deforested, people burned whatever they could get. Peat was common in boggy regions, cut into blocks and dried for fuel. It burns slowly and produces a distinctive smell that people either love or hate. Dried animal dung was another option in areas where even peat wasn't available. Yes, medieval people sometimes heated their homes by burning manure. It wasn't ideal, but it worked, and when your alternative is freezing, you burn what you have. For the nobility in their castles, the situation was somewhat different. They had actual fireplaces with chimneys, a luxury that became more common from the 12th century onward and represented a huge improvement in indoor air quality. A proper fireplace with a chimney pulled smoke up and out rather than letting it disperse through the room, meaning you could breathe without inhaling quite so much particulate matter. But even castle fireplaces had their challenges. The chimney might draw well when the wind was right, but poorly when conditions weren't optimal, leading to rooms that filled with smoke. Stone castles were notoriously difficult to heat. All that stone absorbed heat without warming up much, and the high ceilings meant warm air rose far above where people were trying to sleep. The solution was multiple smaller fires rather than one large one. A castle might have fireplaces in several chambers, each creating a small zone of warmth in an otherwise cold building. The best chambers had fireplaces, and access to those chambers was a privilege of rank. Lesser members of the household slept in rooms without direct heat, relying on warmer clothing and more bedding to make up the difference. Fire safety was a constant concern in a world where everything was made of combustible materials, and fire suppression technology consisted of buckets of water and prayers. Medieval towns and cities had devastating fires with disturbing regularity. Everyone knew someone who had lost their home to fire, and most people knew someone who had died in one. So sleeping with a fire burning nearby required careful management. The fire had to be far enough from bedding and other flammable materials to be safe but close enough to provide warmth. The floor around the hearth needed to be clear. Candles and rushlights had to be extinguished or placed where they couldn't fall, and start a fire if someone bumped into them during a middle-of-the-night trip outside to relieve themselves. Speaking of which, nighttime bathroom trips were another challenge. You'd wake up in the middle of the night needing to use the privy, which in a peasant cottage meant either using a chamber pot kept near the bed or, more commonly, going outside to the designated spot. In winter, this was miserable enough that many people tried to minimise nighttime liquid intake, though that created its own problems. The very wealthy had indoor privies, rooms with seats positioned over shafts that dropped waist down into moats, pits, or outside the castle walls. These were cold, smelly places that weren't exactly pleasant to visit, but they beat stumbling outside in the dark and cold. Still, even with indoor plumbing of sorts, the trip from your warm bed to the cold privy chamber and back was an adventure in temperature shock. The fire also provided the only nighttime light that didn't require burning expensive candles or oil. If you woke during that traditional middle-of-the-night interval between first and second sleep, you might sit near the fire watching the flames while your thoughts wandered. This quiet time, with just the firelight and the sleeping sounds of your household, was often described as peaceful, a meditative period that our modern compressed sleep schedules have eliminated. Now we're going to talk about something that medieval people took as seriously as physical warmth, spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Because in the medieval mind, nighttime wasn't just physically dangerous, it was spiritually dangerous too. You have to understand that medieval Europeans lived in a world absolutely teeming with supernatural beings. Not in the way we might casually talk about believing in ghosts or checking our horoscope, but in a visceral, constant awareness that the spiritual world was just as real as the physical one, and considerably more dangerous. And nighttime was when the boundary between these worlds grew thinner. Before going to bed, most medieval people performed some form of protective ritual. At minimum, this meant prayers. You'd cross yourself, recite a prayer asking for God's protection through the night, and possibly say specific prayers against particular dangers. The Catholic Church encouraged nightly prayers and provided specific devotions for nighttime use. These weren't just abstract spiritual exercises. People genuinely believed that prayers could protect them from very real dangers. Demons, they believed, wandered during the night looking for unprotected souls to torment. Evil spirits might press down on your chest while you sleep, causing nightmares or worse. The devil himself was particularly active during the dark hours, and a soul without proper spiritual protection was vulnerable. Many people made the sign of the cross over their bed before getting in and over their doors and windows. Some marked these thresholds with holy water or blessed salt. These weren't superstitions in the medieval mind, they were practical precautions like locking your doors today. Except you weren't just protecting against human intruders, you were warding off spiritual ones. The physical arrangement of the sleeping space often had spiritual significance. Many people positioned their beds so they could face east, toward Jerusalem and the rising sun, believing this orientation offered additional protection. Religious imagery, crosses, icons or symbols, might be placed near the bed or hung on walls. These weren't decorations, they were spiritual security systems. Nightmares were understood completely differently than we understand them today. When you had a bad dream, it wasn't just your subconscious processing daily stress. It might be a demon literally assaulting you during sleep, or a dead person trying to communicate, or a prophetic vision sent by God or intercepted by Satan. Dreams were taken very seriously and often discussed with priests who could help interpret their meaning and advise on protective measures. Some dreams were considered so significant that they were recorded and reported to church authorities. If you dreamed of something that might relate to heresy or had visions that seemed prophetic, these were matters that could have serious consequences. Dream interpretation was a recognized spiritual skill, and people paid attention to the messages they believed were being sent to them during sleep. The phenomenon of sleep paralysis, that terrifying experience where you're conscious but can't move, often accompanied by a sense of pressure on your chest and the presence of a threatening entity, was universally interpreted as a demonic attack or visitation by a malevolent supernatural being. Different cultures had different names for the entity that caused this. The night hag or old hag in some traditions, the mare in others, which is where our word nightmare comes from. Protection against these entities involved both physical and spiritual measures. You might place iron near your bed, as iron was believed to repel fairies and evil spirits. You might wear a blessed amulet or keep a piece of a holy relic nearby. Some people slept with their hands arranged in the shape of a cross to maintain protection, even while unconscious. Children were considered especially vulnerable to spiritual dangers during sleep, partly because they were thought to be more spiritually open, and partly because their souls were so valuable to demonic forces. Parents might perform elaborate bedtime rituals over their children, including blessings, prayers, and the arrangement of protective objects around the sleeping child. The church had mixed feelings about some of these protective practices. Official church doctrine approved of prayers and blessed objects, but frowned on practices that seemed too similar to pre-Christian magic or pagan beliefs. This created a grey area where people practiced a blend of approved Christian devotion and traditional folk protection that made church authorities uncomfortable, but was too widespread to effectively suppress. Interestingly, some of these folk practices did have practical benefits, even if the spiritual reasoning behind them was questionable. Keeping certain herbs near your bed, blessed by the church for spiritual protection, might actually help repel insects or improve air quality. Maintaining evening prayer routines provided psychological comfort and helped mark the transition from waking to sleeping. The ritualization of bedtime created structure and predictability in a chaotic, dangerous world. The fear of nocturnal spiritual dangers also reinforced social structures and behaviors. Going to bed properly with appropriate prayers and protections was seen as morally correct. Someone who neglected these spiritual duties was not just being careless, but was committing a minor sin and inviting danger. This religious framework around sleep made it a moral issue, as well as a practical one. So far we've been talking about sleeping indoors, but let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the absence of a room, because plenty of medieval people regularly slept outside, not by choice but by necessity, and they managed not to freeze to death doing it. How? First, let's talk about who was sleeping outdoors. Shepherds, for one, spent nights out with their flocks during warmer months, protecting sheep from predators and thieves. Travellers caught between towns might find themselves sleeping rough rather than risk travelling after dark. Soldiers on campaign spent more nights under the sky than under roofs. Harvest workers during peak season sometimes slept in fields rather than waste time walking back to town each night. And the poor, particularly in cities, often had no choice but to find what shelter they could under bridges, in doorways, or in other semi-protected spots. The first rule of outdoor medieval sleeping was, don't do it in winter if you have any choice whatsoever. Medieval people understood that sleeping outside in deep winter was an excellent way to die of exposure. They didn't have magical cold weather techniques we've lost. They just tried very hard not to be outside overnight when it was truly cold. But during the rest of the year, outdoor sleeping was manageable with the right approach. Location was everything. You didn't just lie down anywhere. You looked for natural windbreaks like large rocks, earthen banks, or thick hedges. You positioned yourself to take advantage of any available shelter while staying away from obviously dangerous locations like avalanche paths, flooding risks, or places where animals had established roots. Ground insulation was critical. Sleeping directly on cold earth would suck the heat right out of your body, so medieval outdoor sleepers would gather whatever materials they could find to create a barrier. Dry leaves, bracken, heather, pine needles and grass, all of these could be piled up to create an insulating layer between you and the ground. The deeper the pile, the warmer you'd be. Some travellers carried their own portable bedding. A shepherd might have a wool cloak that could double as both clothing and a blanket. Wealthier travellers might have an actual blanket roll. Pilgrims, and medieval Europe saw a lot of pilgrimage traffic, often travelled with a cloak designed to serve multiple purposes, wear it during the day and sleep under it at night. The medieval cloak was an underappreciated piece of technology. Made of wool, often with a hood, it could be worn loose for ventilation during the day or wrapped tight for warmth. At night, you could wrap yourself in it like a burrito, pull the hood over your head, and have a surprising amount of warmth. The wealthier you were, the better quality wool you had, which meant warmer, denser fabric that provided better insulation. Fire was even more important when sleeping outdoors than when sleeping inside. A shepherd spending the night in the hills with his flock would build a fire and sleep near it, waking periodically to add fuel. This wasn't comfortable sleep. You'd be too hot on the side facing the fire and too cold on the other side, but it beat freezing. The skill was in building a fire that would last. You wanted substantial fuel that would burn slowly rather than small twigs that would flame out quickly. You'd build up a good bed of coals, then add larger pieces of wood. Some experienced outdoor sleepers would arrange large logs to create a long burning fire that didn't need constant tending. If sleeping alone outdoors, you'd want your back against something, a rock, a tree, or an earthen bank, so that you were protected from one side and could keep the fire on the other. This also provided psychological comfort because you knew nothing could sneak up behind you. Medieval nights were full of real dangers: wolves, bears, and human bandits, and sleeping in the open meant staying alert to these threats. Groups sleeping outdoors had an advantage: body heat. Shepherds might sleep huddled together with their dogs for warmth. Soldiers on campaign would crowd into tents or under temporary shelters, with the warmth of multiple bodies making up for the lack of other heating. This also meant someone could stand watch while others slept, providing security in a dangerous world. Military campaigns involved a lot of outdoor sleeping, and armies developed systems for managing this. Common soldiers often had basic tents, simple cloth or leather stretched over frames, that provided wind protection even if they didn't offer much insulation. The tent kept off rain and blocked wind, which were the two biggest threats to maintaining body heat. Inside the tent, soldiers would sleep in their cloaks, possibly with additional blankets if they were lucky, packed together for warmth. Officers had better tents, sometimes elaborate pavilions that could be quite comfortable with the right furnishings. A knight on campaign might travel with a tent that included a folding bed, proper bedding, and even portable furniture. But even the best tent wasn't as warm as a proper building, so everyone, regardless of rank, had to deal with being colder than they'd be at home. The reality of outdoor sleeping meant that medieval people were simply tougher about cold and discomfort than most of us are today. They didn't have the option of adjusting a thermostat or adding another electric blanket. They dealt with being cold, being uncomfortable, and sleeping poorly because those were the conditions of life. This doesn't mean they enjoyed it. Medieval sources are full of complaints about miserable nights sleeping rough, but they endured it because they had no choice. Interestingly, some people seem to sleep outdoors by preference, at least during warmer months. Hermits and some extremely devout religious individuals deliberately chose to sleep under the sky as a form of spiritual discipline. They'd find a cave or build a simple shelter and live there, enduring hardship as a way of growing closer to God. This was considered admirable and holy, though also slightly crazy even by medieval standards. For the urban poor, sleeping outdoors was less about spiritual growth and more about having nowhere else to go. Medieval cities had populations of homeless people who slept in doorways, under market stalls, or anywhere they could find a bit of shelter. This was dangerous and uncomfortable, but it was survival. Cities sometimes provided limited charity in the form of hospitality houses or spaces where the poor could sleep indoors, but there was never enough space for everyone who needed it. As dawn approaches in our medieval night, let's talk about waking up and what that morning experience tells us about how different medieval sleep really was from our modern experience. The medieval morning started early, very early by modern standards. Dawn was the natural wake-up time, not because people set alarms, but because light itself was the alarm. Without curtains blocking the sunrise, without artificial light that disrupted natural circadian rhythms, your body simply woke when the sun came up. This meant that wake-up times varied dramatically by season. You might rise at 5 a.m. in summer and 8 a.m. in winter, and everyone considered this completely normal. The first sensations of waking were probably not pleasant. You'd be stiff from sleeping on a surface that ranged from not very comfortable to actively painful. Your body would be cold because the fire had burned low during the night. If you'd slept in a room with other people, which most people did, you'd be surrounded by the sounds and smells of other humans who had spent the night in a room with limited ventilation. Medieval people didn't wake up and immediately jump into their day. They'd lie there for a bit, possibly dozing through that transition between first and second sleep if they'd woken during the night interval. When they finally roused themselves fully, the first order of business was getting the fire going properly again if it had been banked overnight. Then you'd dress, which was less complicated than you might think because you'd slept in much of your clothing. You'd add outer layers, maybe splash some water on your face if water was available, and you were unusually concerned with cleanliness, and basically prepare to start another day of medieval life. Morning prayers were standard for most people, a quick thanks to God for surviving the night, because in a world where disease and accident could kill you suddenly, surviving the night wasn't something to take for granted. These prayers served both spiritual and practical purposes, marking the transition from sleep to waking and helping orient your mind toward the day ahead. But here's what's fascinating when you really think about medieval sleep. It worked. Despite all the discomfort, despite the cold, despite sharing sleeping spaces with multiple people and various forms of wildlife, despite the smoke and the danger and the spiritual anxiety, medieval people got enough sleep to function. They built cathedrals, fought wars, created art, raised families, and developed complex societies. They did this all while sleeping in conditions that would have most modern people calling a contractor and investing in better insulation. This tells us something important about human adaptability. Our bodies and minds are remarkably good at adjusting to conditions that seem unbearable at first. Medieval people weren't superhuman, they were just adapted to their circumstances. They found their cold rooms normal because they'd never known anything else. They slept well in crowded conditions because privacy was never an option. They dealt with discomfort because comfort wasn't really on the menu. It also tells us something about what sleep actually requires. We modern people have convinced ourselves that we need perfect conditions, the right temperature, the right mattress, the right pillows, complete darkness, absolute silence, maybe a white noise machine or a specially designed sleep app. Medieval people had none of these things and slept anyway, because fundamentally, human sleep is robust enough to work under surprisingly difficult conditions. The legacy of medieval sleep patterns has left traces in our language and culture that we barely notice. When we talk about having a good night's sleep, we're using a phrase that dates back centuries. The expression burning the midnight oil refers to a time when staying up late actually meant consuming expensive resources. Making your bed comes from an era when this was a genuine daily task that involved tightening ropes and fluffing straw. Even our architecture carries echoes of medieval sleeping arrangements. The four-poster bed design originated in medieval attempts to create warmer sleeping spaces through curtains. The canopy over a bed, now purely decorative, once served the practical purpose of catching falling debris from thatched roofs or crumbling plaster. These functional designs became status symbols and eventually decorative traditions that persist, even though we no longer need them. The medieval approach to sleep also influenced later developments in housing and heating. The recognition that separate bedrooms provided better rest and privacy, even when they weren't strictly necessary for warmth, led to architectural changes as wealth increased. The development of better chimney technology, improved glass making for windows, and more efficient heating systems all emerged partly from centuries of experience with cold, smoky medieval sleeping conditions. Medieval sleep patterns, specifically that segmented sleep with a wakeful period in the middle of the night, might actually have been more natural for human biology than our modern compressed schedule. Some sleep researchers argue that the medieval pattern matched our circadian rhythms better than forcing ourselves to sleep in one solid block. That middle-of-the-night wakeful period was used for prayer, intimacy, reflection, and dreaming, activities we've lost in our rush to maximise sleep efficiency. There's also something to be said for the medieval acceptance of seasonal variation in sleep patterns. We modern people try to maintain the same schedule year-round, going to bed at the same time whether it's June or December, regardless of what our bodies might prefer. Medieval people slept more in winter and less in summer, following natural light cycles, and this might have been healthier than our artificial consistency. The communal nature of medieval sleep also has lessons for us. While we value privacy and personal space, and there's nothing wrong with that, there was something to be said for the security and comfort of never sleeping truly alone. The presence of family members and the sounds of other people breathing and sleeping nearby provided reassurance in a way that our isolated modern bedrooms don't. Medieval people's relationship with fire teaches us about resource management and sustainability in ways we've forgotten. They used fire carefully because fuel was precious, banked fires to maintain them efficiently, and understood that waste in heating was waste they couldn't afford. Our modern ability to heat entire homes to comfortable temperatures year-round is wonderful, but it's come at environmental costs that medieval people would have found incomprehensible. The spiritual dimension of medieval sleep reminds us that sleep has always been more than just physical rest. It's a vulnerable state that requires not just physical safety, but psychological and spiritual security. Medieval prayers and protective rituals served the same function that our modern bedtime routines serve, creating a mental transition from waking concerns to sleep's release. Whether you're crossing yourself and praying to saints or doing relaxation exercises and meditation, you're performing the same basic function of creating a psychological boundary around sleep time. As you lie there in your comfortable bed, with your temperature-controlled room and your supportive mattress, it's worth considering what lessons medieval sleep might offer for our modern rest problems. Because for all our advances in sleep technology, many of us struggle to sleep well, while medieval people, despite their objectively terrible sleeping conditions, generally managed just fine. First, there's the lesson of darkness. Medieval people lived in genuine darkness, and their sleep cycles aligned naturally with it. We modern folks flood our evenings with artificial light, then wonder why we have trouble falling asleep. The blue light from our phones and tablets is particularly disruptive, signalling to our brains that it's still daytime when we're trying to convince our bodies it's bedtime. Medieval people didn't have to actively create darkness. It was the default setting, and their bodies responded accordingly. If you're struggling with sleep, one medieval lesson is simple. Make your evenings darker. Dim your lights as bedtime approaches. Avoid screens for an hour before sleep, and use blackout curtains to eliminate light pollution from streetlights. Create an approximation of that medieval darkness, and your body might remember how it's supposed to respond. Second, there's the temperature factor. Medieval people slept in cold rooms and used bedding for warmth, rather than heating the entire space. Modern research actually supports this approach. We sleep better in cooler rooms, ideally between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Your body temperature naturally drops when you sleep, and a cool environment facilitates this process. Medieval people stumbled onto this truth through necessity. We've had to rediscover it through sleep research. The medieval practice of layering for warmth rather than ambient heating also makes sense. Being slightly cool but buried under warm blankets seems to promote better sleep than being in a warm room with light covers. There's something psychologically comforting about burrowing into blankets, creating your own warm microclimate the way medieval bed curtains once did. Third, consider the medieval approach to bedtime routines. Modern sleep experts constantly advise establishing consistent bedtime rituals, and medieval people did exactly this with their evening prayers, their fire banking, and their protective rituals. These activities served the practical purpose of preparing for bed, while also signalling to the mind and body that sleep was coming. The specific content of the ritual mattered less than its consistency, and its role in marking the transition from day to night. You might not want to start crossing yourself and reciting prayers to ward off demons, though if that works for you, go right ahead. But creating your own bedtime ritual serves the same purpose. Making tea, reading a few pages of an actual book, doing some gentle stretching, or even just putting on specific sleepwear, these activities signal to your brain that sleep time is approaching. Fourth, there's something to learn from segmented sleep. While we can't fully recreate medieval sleep patterns in our electric world, there's value in not panicking if you wake up in the middle of the night. Medieval people expected this wakeful period and used it productively and calmly. When we wake at 3 a.m. and immediately start stressing about how we should be asleep, we make the problem worse. If you wake in the night, try adopting a medieval approach. Accept it. Lie there quietly, think calm thoughts, pray if you're inclined that way, or just rest peacefully. Don't look at your phone, don't turn on bright lights, and don't start your day. Just exist calmly in the darkness for a while, and you'll likely drift back to sleep naturally. Fighting the wakefulness creates anxiety that prevents sleep. Accepting it often allows it to pass. Fifth, medieval people's physical exhaustion from daily labour meant they fell asleep easily, despite uncomfortable conditions. Most of us aren't doing the kind of physical work that left medieval people genuinely tired by bedtime. We're mentally exhausted but physically under-exercised, which is exactly the wrong combination for good sleep. Our brains are wired from screen time and stress, but our bodies haven't done enough to earn physical tiredness. The medieval lesson here is straightforward. Physical activity during the day promotes better sleep at night. You don't need to plough fields or walk 20 miles, but you do need to move your body enough that it's ready for rest. Medieval people didn't need sleep podcasts or meditation apps because their bodies were genuinely ready to shut down at bedtime. Sixth, there's the matter of expectations. Medieval people didn't expect perfect comfort, complete silence, or ideal conditions. They expected sleep to be somewhat challenging and uncomfortable, and they slept anyway. We modern people have such high expectations for our sleep that we create anxiety around it, and that anxiety itself disrupts our rest. Sometimes the medieval approach of just accepting less than perfect conditions and sleeping anyway is the healthiest response. Your mattress might not be perfectly suited to your body, your room might not be absolutely silent, and your schedule might not align perfectly with your natural rhythms. And that's okay. Sleep doesn't require perfection, it just requires good enough conditions and a willingness to rest despite minor imperfections. Finally, medieval sleep reminds us that community and connection matter for good rest. Sleeping completely alone in isolated rooms is actually a very modern phenomenon, and it's not necessarily optimal for everyone. The presence of family members, pets, or partners can provide comfort and security that promotes better sleep, even if it also means occasional disruptions. Obviously, we don't need to return to medieval communal sleeping arrangements. Privacy and personal space are valuable, but there's something to be said for not sleeping in complete isolation if it makes you anxious or uncomfortable. That dog on your bed, that partner beside you, that baby monitor connecting you to your children, these connections serve some of the same reassuring functions that communal medieval sleeping once did. Let's take a moment to imagine that you could somehow transport your modern bedroom back to medieval times, or bring a medieval sleeping space into the present. The contrast would be startling, but so would the similarities. A medieval person visiting your bedroom would probably be most amazed by the consistent temperature. The idea that you could keep an entire room warm all night, every night, without anyone tending a fire, would seem like sorcery. They'd be fascinated by your light switches. The ability to banish darkness with a simple gesture would be mind-boggling. Your mattress would feel incredibly soft and supportive, your sheets impossibly smooth and clean. But they might also find your bedroom somewhat puzzling. Why is it so isolated from the rest of the house? Why do you sleep alone when having others nearby would be warmer, safer, and more comforting? Why do you have so much space dedicated solely to sleeping when that space could serve multiple functions? And why are you struggling to fall asleep in these perfect conditions when they could sleep fine on a pile of straw? Conversely, if you were transported to a medieval bedchamber, you'd immediately notice the cold. Not just cool, but genuinely cold, in a way that makes you want to keep all your clothes on, which is exactly what you'd do. The smell would be your next observation. Wood smoke, unwashed bodies, old straw, cooking odours, and various other scents that we've trained ourselves not to tolerate. Your modern nose, accustomed to air fresheners and frequent laundering, would find the medieval bedroom environment challenging. The lack of privacy would probably bother you more than it bothered medieval people. Knowing that you're sharing sleeping space with family members, servants, or even strangers at an inn would feel intrusive. You'd miss your ability to retreat into your own space, close the door, and have genuine solitude. This privacy that we take for granted was a luxury almost unknown in medieval times. You'd also notice the darkness in a way medieval people didn't because they never knew anything else. When the sun set and candles were extinguished, it would be darker than almost anywhere you've experienced in modern life. That darkness would feel oppressive at first, maybe even frightening, until you adjusted to it the way medieval people lived with it every day. The sounds would be different too. Instead of the white noise of HVAC systems, refrigerators humming, or distant traffic, you'd hear the sounds of other people sleeping, breathing, snoring, shifting position, getting up to tend the fire or use the chamber pot. You'd hear animals both inside and outside the dwelling. You'd hear weather more directly because buildings weren't as well sealed. These organic sounds might actually be more soothing than modern mechanical noises, or they might keep you awake all night. People's responses would vary. The physical discomfort would be real and unavoidable. That straw mattress, or even a better wool-stuffed one, would feel lumpy, uneven, and unsupportive compared to your modern mattress with its carefully engineered layers. The blankets would be heavy and scratchy. You'd be cold on one side and too warm on the other. Your body would hurt from the poor support and awkward sleeping position. You'd contort yourself into trying to get comfortable. Yet after a few nights, assuming you survived the adjustment period, you'd probably start to adapt. Your body would get used to the temperature variations, the firm sleeping surface, and the various discomforts. You'd find positions that worked reasonably well. You'd develop calluses, both physical and mental, against the conditions. And you'd sleep because fundamentally humans are designed to sleep even in difficult circumstances. This thought experiment reveals something important. Comfort is relative and adaptive. What feels unbearably uncomfortable initially becomes tolerable and eventually normal through repeated exposure. Medieval people weren't tougher than us in any genetic sense. They were just adapted to different conditions. Similarly, we're adapted to our comfortable modern conditions, which is why we find even minor deviations from optimal sleep environments so disturbing. It also highlights how much of sleep quality is mental rather than purely physical. Medieval people slept in objectively terrible conditions, but didn't lie awake stressing about whether they'd get enough rest, or whether their sleep environment was optimized. They just went to bed and slept. We have objectively excellent sleeping conditions, but often struggle because we've created psychological barriers around sleep, expectations, anxieties and beliefs about what we need that may or may not be accurate. The technological advances we've made in sleep comfort are genuine improvements. Let's not romanticize medieval sleeping conditions, which were often genuinely miserable. But we've also lost some resilience in the process. We've become so dependent on perfect conditions that minor disruptions can ruin our sleep entirely. Medieval people's ability to sleep despite imperfect conditions is worth remembering when our own sleep environment isn't quite ideal. As we near the end of our journey through medieval nights, and as you prepare to drift off in your own comfortable bed, let's reflect on what this exploration of medieval sleep reveals about the human experience of rest across time. Sleep is one of the most fundamental human experiences, something we share with our medieval ancestors and will share with future generations. The specific conditions change dramatically. The materials, the technology, the social arrangements, but the basic human need for rest, safety and renewal remains constant. A medieval person and a modern person both close their eyes at night, both drift into dreams, and both wake to face a new day. There's something oddly comforting about this continuity. For all the ways our world has changed, for all the technology we've developed, and the social structures we've built, we still need sleep just as much as medieval peasants did. We're not so different from them in this fundamental way. Their struggles to stay warm through cold nights, to feel safe in darkness, to find rest despite discomfort. These are struggles we can understand even across 800 years of history. Medieval people solved their sleep problems with the resources they had: wool and straw, fire and faith, community and resilience. We solve ours with temperature control and memory foam, sleep apps and weighted blankets. The solutions are different, but the underlying needs are the same. We both seek warmth, safety, comfort, and rest. We both create rituals and routines to ease the transition from waking to sleeping. We both worry about not getting enough sleep, though we probably worry more about it than they did. The medieval relationship with sleep was more pragmatic and less anxious than ours. They didn't have sleep specialists or studies on optimal sleep positions. They just went to bed when it got dark and got up when it got light, with that interesting middle-of-the-night interval that we've lost. Their approach was less scientific, but possibly less stressful. They didn't lie awake worrying about whether they were sleeping correctly, but they also dealt with genuine hardships that we can barely imagine. The cold that seeped into your bones on winter nights, the discomfort of sleeping surfaces that would fail any modern ergonomic test, the smoke that irritated your lungs every day of your life, and the genuine dangers from fire, disease and violence that made every night's rest somewhat precarious. We shouldn't romanticize these difficulties just because medieval people endured them. What we can take from medieval sleep is a sense of proportion. Yes, good sleep conditions matter and are worth pursuing. But perfect conditions aren't necessary for adequate rest, and obsessing over optimization can create more problems than it solves. Medieval people's ability to rest, despite imperfection, is a useful counterpoint to our modern anxiety about getting every detail of our sleep environment exactly right. We can also learn from their acceptance of natural rhythms and seasonal variations. The idea that you might sleep differently in winter than in summer, that you might wake naturally in the middle of the night and that's okay, and that sleep is influenced by natural cycles rather than being a fixed requirement. You must meet precisely every night. These ideas offer a gentler, more flexible approach to rest. The medieval practice of preparing for sleep through ritual, whether prayers, fire banking, or other regular activities, reminds us that sleep doesn't just happen. It's something we prepare for and enter into deliberately. Creating that transition period, marking the boundary between day and night, helps our minds and bodies recognize when it's time to let go of waking concerns and enter into rest. And perhaps most importantly, medieval sleep reminds us that humans are remarkably adaptable. We can sleep in difficult conditions, adjust to different arrangements, and find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. This resilience is still in us, even if we don't need to use it as often. When we face disrupted sleep, travel, stress, illness, life changes, remembering that humans have slept successfully under far more challenging conditions can help us maintain perspective. As you lie there now, warm under your covers, in your quiet room with its controlled temperature and comfortable mattress, you're experiencing a level of sleep comfort that medieval people couldn't have imagined. Appreciate it because it's genuinely wonderful. But also know that if circumstances ever required you to sleep less comfortably, you could adapt, just as humans have adapted to sleeping conditions throughout history. The medieval person struggling to stay warm under scratchy wool blankets in a smoky cottage, and you in your climate-controlled bedroom, are connected by that fundamental human need for rest. You both close your eyes against the darkness, let consciousness fade, and trust that sleep will restore you for another day. The specifics differ wildly, but the essential experience is the same. So tonight, as you drift off, you're participating in a ritual that connects you to countless generations of humans who have sought rest in the darkness. Some of them slept in castles, and some in cottages, some on feather beds, and some on piles of straw. But all of them closed their eyes and slept and woke and lived their lives and passed into history. Their medieval nights are long over, but the human need for sleep continues. The fire they tended so carefully has been replaced by your central heating, their prayers for protection by your locked doors and alarm systems, and their rough blankets by your engineered bedding. But the sleep itself, that nightly letting go of consciousness, that trust in tomorrow's waking, that universal human vulnerability and renewal, remains unchanged. Sleep well tonight, knowing you're part of this long human tradition of finding rest in darkness, safety in vulnerability, and renewal in that mysterious daily death and rebirth we call sleep. Medieval people did it with cruder tools but equal success. You'll do it with better tools but face the same fundamental challenge, to let go of today and trust in tomorrow. The medieval night has ended, but yours continues. Let the warmth of your bed surround you, let the comfort of safety embrace you, and let the quiet darkness welcome you. You don't need to bank fires or recite protective prayers. You don't need to worry about wolves or demons or whether the thatch will hold against the rain. You just need to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let yourself drift into that ancient, universal human experience of sleep. Medieval people did it, your parents and grandparents did it, and you can do it too. Sweet dreams, and may you wake refreshed just as countless humans have done across the centuries, from those cold medieval mornings to your comfortable modern one. During the summer of 1962, when Kennedy was the president and the Beatles were still unknown young men in Liverpool, 3 men, each nursing dreams as vast as the Pacific that surrounded their concrete cage, sat in the heart of America's most notorious prison. Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, the Rock to those who knew her intimately, perched like a medieval fortress on her island throne, 22 acres of hubris wrapped in fog and federal authority. Frank Morris, inmate AZ 1441, possessed the kind of mind that could unravel a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, if such puzzles had existed then. His IQ of 133 made him the prison's unofficial genius, though his criminal resume suggested he'd been applying his considerable intellect to all the wrong equations. Frank had collected felonies such as bank robbery, car theft and armed robbery, similar to how other men collect baseball cards, and he did so with about as much long-term planning. In the cell next to Frank's metropolitan headquarters sat John Anglin, AZ 1476, a man whose southern drawl could charm honey from a hive, but whose sticky fingers had landed him in more trouble than a cat in a yarn factory. John and his brother Clarence had been robbing banks since they were old enough to reach the teller windows, though their methods lacked the sophisticated planning that Frank brought to his endeavours. They were the kind of criminals who'd rob a bank and then stop for ice cream on the way home, not realising that mint chocolate chip doesn't provide much of an alibi. Clarence Anglin, AZ 1485, completed this unholy trio of criminals. If John was the charmer and Frank was the brain, Clarence was the steady hand, the man who could keep his cool when the heat was on and the law was closing in. Together, the three had accumulated enough time behind bars to span several geological epochs, their sentences stretching into a future where flying cars and moon colonies seemed more plausible than parole. The Rock had earned her reputation through careful cultivation of despair. Alcatraz, surrounded by waters so cold they could freeze a man's soul before his body hit the bay, was designed by men who understood that sometimes the most effective prison bars are made of salt water and hypothermia. The swift and unforgiving currents around the island carried the dreams of would-be escapees towards the Golden Gate Bridge and towards the sea. Warden Olin Blackwell ran the prison with the precision of a Swiss timepiece and the warmth of a January morning in Siberia. He'd inherited Alcatraz from his predecessor like a family curse. This description includes the mythology of impregnability and lists America's most creative criminals. Under his watch, 23 men had attempted escape in 14 separate tries. All had been recaptured, shot, or drowned. A track record that would make any warden proud and any inmate thoughtful. The daily routine at Alcatraz followed a rhythm as predictable as a metronome. Wake at 6:30 to the sound of a bell that had been imported from a defunct monastery, apparently to add a touch of ironic spirituality to the proceedings. The kitchen staff prepared breakfast, leaving no room for weapons, tools, or hope. The meals were nutritionally adequate and gastronomically devastating, a combination that seemed designed to break the spirit while preserving the body for future punishment. Work assignments varied from the mundane to the mind-numbing. Some inmates worked in the prison laundry, where they could contemplate the cleanliness they were providing to the outside world, while wearing uniforms that made them look like extras in a particularly grim musical. Others worked in the kitchen, where they learned to create meals that would make a medieval peasant grateful for gruel. The most fortunate were employed in the prison library, where they could immerse themselves in tales of locations where the walls remained free of condensation and the sea did not taunt them with its close proximity. But it was in the industrial workshop that our three protagonists found themselves assigned, surrounded by tools that were counted more carefully than votes in a contested election. Amid the scent of machine oil and the rhythm of industrial equipment, Frank Morris began to notice details. Frank Morris observed the gradual settling of the concrete walls over the decades. The patterns of condensation suggested different densities in the construction materials. The sound travelled through the ventilation system like whispered secrets. Every evening, as the sun painted the bay in shades of freedom, the three men would return to their cells, 6 feet by 9 feet of government-issued solitude. But while their bodies were confined, their minds began to wander down paths that would have made Houdini himself nod with approval. They started to see Alcatraz not as an impregnable fortress, but as a very elaborate puzzle waiting to be solved. As the darkness in their cells grew, and the fog rolled in from the Pacific like a protective blanket, three men began to dream of a morning when they would awaken in a different place. Winter arrived at Alcatraz like an unwelcome relative, settling in for a long stay and making everyone miserable with its presence. The fog grew thicker, the winds intensified, and the concrete walls appeared to radiate despair. It was during these grey months that Frank Morris began to study the prison with the dedication of a doctoral candidate whose thesis was titled Creative Applications of Structural Engineering. The beauty of Frank's mind lay not in its criminal applications, though those had been impressive in their own misguided way, but in its ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. While his fellow inmates counted days until release dates that existed only in their most optimistic fantasies, Frank counted rivets, measured shadows, and calculated the thermal expansion of aging concrete. The revelation came to him during a particularly tedious afternoon in the workshop. while he was assigned to repair a ventilation grate that had been damaged by the previous winter's storms. As he worked, Frank noticed that the concrete around the vent had developed small cracks, hairline fractures that spoke of a building settling into middle age. The salt air had been working its slow chemistry on the structure for decades, and even the mighty Alcatraz was not immune to the patient persistence of time. That evening, as the lights dimmed and the prison settled into its nightly routine of enforced contemplation, Frank shared his observations with the Anglin brothers. Their cell block B block had been constructed in the 1910s, when concrete was more an art than a science, and building codes were suggestions rather than commandments. The walls that held them were thick enough to contain their bodies, but, Frank suspected, not necessarily their ingenuity. John Anglin, despite his reputation for impulsive decision-making, possessed a craftsman's understanding of tools and materials. Years of breaking into places had taught him to read the language of locks, hinges, and structural weak points. When Frank described the condition of the concrete around the ventilation systems, John's eyes lit up with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for surprise inheritances or unexpected pardons. Clarence brought a different skill set to their growing conspiracy. His years of incarceration had taught him the rhythms of prison life, when guards changed shifts, which routes the security patrols followed, and how to move through the institutional routine without attracting attention. If Frank acted as the architect and John as the engineer, Clarence took on the role of the choreographer in their ever more intricate dance with disaster. The plan began to take shape during their evening conversations, whispered through the ventilation system that connected their cells like a primitive telephone network. They would begin by widening the ventilation grates in their individual cells, not enough to escape immediately, but enough to create passage to the utility corridor that ran behind the cell block. From there, they could access the roof and theoretically find a way to reach the water. The word theoretically held significant weight in their discussions. The distance from Alcatraz to Angel Island was about 2 miles of water that had claimed more experienced swimmers than any of them. The currents were unpredictable, the water temperature rarely rose above 55 degrees, and the Coast Guard maintained regular patrols specifically to discourage the kind of maritime adventure they were contemplating. But Frank had been studying the tides and currents with the dedication of a marine biologist. He had noticed that during certain tidal conditions, debris from the prison would wash up on Angel. They set out to reach the island, determined not to let the sea sweep them away. If they could time their escape properly, the same currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. Frank had been modifying and hiding tools in the prison workshop that could be used to chip away at the concrete. Frank meticulously sharpened and hardened the spoon handle. Frank had broken off a piece of the saw blade and concealed it in the sole of his shoe. Small tools that would do small work over a long time, the kind of patient progress that builds pyramids and topples governments. But tools alone wouldn't be enough. They would need to conceal their work from the daily cell inspections, which meant creating dummy walls that would hide the growing holes while appearing completely normal to casual observation. This required materials that weren't exactly available through the prison commissary. Paint that matched the cell walls, cardboard that could be shaped and coloured to look like concrete, and some way to hold it all in place. John Anglin's artistic talents, previously applied only to forging signatures and identification documents, would be put to more constructive use. He began experimenting with soap, paint chips and hair clippings to create a mixture that could be moulded into shapes and painted to match the cell walls. The results wouldn't fool a detailed inspection, but they might survive the cursory glances that were part of the daily routine. Meanwhile, Clarence had been mapping the guard schedules with the precision of a railroad timetable. He knew which guards were thorough, which were lazy, and which were easily distracted by conversation about sports or weather. More importantly, he'd identified the 15-minute window each evening when the cell block was essentially unguarded while the guards changed shifts and counted heads. As winter deepened into spring, their plan evolved from wishful thinking to genuine possibility. They would work at night, when the prison's settling sounds would cover the scraping. They would take turns keeping watch, communicating through their improvised telephone system, and carefully disposing of the concrete dust and debris. The timeline was ambitious. They hoped to complete their excavation by early summer, when the water temperatures would be at their warmest and the weather most favourable for their aquatic adventure. But even as they refined their plans and gathered their materials, each man understood that they were essentially planning an elaborate form of suicide with a slim chance of success. Yet somehow the impossibility of their scheme made it more appealing rather than less. After years of being told what to do, when to wake up and what to eat, Planning anything felt like a rebellion against the cosmic forces that had deposited them on this rock in the middle of the bay. Spring of 1962 brought new hope to Alcatraz in the form of fresh paint and administrative optimism. The Bureau of Prisons had decided that a little colour might improve morale, apparently operating under the theory that sage-green walls would somehow make federal incarceration more palatable. While painters applied their cheerful coats of institutional improvement, 3 inmates had begun their renovation project, working with tools that wouldn't have impressed the most desperate home improvement enthusiast. Frank Morris had perfected the art of productive insomnia. Each night, after the 9:30 lights out, he would wait exactly 43 minutes for the sounds of the prison to settle into their nocturnal rhythm. Then, with the dedication of a medieval monk illuminating manuscripts, he would begin his careful destruction of federal property. The concrete around his cell's ventilation grate had revealed itself to be surprisingly cooperative, crumbling away in small, satisfying chunks under the persistent attention of his modified spoon handle. The work required a level of patience that would have challenged a Buddhist monk. Each scrape of the improvised chisel had to be gentle enough to avoid detection, but persistent enough to make progress. Too aggressive, and the sound would carry through the cell block like a dinner bell. If he was too tentative, he would still be chipping away when the next ice age arrived. Frank developed a rhythm: 3 gentle scrapes, pause to listen, 3 more scrapes, pause to dispose of debris. It was meditation through demolition, a Zen approach to jailbreaking. John Anglin had discovered an unexpected talent for forgery that extended beyond signatures and identification cards. His dummy ventilation grate, crafted from cardboard and painted with a mixture that included soap shavings, paint chips, and what he optimistically called artistic license, was becoming a masterpiece of deceptive craftsmanship. The challenge wasn't just making it look like concrete and metal, it had to look like old concrete and metal, complete with the stains, scratches, and accumulated grime of decades of neglect. The paint mixture had required considerable experimentation. Too much soap and it looked like what it was: soap. Too little, and it wouldn't hold together long enough to be useful. John had finally achieved the right consistency by adding hair clippings, his own, collected from monthly haircuts, and tiny fragments of concrete dust from Frank's excavation. The result was a substance that could be moulded, painted, and positioned to fool anyone who wasn't looking too carefully. Clarence Anglin had appointed himself the expedition's intelligence officer, maintaining surveillance schedules that would have impressed the CIA. He'd identified Guard Patterson as their most dangerous threat, a man who approached cell inspections with the thoroughness of a tax auditor and the suspicion of a jealous husband. Patterson counted rivets, checked shadows, and had once discovered a contraband cigarette hidden inside a hollowed-out bar of soap. If their deception was going to fail, Patterson would be the one to expose it. But even Patterson had weaknesses. He was diabetic, and his blood sugar crashes made him irritable and hurried during evening inspections. He was also a creature of habit, following the same route through the cell block every night, spending exactly 45 seconds in each cell before moving on. If they could predict his timing and mood, they could ensure their dummy walls were in place when he looked and removed when they needed to work. The disposal of excavated concrete presented its challenges. Simply dumping it would create suspicious piles of debris that even the most inattentive guard would notice. Instead, they developed a distribution system that would have impressed a drug cartel. They mixed small amounts of concrete dust with soap and washed it down the drains during their evening washing routine. They concealed larger chunks in the seams of their mattresses, distributing them so gradually that the changes in weight and texture were undetectable. They scattered some in the workshop, allowing it to blend with the dust and debris of daily industrial activity. They had recruited Alan West, another inmate whose cell was adjacent to their operation, as both a lookout and a participant. West's cell required the same treatment as the others, and his escape would help provide cover for the main operation. However, West brought a level of enthusiasm that sometimes exceeded his competence. While Frank approached the work with surgical precision, and the Anglin brothers contributed their specialised skills, West attacked his concrete with the subtlety of a demolition crew. West's scraping was audible from 3 cells away, and his mock wall resembled something a child might construct during a particularly unsuccessful art project. The work progressed through spring with the slow but steady pace of erosion carving canyons. By May, Frank had created an opening large enough to squeeze through, though he'd tested it only with careful measurements rather than actual human trials. The Anglin brothers had achieved similar progress, though John's perfectionist tendencies meant he spent almost as much time improving his dummy wall as he did enlarging his opening. The psychological toll of the work was as challenging as the physical demands. Each night brought the possibility of discovery, and each morning required them to resume their roles as model prisoners while concealing their growing excitement and anxiety. They had to maintain their routines, participate in work assignments, and interact with guards and fellow inmates as if their only concerns were the quality of the evening meal and the possibility of mail call. Frank found himself studying the guards with new intensity, not just for security purposes, but to understand how normal people behaved when they weren't planning impossible escapes. Guard Morrison had a habit of humming as he made his rounds. Guard Peterson had a habit of pausing at specific cells to engage in conversation with the inmates he held a particular dislike for. Guard Collins developed a nervous habit of jingling his keys whenever he felt anxious about something. These details would be crucial when the time came to move through the prison undetected. The weather had begun to cooperate with their plans. The fog that rolled in each evening provided natural cover, and the spring tides were creating current patterns that might actually help rather than hinder their water escape. Frank had been studying the movements of debris and seaweed, noting which pieces ended up on Angel Island and which disappeared into the Pacific. Their window of opportunity was approaching, but so was the increased risk that came with each passing day of their secret construction project. As May progressed toward June, 3 men continued their nightly routine of carefully destroying their prison cells while maintaining the facade of resigned acceptance. They had committed themselves to a plan that required perfect timing, flawless execution, and a considerable amount of luck. The alternative, spending the remainder of their lives in 6 by 9 foot concrete boxes, provided all the motivation they needed to continue their invisible demolition project. June arrived at Alcatraz with unusual warmth, as if the Pacific had decided to offer a brief respite from its customary indifference to human comfort. The unseasonably pleasant weather felt like a cosmic wink to 3 men who had been planning their departure for months, though they maintained the prison's routine with the dedication of method actors preparing for the performance of their lives. Frank Morris had discovered that escaping from Alcatraz required skills not typically taught in criminal enterprises. Take navigation as an example. The waters around the island moved with currents that followed patterns more complex than advanced calculus, and miscalculating their timing could result in a one-way trip to the Farallon Islands, or, more likely, the bottom of the bay. Frank had been studying the movement of everything from seagull formations to sandwich wrappers thrown overboard by the weekly supply boat, building a mental map of how the water moved and when. The breakthrough came when he noticed that prison garbage thrown into the bay during certain tidal conditions would wash up on Angel Island within hours. If they could time their escape to coincide with those same conditions, the treacherous currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. It was a theory that sounded plausible in whispered cellblock conversations, but would require testing their hypothesis with their lives. John Anglin had been perfecting what he called the Great Deception, a collection of dummy heads that would occupy their beds during the crucial hours when guards conducted night counts. Using a mixture of soap, toilet paper, paint and hair, collected from the prison barbershop floor, John had created sculptures that bore a reasonable resemblance to sleeping inmates, assuming the guards didn't look too closely and the lighting remained appropriately dim. The heads were works of inspired improvisation. John used real hair, which he carefully arranged to match the individual hairstyles of the sculptures. The features were moulded from soap, painted with pigments extracted from magazine pages, and mixed with substances that John preferred not to identify too specifically. The ears were particularly challenging. Apparently, creating believable ears from soap required an artistic sensibility that John had never previously applied to anything more ambitious than forging signatures. Clarence Anglin had graduated from intelligence gathering to operational planning. He'd identified the exact route they would take from their cells to the roof, through the utility corridor behind the cell block, up a ventilation shaft that led to the roof, and then across the prison rooftop to a point where they could descend to the water without being seen from the guard towers. The journey would require them to navigate in complete darkness through spaces that were barely large enough for human passage, carrying equipment that couldn't be left behind. Alan West had become their weak link in ways that were both predictable and frustrating. While the other 3 had been methodically preparing for every aspect of their escape, West had been treating the project like an extended hobby rather than a life-or-death endeavour. His concrete removal had been inconsistent, his dummy wall was unconvincing, and his security awareness was approximately equivalent to that of a tourist taking photos at a military installation. The tools and materials for their water escape had been accumulated through a combination of theft, creativity, and what Frank called adaptive resource acquisition. Prison raincoats had been sewn together to create a makeshift raft and life preservers. They had sewed the raft together using thread from prison clothing and needles, fashioned from a metal scraps found in the workshop. The result looked like something that might have been rejected by a particularly undemanding Coast Guard inspection, but it would hopefully provide enough buoyancy to keep them alive until they reached land. Paddles had been carved from wooden pieces found in the workshop, shaped and smoothed during lunch breaks and stolen moments when guards were distracted. The paddles were crude but functional, assuming they didn't encounter waves larger than those found in an average bathtub. Frank had calculated that they would need to cover approximately 2 miles of open water, probably in fog, while being sought by every law enforcement agency in Northern California. The escape timeline had been planned with the precision of a military operation, though with significantly less reliable equipment. They would begin their departure at 9:45 p.m., 15 minutes after lights out, when the cell block settled into its evening routine. The dummy heads would be positioned in their beds, the fake walls would be put in place behind their ventilation grates, and they would begin their journey through the utility corridor. The climb to the roof would be the most dangerous part of their internal navigation. The ventilation shaft was barely wide enough for human passage, and any noise during the ascent could alert guards to their escape attempt. They would have to climb approximately 30 feet in complete darkness, carrying their makeshift equipment while remaining absolutely silent. Frank had rehearsed the climb in previous reconnaissance missions, but the actual performance was a completely different matter. Once on the roof, they would have to cross approximately 60 yards of open space to reach their descent point, moving carefully to avoid being seen by guards in the towers. The guard towers had searchlights that swept the prison grounds on irregular schedules, and being caught in one of those beams would end their escape attempt in a hail of gunfire and official disappointment. The descent to the water would require them to climb down the outside of the prison building using makeshift ropes created from sheets and towels stolen from the laundry. The drop was approximately 50 feet, and the improvised climbing equipment would have to support their weight plus the weight of their escape materials. Frank had tested the rope strength using methods he preferred not to describe in detail, but the results had been marginally encouraging. As June progressed, their preparations entered the final phase. The concrete removal was essentially complete, but West continued to struggle with opening his act. The dummy heads were ready for their theatrical debut. The escape equipment was as prepared as prison resources would allow. Weather conditions were favourable, with fog predicted for the evening they had chosen for their departure. But perhaps most importantly, 3 men had committed themselves psychologically to an undertaking that required them to bet their lives on the accuracy of their planning and the reliability of their improvised equipment. They had reached the point where backing down was no longer possible, not because of external pressure, but because they had convinced themselves that freedom was worth the considerable risk of death. The date was set, June 11th, 1962. In less than 48 hours, they would discover whether months of planning and preparation had created a viable escape plan or an elaborate form of suicide. The Pacific Ocean would render its verdict with the finality that only nature can provide. The morning sun painted San Francisco Bay in shades of gold and promise, while inside Alcatraz, 3 men moved through their daily routines with the focused calm of actors preparing for opening night. Each mundane activity, breakfast, work detail, afternoon recreation, carried the weight of finality, as if they were participating in a farewell tour of institutional life. Frank Morris spent the morning in the workshop with unusual attention to his assigned tasks, repairing ventilation equipment with the ironic dedication of a man who had spent months systematically dismantling similar fixtures. His hands worked automatically, while his mind ran through the evening's timeline like a conductor rehearsing a complex symphony. Every movement had been choreographed, every contingency considered, yet the fundamental uncertainty remained. Would their months of preparation prove sufficient, or would they join the ranks of Alcatraz's failed escape attempts? The Anglin brothers maintained their customary routine with studied normalcy, though John found himself paying unusual attention to details he might never see again. The afternoon light danced through the windows of the cell block, the sound of foghorns beginning their evening chorus. Years of daily interaction had made the guards' familiar faces as predictable as sunrise. These observations didn't stem from sentiment, as they couldn't afford it. but rather from the sharp awareness that often accompanies irreversible decisions. Alan West had been struggling with his concrete removal for weeks, working with the frantic energy of a student cramming for final exams. Although his opening was still slightly too small for comfortable passage, his perfectionist tendencies had run out of time. The tides would be favourable tonight, the guard schedules were optimal, and weather forecasts predicted the fog cover they needed. West would have to make his existing opening work or risk compromising the entire operation. As evening approached, the prison settled into its familiar rhythm of enforced routine. Dinner was consumed with the usual institutional efficiency, food that was nutritionally adequate and gastronomically forgettable, served by kitchen staff who had perfected the art of culinary indifference. Conversation followed the approved patterns. Complaints about food quality, speculation about guard personnel changes, and discussions of scores from newspapers that arrived days late and already obsolete. But beneath this surface normalcy, 3 men were conducting final equipment checks with the thoroughness of astronauts preparing for launch. The dummy heads were positioned and ready. The makeshift flotation devices were concealed and accessible. We tested the improvised ropes one final time, employing methods that would not draw the attention of casual observers. Everything was ready, as months of prison-based preparation could make it. At 9:30 p.m, the lights went out on schedule, and Alcatraz began its transition to nighttime security protocols. The 3 conspirators waited in their cells with the patience of experienced criminals who understood that timing was everything. If they arrived too early, the guards would still be conducting their initial counts. Too late, and that they would miss the tidal conditions that could mean the difference between reaching Angel Island and disappearing into the Pacific. 9:45 p.m. arrived with astronomical precision. Frank Morris began the delicate process of removing his dummy ventilation grate and positioning his soap sculpture head in his bed. The head looked reasonably convincing in the dim light, certainly convincing enough to fool a guard conducting a routine count from the cell block corridor. The real test would come at midnight, when guards would conduct their more thorough inspection, but by then, the escape parties would either be safely away or beyond caring about guard inspections. The utility corridor behind the cell block was everything Frank had expected, and several things he hadn't. The space was cramped, filled with pipes and electrical conduits that seemed determined to catch on clothing and equipment. The air was thick with decades of accumulated dust and the metallic smell of aging infrastructure. Moving through the corridor required a combination of athletic ability and contortionist skills, complicated by the need to remain absolutely silent while carrying an equipment that seemed designed to make noise at the worst possible moments. With the grace of a man who had spent considerable time practicing the movement, John Anglin emerged from his cell into the corridor. His dummy head was positioned, his fake wall was in place, and his portion of the escape equipment was secured and ready for transport. The months of preparation had honed a level of coordination that would have impressed professional dancers, despite the significant risk of missing a cue compared to audience disapproval. Clarence followed with the steady competence that had made him the operations logistics coordinator. Everything that could be planned had been planned, and everything else would have to be improvised based on principles of creative problem-solving and desperate innovation. The utility corridor evoked the atmosphere of a theatre's backstage area, where the performance held paramount importance and the audience consisted solely of armed critics. Alan West encountered his first major crisis at exactly 9:52 p.m. His ventilation opening, subway, despite weeks of enlargement efforts, remained slightly too small for comfortable passage. What had seemed like a minor issue during planning now revealed itself as a potentially catastrophic problem. West struggled with his opening while his partners waited in the corridor, precious minutes ticking away like a countdown to a launch that couldn't be postponed. The decision was made with the brutal efficiency that emergency situations demand. West would continue working on his opening and follow when he could. The others would proceed with the escape rather than risk the entire operation for one person's preparation problems. It was a calculated decision, but prison had taught all of them that survival sometimes necessitated abandoning those who couldn't keep up. The climb to the roof began at 10:03 p.m, 13 minutes behind schedule, but still within acceptable parameters. The ventilation shaft was as challenging as reconnaissance had suggested, narrow, dark, and filled with obstacles that seemed designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour. Frank led the climb, followed by John and Clarence, each man carrying equipment that made the ascent more difficult than climbing a ladder while juggling flaming torches. The roof of Alcatraz stretched before them like a concrete ocean, bathed in fog that provided both concealment and navigation challenges. The guard towers were visible as points of light in the mist, their searchlights creating moving patterns that had to be avoided with the precision of dancers performing a deadly choreography. The three men moved across the roof with careful steps, aware that a single misstep could result in noise that would bring guards running from all directions. At 10:47 p.m. they reached their descent point and began the rappel to the water's edge. The improvised rope supported the men's weight, but they creaked and stretched in a way that made each man question whether he would successfully complete the descent or become an unwilling test of gravity's reliability. The water below was dark, cold, and moving with currents that would determine whether their months of planning would result in freedom or tragedy. As they prepared to enter the bay, three men stood at the edge of the Pacific Ocean, with equipment that looked like it had been designed by optimistic children and faith that had been tested by months of impossible preparation. Behind them lay Alcatraz, ahead lay the unknown, and all around them lay water that had claimed previous escape attempts, with the indifference of natural forces operating according to laws that didn't recognize human ambition. The moment of commitment had arrived. There would be no more planning, no more preparation, no more rehearsals. All they had was the water, the darkness, and the hope that their months of diligent labour had yielded something capable of guiding them towards liberation. At 11:23 p.m. on June 11th, 1962, three men slipped into San Francisco Bay with the quiet desperation of souls entering purgatory. The water's coldness was the liquid embodiment of all their doubts after months of planning. Frank Morris, the mastermind whose IQ had crafted their escape, found himself wondering if intelligence was any match for the primal forces of tide and current that now controlled their destiny. The makeshift raft, cobbled together from prison raincoats and sustained by faith rather than engineering principles, settled into the water with all the buoyancy of a concrete life preserver. What had appeared relatively seaworthy during their cell block planning sessions now stood as a testament to the victory of hope over hydrodynamics. The improvised paddles, carved from workshop scraps, had felt out about as effective as using spoons to navigate the Atlantic. John Anglin, whose artistic talents had created their deceptive dummy heads, discovered that artistic vision didn't translate to maritime navigation. The fog that had seemed like providential cover from the shore now surrounded them like a living entity, reducing visibility to approximately the length of their inadequate raft. Every direction looked identical, dark water fading into dark mist, with no landmarks visible and no clear indication of which way led to Angel Island versus which way led to the Farallon Islands and certain death. Clarence Anglin, the steady hand who had mapped guard schedules with military precision, found himself trying to apply that same methodical approach to reading water currents in complete darkness. The bay moved around them with liquid complexity, streams within streams, eddies and flows that seemed to follow patterns that were comprehensible only to marine biologists and the soiled spirits of drowned sailors. Every paddle stroke was a calculated guess, and every navigational decision carried a risk of hypothermia and drowning. The sound of their escape had been swallowed by fog and distance, but somewhere behind them Alcatraz continued its nightly routine, unaware that three of its most reluctant residents had departed without filing the proper paperwork. Alan West remained in his cell, still struggling with his ventilation opening, his escape attempt abandoned in favour of not alerting guards to the absence of his cellmates. His failure to join them was both a personal tragedy and a tactical advantage. One fewer person to crowd their inadequate raft, one more dummy head in place to maintain the illusion of normal occupancy. The Pacific Ocean began its examination of their escape plan, with the thoroughness of a federal prosecutor reviewing evidence. Every weakness in their preparation was tested by waves that seemed larger than physics should have allowed, currents that pulled them in directions they couldn't identify, and water temperatures that made their improvised life preservers feel like ice cubes with straps. The raft, designed by hope and constructed by necessity, began to show signs of structural anxiety as salt water found every seam and tested every improvised repair. Frank had calculated that they needed to cover approximately 2 miles to reach Angel Island, but the calculations assumed knowledge of the starting point, destination, and direction, all of which had become theoretical concepts in the fog-wrapped darkness. The lights of San Francisco were obscured by the mist, and Angel Island felt as distant as another continent. Their navigation equipment relied on instinct, desperation, and 3 waterlogged paddles that were starting to show their own structural issues. The cold was becoming a factor that no amount of planning had adequately addressed. Prison uniforms weren't designed for aquatic adventures, and the improvised flotation devices provided buoyancy but no insulation. Each man could feel his body temperature dropping with the systematic efficiency of a thermometer in a freezer, and their paddling became less about navigation and more about generating enough movement to maintain circulation. But the most dangerous enemy wasn't cold or current, it was doubt. Every minute in the water brought new evidence that their plan had been created by optimism rather than reality. The raft was too small, the equipment too improvised, the distance too far, and the conditions too hostile. Each wave that washed over their makeshift vessel carried the whispered suggestion that they should have stayed in their cells, accepted their sentences, and grown old behind bars rather than young beneath the bay, yet something kept them paddling. Perhaps it was the months of investment they had made in the escape plan. Perhaps it was the knowledge that return to Alcatraz would mean solitary confinement and the kind of official attention that makes prison life considerably more unpleasant. Or perhaps it was the simple human refusal to surrender, when surrender means death, even when the alternative seems equally terminal. The fog began to thin around 1:30 a.m, revealing patches of starlit sky that provided their first reliable navigation reference in hours. Frank oriented himself using constellations he remembered from childhood camping trips, before his life had taken the series of wrong turns that led to federal incarceration. The North Star, steady and reliable, helped him establish direction, though establishing their location remained a matter of educated guesswork and maritime prayer. As visibility improved, they could make out the darker mass of land ahead. Whether Angel Island, Alcatraz, or some previously undiscovered piece of real estate remained to be determined. Their paddling had become automatic, their arms moving with the mechanical persistence of men who had discovered that stopping meant sinking. The raft's structural integrity had degraded to the point where it was more of a flotation suggestion than an actual watercraft, held together by determination and rapidly failing adhesive. The current had been carrying them steadily, but it remained unclear whether they were heading towards salvation or destruction until they felt their improvised paddles scraping against something solid. Sand, rock. The blessed resistance of land meeting water was evident. They had reached shore, though whether they had travelled 2 miles to Angel Island or 200 yards in a circle back to Alcatraz would be determined when they could see their surroundings in daylight. Dragging themselves onto the beach with the grace of exhausted seals, 3 men collapsed onto solid ground for the first time in hours. Their escape equipment, what remained of it, was abandoned to the tide. Their prison uniforms were soaked, torn and decorated with seaweed in ways that wouldn't have impressed any fashion critics. But they were alive, on land, and no longer inmates of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary. Dawn would reveal their location and determine their next moves. Until then, they lay on an unknown beach, watching the fog roll back across the bay, listening to the sound of waves that had carried them either to freedom or to a different kind of captivity. The Pacific had rendered its verdict, but the final judgment remained to be written by daylight, luck, and the ability of 3 exhausted fugitives to continue their improvised journey to wherever escaped convicts go when the impossible becomes merely improbable. Dawn arrived on June 12, 1962, with the cruel clarity that daylight brings to midnight decisions. 3 men who had spent the night discovering whether desperation could overcome physics now faced the morning's harsh accounting of their aquatic adventure. The beach beneath them was real, the water behind them was real, but their location remained a mystery that would be solved by geography rather than hope. Frank Morris opened his eyes to find himself staring at a landscape that looked suspiciously like the California coast, though whether they had reached Angel Island, returned to Alcatraz, or washed up on some entirely different piece of real estate remained to be determined. His body ached with the specific pain that comes from spending hours in cold water while wearing clothes designed for indoor prison use, rather than maritime adventures. The brilliant escape plan, so carefully crafted during months of cell block conspiracies, had deposited them on an unknown shore with no equipment, no identification, and no clear idea of what to do next. The Anglin brothers moved cautiously, like men testing which parts of their bodies still functioned after spending a night in the ocean. John's artistic talents, so useful for creating dummy heads and fake walls, seemed less applicable to their current situation, which called for skills more commonly associated with survival training than creative forgery. Circumstances that had transcended the predictable routines of prison life similarly challenged Clarence's systematic approach to planning. Their first priority was to pinpoint their location, a task that necessitated a level of urgency in their reconnaissance compared to their earlier intelligence gathering. If they had somehow managed to circle back to Alcatraz, their escape attempt would become a very short story with an unhappy ending. If they had reached Angel Island, they would need to find a way off the island before park rangers or Coast Guard patrols discovered their presence. If they had been taken elsewhere, they would have to find their bearings and continue their journey to freedom. The coastline revealed itself as they explored, and the news was both good and problematic. They had indeed reached Angel Island, their intended destination, which meant their navigation had been more accurate than the conditions had suggested. However, Angel Island was not exactly a launching pad to freedom. It was a state park, regularly patrolled and connected to the mainland only by ferry service that required tickets, identification, and the kind of paperwork they were unlikely to possess. But they were no longer inmates of Alcatraz, which represented progress of a sort. Their legal status had evolved from incarcerated to escaped fugitives, which was arguably an improvement in terms of personal autonomy, though it came with its set of challenges. The FBI would shortly be genuinely interested in their whereabouts. The US Marshals would be updating their wanted posters, and every law enforcement agency in Northern California would be looking for 3 men whose descriptions would be circulated with the efficiency of a chain letter. The immediate challenge was getting off Angel Island before their presence was discovered. Ferry service was out of the question. Swimming was no longer appealing after their previous aquatic experience, and commandeering a boat would add maritime theft to their growing list of federal charges. They needed transportation that was both available and inconspicuous, which narrowed their options to creative solutions that would have tested the ingenuity of a professional escape artist. Their prison uniforms had to be addressed before they could move in public without attracting attention. The sight of 3 men in drenched federal prison clothing was likely to spark curiosity, leading to calls to authorities and a swift end to their fleeting moment of freedom. They needed civilian clothes, which meant finding them through methods that were available to escaped convicts with no money, no connections, and no legitimate means of acquisition. The morning progressed with the methodical problem-solving that had characterized their escape planning. Frank's intelligence, John's creative resourcefulness, and Clarence's systematic approach were applied to challenges that were immediate and practical: food, clothing, transportation, and avoiding recapture long enough to establish some kind of sustainable existence outside federal custody. But even as they planned their next moves, each man understood that their escape from Alcatraz was only the beginning of a much longer journey. They had proved that the inescapable prison could be escaped, but they had also committed themselves to lives as permanent fugitives in a country where their faces would be known to every law enforcement officer from coast to coast. The morning sun illuminated the paradox of their success, warming their salt-stiffened clothes and revealing the California landscape in sharp detail. They had achieved the impossible, escaping from Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary using improvised tools, handmade equipment, and planning that had been conducted entirely within the most secure prison in America. Yet their triumph had delivered them not to freedom, but to a different kind of captivity, the hunted existence of men who could never again live under their names or return to the places they had known. As they prepared to leave Angel Island and begin the next chapter of their story, 3 men stood at the intersection of legend and reality. They had become part of Alcatraz mythology, their escape joining the annals of impossible achievements that inspire others to attempt the improbable. But they had also learned that escaping from prison is only the first step in a journey that continues for the rest of their lives, however long those lives might prove to be. The Pacific Ocean, which had tested their resolve and nearly claimed their lives, stretched behind them like a liquid barrier between their past and their future. Ahead lay the mainland, with its opportunities and dangers, its promise of freedom, and its guarantee of perpetual pursuit. 3 men who had started as inmates had become fugitives, and their story was no longer about escaping from Alcatraz. It was about learning to live with the consequences of having done the impossible. Whether Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape, established new identities, and lived out their days in anonymous freedom, or whether they perished in the bay that night, remains one of America's most enduring mysteries. On June 11th, 1962, 3 men showed that even the most secure prison is only as strong as the imagination of those it seeks to contain. They transformed themselves from criminals into legends, from prisoners into symbols of the eternal human desire to be free. And somewhere in the morning mist rolling off San Francisco Bay, their story continues, not as history but as possibility, not as fact but as the kind of truth that grows stronger with each telling, reminding us that sometimes the most impossible dreams are the ones most worth pursuing. Imagine yourself standing in a Victorian library on a rainy London afternoon in 1864. Gas lamps cast warm pools of light across mahogany tables stacked with leather-bound volumes. Outside, the city hums with the energy of an empire at its peak, but in here, you're surrounded by maps. Beautiful, intricate maps that are simultaneously masterpieces and confessions of ignorance. These maps show something our modern world has lost: genuine mystery. Vast portions of the Indian Ocean appear as blank blue expanses, interrupted only by scattered islands, whose interiors remain unexplored. Madagascar looms like a green question mark off the African coast. The islands of Indonesia and Melanesia scatter across the sea like puzzle pieces from different boxes, their relationships to each other unclear and tantalizing. You're living in an era when a gentleman naturalist could still discover entirely new species on a weekend collecting trip, when expeditions regularly returned with creatures that seemed to belong in mythology rather than natural history museums. Charles Darwin has recently published his revolutionary theory, and the world of science is reeling from the implications. If species could change over time, if life itself was not fixed but fluid, then what else might be possible? The Victorian era possessed a particular genius for combining rigorous scientific inquiry with unbridled romantic speculation. These were people who would spend decades cataloguing beetle specimens, while simultaneously believing that fairies might inhabit their gardens. This combination of careful observation and wild imagination created the perfect conditions for myths to take root in scientific soil. The maps you're studying show something puzzling. Certain plants and animals appear in places they have no business being. Lemurs, those wide-eyed primates with their haunting calls and ghostly movements, live in Madagascar. Yet their closest relatives aren't in nearby Africa, but thousands of miles away in India and Southeast Asia. It's as if someone had scattered them across the ocean deliberately, like seeds from a cosmic hand. Fossils present even stranger mysteries. The Glossopteris fern, which anyone can recognise from its distinctive tongue-shaped leaves, appears in rocks across South America, Africa, India, and Australia. It's the botanical equivalent of finding your house key simultaneously in London, Cairo, Mumbai, and Sydney. Something doesn't add up, and Victorian scientists knew it. The standard explanation that these species had somehow walked or swum across thousands of miles of open ocean seemed absurd even to 19th century minds. Lemurs are decent climbers, but notoriously poor swimmers. The Glossopteris fern produces seeds far too heavy to blow across oceans on the wind. Yet there they were, separated by impossible distances, clearly related but impossibly divided. This was the scientific puzzle that would give birth to Lemuria. But to understand how that happened, you need to appreciate the Victorian mindset that saw patterns in everything, and believed that every mystery had a solution, even if that solution required imagining entire continents into existence. The 19th century was also a time when the Earth itself seemed younger and more malleable. Geologists were just beginning to understand the planet's true age, which was considerably older than the biblical calculations that had previously dominated Western thought. But they still imagined the Earth as a cooling sphere, contracting like a drying apple, with its surface wrinkling into mountains and valleys as it shrank. This contraction theory suggested that the planet's geography might have been very different in the past. Perhaps land bridges had connected continents that now stood separate. Perhaps entire land masses had sunk beneath the waves as the Earth contracted, taking their flora and fauna with them. The idea wasn't just speculation. It seemed to follow logically from the best understanding of planetary formation available at the time. Into this atmosphere of scientific inquiry and creative theorising stepped a British zoologist named Philip Sclater, who was about to name something that didn't exist, and, in doing so, create a legend that would outlive his actual scientific contributions. Philip Sclater was, by all accounts, a thoroughly respectable Victorian scientist. He wasn't a wild-eyed mystic or a romantic dreamer. He was a Fellow of the Royal Society, a serious zoologist with impeccable credentials, and a particular interest in the geographical distribution of species. the kind of man who wore proper suits to dinner and catalogued specimens with meticulous care. In 1864, Sclater published a paper with the rather dry title The Mammals of Madagascar, which addressed the lemur problem we discussed earlier. His solution was elegantly simple. What if Madagascar and India had once been connected by a land bridge, or, better yet, were fragments of a larger landmass that had since subsided into the ocean? This hypothetical continent needed a name, and Sclater chose Lemuria after the lemurs whose distribution had inspired the theory. It was meant to be a strictly scientific term, describing a purely geological hypothesis. Sclater imagined Lemuria as a long-vanished connection between continents, a bridge that had allowed species to spread and then disappeared, leaving only scattered populations on isolated lands. The beauty of Sclater's theory was that it explained so much with a single hypothesis. The distribution of lemurs, the presence of similar rock formations across distant lands, and the fossil record that suggested tropical forests in places now divided by ocean, all of it made sense if you accepted that the Indian Ocean had once contained substantial land masses. Other scientists quickly embraced and expanded Sclater's idea. Ernst Haeckel, a German biologist and passionate advocate of Darwin's evolutionary theory, incorporated Lemuria into his understanding of human origins. If Lemuria had existed, Haeckel reasoned, it might have been the birthplace of humanity, the Garden of Eden rendered in geological terms. Haeckel's version of Lemuria grew considerably larger than Sclater's modest land bridge. In Haeckel's imagination, it became a vast continent stretching across much of the Indian Ocean, a lost paradise where the first humans had evolved before spreading to other continents. His beautifully detailed maps showed Lemuria as a substantial landmass, complete with mountain ranges and river systems that existed only in scientific speculation. The scientific community didn't immediately reject these ideas because they addressed real puzzles with what seemed like reasonable solutions. Continental subsidence wasn't considered impossible. After all, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions constantly demonstrated that the Earth's surface was changeable. If mountains could rise and valleys form, why couldn't entire continents sink? For a few decades, Lemuria occupied a strange position. It was a scientific hypothesis with no direct evidence, but it explained patterns that otherwise seemed inexplicable. Scientists discussed it in academic journals, while acknowledging that proving its existence would be difficult. It was a placeholder solution, waiting for better explanations to come along. But something interesting happened as Lemuria moved from scientific journals into popular consciousness. The hypothesis began to transform, gathering romantic associations and mystical overtones like a snowball rolling downhill, accumulates mass. What started as a dry geological theory about lemur distribution was about to become something far more enchanting and considerably less scientific. The Victorian public had an insatiable appetite for lost worlds and vanished civilizations. Atlantis had captured imaginations for centuries, but Atlantis was ancient history, a philosophical allegory recorded by Plato. Lemuria was different. It was being discussed by actual scientists in actual academic journals. It had the glamour of mystery combined with the authority of science, a combination that proved utterly irresistible. Popular magazines began publishing articles about Lemuria, each iteration adding new details and expanding the story. What if Lemuria hadn't just been a land bridge but a genuine continent with its own ecology, its own landscapes, and perhaps even its own civilizations? The scientific hypothesis was becoming a myth in real time, and you could almost watch it transform if you track the publications chronologically. By the 1870s, Lemuria had escaped the confines of zoological journals entirely. It was appearing in spiritualist literature, in speculative histories, and in romantic poetry. The lost continent was taking on a life of its own, and that life would prove far more durable than its scientific origins. Picture yourself now in a Victorian drawing room, this time in the evening, with heavy curtains drawn against the London fog. Candles flicker on the mantelpiece, and a group of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen sit in a circle, holding hands around a table. This is a séance, one of thousands conducted across Europe and America in the late 19th century, when spiritualism wasn't considered fringe but fashionable. The Victorian era was experiencing a spiritual crisis. Darwin's theory of evolution had shaken traditional religious certainty. Industrialization was transforming agrarian societies into urban landscapes, where ancient rhythms of life no longer applied. People felt unmoored, searching for meaning in a world that seemed increasingly mechanical and purposeless. Into this uncertainty stepped a remarkable woman named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, known to everyone as Madame Blavatsky. She was, depending on your perspective, either a brilliant mystic or a talented charlatan, possibly both. Born in Russia, widely travelled, and possessed of enormous charisma and questionable ethics, Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society in 1875 with the goal of exploring the hidden wisdom supposedly underlying all religions. Blavatsky had a genius for synthesis, combining elements of Hinduism, Buddhism, Western occultism, and contemporary science into a grand narrative that appealed to Victorian seekers. Her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine, published in 1888, presented a vast cosmology involving root races, spiritual evolution, and, crucially for our story, lost continents. In Blavatsky's telling, Lemuria became far more than a zoological hypothesis. It transformed into the homeland of the third root race of humanity, a civilization of spiritually advanced beings who existed millions of years ago. These Lemurians in Blavatsky's cosmology were not quite human as we understand it. They were gigantic, egg-laying hermaphrodites with 4 arms and an eye in the back of their heads. Now you might be settling deeper into your pillows and thinking that this sounds completely ridiculous, and you'd be right. But here's what's fascinating. Blavatsky claimed her information came from ancient manuscripts shown to her by spiritual masters in Tibet, and thousands of intelligent, educated Victorians believed her. Or at least they wanted to believe her, which amounts to nearly the same thing. The Theosophical Lemuria bore almost no resemblance to Sclater's modest land bridge. It stretched across vast portions of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, encompassing everything from Madagascar to Easter Island. Its civilization predated any known human culture, and its inhabitants possessed powers that made modern humans seem like pale shadows of former glory. According to theosophical teachings, the Lemurians had been destroyed in a cataclysm, volcanic eruptions and earthquakes that caused their entire continent to sink beneath the waves. But before the destruction, the most advanced Lemurians had escaped, carrying their wisdom to other lands. This explained conveniently why traces of advanced ancient knowledge appeared in cultures worldwide. The beauty of Blavatsky's system was its unfalsifiability. Any evidence that contradicted her claims could be explained away as incomplete understanding or spiritual blindness. The lack of physical evidence for Lemuria became proof of how thoroughly it had been destroyed. It was mythology masquerading as lost history, and it filled a need that pure science couldn't satisfy. Theosophy attracted an impressive roster of followers, including writers, artists, scientists, and social reformers. These weren't necessarily gullible fools. Many were thoughtful people seeking alternatives to both religious dogmatism and materialistic reductionism. Theosophy offered a middle path, spiritual meaning clothed in pseudo-scientific language. The Theosophical Lemuria also served another Victorian preoccupation, race theory. The concept of root races, each supposedly more evolved than the last, appealed to a society deeply invested in hierarchical thinking. While Blavatsky's system was less overtly racist than some Victorian race theories, it still embedded troubling assumptions about human development that reflected the prejudices of her era. Other writers and mystics eagerly expanded on Blavatsky's framework. James Churchward, in the early 20th century, wrote extensively about Mu, which he claimed was Lemuria's Pacific counterpart, another lost continent supposedly proven by ancient tablets that conveniently disappeared before anyone else could examine them. Each iteration added new layers to the myth, building an elaborate structure on foundations that had never existed. What's remarkable is how quickly Lemuria moved from scientific hypothesis to mystical certainty. Within a few decades, you could find multiple versions of Lemurian history, each contradicting the others, but all claiming ancient authority. Some describe Lemuria as a tropical paradise, others as a harsh volcanic landscape. Some Lemurians were spiritual masters, others were primitive giants. The continent's location shifted depending on who was writing about it. This proliferation of conflicting accounts should have undermined Lemuria's credibility, but somehow it didn't. Instead, each new version seemed to validate the basic concept. If so many different sources mention Lemuria, surely there must be something to it. This is how myths work. They accumulate details and variations while the core story remains flexible enough to accommodate contradiction. By the turn of the 20th century, Lemuria had become firmly established in popular consciousness, particularly among spiritual seekers and alternative historians. It was taught in theosophical lodges, discussed in occult circles, and referenced in popular literature. The lost continent had achieved a kind of cultural reality, independent of any physical evidence. As you drift deeper into this story, imagine yourself in early 20th century California, specifically at Mount Shasta, that magnificent snow-capped volcano rising from the northern landscape. Local legends begin circulating about a secret civilization living inside the mountain, survivors of ancient Lemuria who retreated underground when their continent sank. These Lemurian survivors supposedly built a city called Telos within the mountain, complete with temples and gardens illuminated by mysterious light sources. They occasionally emerge to walk among ordinary humans, recognizable by their unusual height, white robes, and tendency to pay for supplies with gold nuggets before disappearing back into the wilderness. The Shasta legends illustrate how Lemuria adapted to local conditions. Every region that embraced the myth modified it to fit local geography and culture. In the Pacific, Lemuria explained the origin of Polynesian peoples. In India, it connected to Vedic traditions. In California, it merged with Native American legends and gold rush mysticism to create something uniquely Western American. The Lemurians themselves evolved in the popular imagination from Blavatsky's bizarre hermaphrodites into more conventionally attractive spiritual masters. By the 1930s, descriptions typically portrayed them as tall, graceful beings with pale skin, large eyes, and serene expressions. Basically, they looked like idealized Hollywood versions of wise mystics. This transformation reveals something interesting about how myths adapt to their audience's aesthetic preferences. Various channelers and mediums claim to communicate with Lemurian spirits, receiving messages about spiritual evolution and humanity's future. These communications typically emphasize peace, love, and the development of psychic abilities, standard fare for New Age spirituality, but given historical weight by association with an ancient civilization. Frederick Spencer, Oliver's 1894 novel A Dweller on Two Planets, introduced another element to Lemurian mythology, advanced technology. Oliver claimed his book was channeled from a spirit who described Lemurian civilization as possessing flying machines, wireless communication, and other devices that anticipated 20th century innovations. This technologically advanced Lemuria would become increasingly popular as the actual 20th century demonstrated that impossible technologies could become reality. The notion of Lemuria as a technologically sophisticated civilization served multiple purposes. It suggested that modern progress wasn't unprecedented, but rather a rediscovery of ancient knowledge. It implied that human potential was greater than contemporary limitations suggested, and it provided comfort that even advanced civilizations could be destroyed, making the catastrophic potential of 20th century warfare feel like part of a larger pattern, rather than a unique modern horror. Edgar Cayce, the famous sleeping prophet, incorporated Lemuria into his trance readings during the 1920s and 1930s. His versions emphasized the spiritual and psychic abilities of Lemurians, describing them as beings who communicated telepathically and manipulated matter through thought. When their civilization fell, Cayce claimed, it was because they had misused their powers. privileging material advancement over spiritual development, a cautionary tale that resonated with audiences living through rapid technological change. What united most of these Lemurian accounts was a sense of loss and possibility. Lemuria represented something humanity had once possessed and might reclaim: harmony with nature, spiritual advancement, and technological prowess combined with wisdom. The lost continent became a mirror reflecting whatever its believers felt was missing from modern life. The myth also provided an origin story that bypassed uncomfortable questions about evolution and human origins. If humanity descended from spiritually advanced Lemurians, then we weren't merely evolved apes, but beings with a noble lineage temporarily fallen from former glory. This narrative appealed to people who couldn't accept evolutionary theory, but recognised that biblical literalism was increasingly untenable. Indigenous peoples' reactions to Lemurian theories were complicated. Some saw the myths as yet another example of colonisers appropriating and distorting indigenous histories. Others found ways to incorporate Lemuria into their own traditions, using the concept to add historical depth to oral histories. The Hawaiian concept of Mu, for instance, became entangled with Lemurian mythology in ways that blurred original traditions with imported ideas. By mid-century, Lemuria had become something like King Arthur's Camelot. A story everyone knew probably wasn't literally true, but that persisted because it served emotional and psychological needs that fact couldn't address. People wanted to believe in lost golden ages and hidden wisdom, in the possibility that somewhere, beneath the ocean's surface or inside mountains, traces of humanity's nobler past endured. The irony is that while mystics and channelers were elaborating increasingly baroque visions of Lemurian civilization, actual scientists were developing theories that would completely eliminate any need for Lemuria's existence. The solution to the puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis was emerging, but it would take decades for that solution to become widely accepted. Let's shift our scene now to 1912, to a meeting of the German Geological Society, where a meteorologist named Alfred Wegener is presenting a theory so radical that most of his colleagues think he's lost his mind. Wegener is proposing that continents move, not slowly settling or rising, but actually drifting across the Earth's surface like massive rafts floating on a denser layer below. Wegener has noticed the same puzzles that inspired Lemuria: matching fossils on different continents, similar rock formations separated by oceans, and coastlines that fit together like jigsaw pieces. But instead of imagining vanished land bridges, he's proposing something far more revolutionary. All the continents, he suggests, were once joined in a single supercontinent, he calls it Pangaea, that has since split apart and drifted to their current positions. The reaction from the geological establishment is swift and brutal. Continental drift seems physically impossible. What force could move entire continents? How could solid rock flow like liquid? Wegener can't answer these questions satisfactorily, and his theory is largely dismissed as imaginative speculation unsupported by mechanism. Here's what's fascinating. Wegener's evidence for continental drift was actually stronger than any evidence for Lemuria had ever been. He could show matching rock layers, identical fossils, and even glacial patterns that made sense, only if continents had once been connected differently. Yet the scientific community rejected his well-evidenced theory. While some of those same scientists had previously entertained the essentially evidence-free notion of sunken continents, this reveals something important about how scientific acceptance works. It's not just about evidence, but about whether a theory fits within acceptable frameworks. Land bridges and subsiding continents fit Victorian assumptions about how the Earth worked. Moving continents didn't. So despite better evidence, continental drift languished in scientific purgatory for decades. But Wegener's theory had planted a seed. Other researchers began finding supporting evidence. Paleomagnetic studies, examining the magnetic orientation of ancient rocks, showed that continents must have moved relative to the magnetic poles. Mapping the ocean floor revealed mid-ocean ridges and deep trenches that suggested active geological processes. The real breakthrough came in the 1960s with the development of plate tectonics theory. scientists realised that the Earth's surface consists of massive rigid plates floating on a partially molten layer beneath. These plates move, driven by convection currents in the Earth's mantle. Where plates separate, new crust forms. Where they collide, mountains rise, or one plate subducts beneath another. Plate tectonics explained everything that Lemuria had been invented to explain, but it did so with actual evidence and testable mechanisms, the matching fossils on different continents. They weren't separated by a sunken land bridge, but by continents that had split apart. The distribution of lemurs. Madagascar had separated from India millions of years ago, when Africa and the Indian subcontinent were parts of Gondwana, a southern supercontinent. Suddenly, Lemuria became scientifically unnecessary. The puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis now had a better explanation, one supported by evidence from ocean floor mapping, earthquake patterns, volcanic activity, and the continuing movement of continents that could be measured with precision instruments. You might think this would have killed the Lemuria myth, but mythology doesn't die just because science provides better explanations. Myths persist because they serve needs that transcend factual accuracy. While geologists abandoned Lemuria, mystics and alternative historians clung to it with renewed fervour, often claiming that mainstream science was suppressing evidence, or that spiritual truth transcended mere physical facts. The scientific abandonment of Lemuria actually freed the myth to become more elaborate. Without the constraint of needing to fit geological evidence, Lemurian enthusiasts could imagine whatever they wanted. The lost continent migrated between oceans depending on who was writing about it. Its civilization's technology became increasingly anachronistic and impossible. The reasons for its destruction multiplied and diverged. Modern geology can now map the ocean floor with extraordinary precision. We've sent submarines to the deepest trenches and used sonar to create detailed topographical maps of underwater terrain. There's nowhere for a continent-sized landmass to hide. The Indian Ocean floor shows the expected patterns of plate tectonics, spreading ridges, subduction zones and volcanic chains, but no evidence of recent continental subsidence. Yet this definitive absence of evidence hasn't eliminated belief in Lemuria. Instead, believers have adapted their claims. Maybe Lemuria existed so long ago that geological processes have erased all traces. Maybe it was in a different ocean than originally thought. Maybe it wasn't a physical continent but an astral realm that existed on a different plane of reality. The myth simply evolves to survive, demonstrating impressive adaptability. The transformation of Lemuria from scientific hypothesis to disproven theory to persistent myth illustrates something important about how knowledge works. Scientific theories are provisional. They stand until better explanations emerge, then gracefully retire. Myths are different. They're not about explaining physical reality, but about meeting psychological and emotional needs. Disproving a myth's literal truth doesn't eliminate those needs. For scientists, plate tectonics replacing Lemuria represents progress, better understanding built on evidence. For believers, science's rejection of Lemuria might represent closed-mindedness or the limitations of materialistic thinking. These groups are essentially speaking different languages, pursuing different goals, and measuring success by different standards. The story of Lemuria's scientific demise is actually a success story for science, a demonstration of how the scientific method eventually arrives at better explanations by following evidence wherever it leads. But it's simultaneously a demonstration of science's limits. Science can explain physical processes, but it can't necessarily satisfy human yearning for lost golden ages or connections to ancient wisdom. As you settle more comfortably into your blankets, let's explore how Lemuria escaped the confines of both scientific journals and occult societies to become a presence in art galleries, bookstores, and eventually movie theatres. The lost continent proved irresistible to artists and writers because it offered something precious, a blank canvas. Unlike actual historical civilizations that come burdened with inconvenient facts, Lemuria could be whatever an artist needed it to be. It was Eden without biblical constraints, Atlantis without Plato's philosophical baggage, a lost world limited only by imagination. Science fiction writers were particularly drawn to Lemurian themes. Abraham Merritt's 1919 novel The Moon Pool featured hidden Lemurian ruins in Micronesia, complete with ancient technology and otherworldly beings. His lush, dreamlike prose transformed Lemuria from an abstract concept into a visceral experience. You could almost smell the tropical flowers and feel the humid air of his lost world. These early 20th century adventure stories treated Lemuria much as they treated any exotic location, as a setting for Western protagonists to have thrilling experiences. The actual Lemurians often appeared as wise mentors, mysterious guides, or occasionally obstacles to be overcome. They were essentially fantastical versions of the noble savage trope. Filtered through theosophical ideas about spiritual advancement, poets found Lemuria equally inspiring. The lost continent became a metaphor for vanished innocence, for knowledge lost to time, for the price of hubris. In these poetic treatments, Lemuria wasn't necessarily literal. It was symbolic, representing whatever the poet felt had been lost in the transition to modernity. The continent's physical existence mattered less than its emotional resonance. Visual artists produced countless depictions of Lemuria, each reflecting their era's aesthetic sensibilities. Victorian illustrations showed it as a vaguely classical civilization, with toga-clad inhabitants and marble temples. Art Deco interpretations featured sleek geometric buildings and stylized figures. 1970s New Age art transformed it into a psychedelic paradise of crystals and cosmic consciousness. What's striking about these artistic representations is their diversity. Unlike historically attested civilizations that must conform to archaeological evidence, Lemurian art was constrained only by the artist's imagination and their audience's expectations. This freedom produced wildly varying visions, from primitive tribal societies to technological utopias, sometimes within the same decade. Comic books and pulp magazines embraced Lemuria enthusiastically. The continent appeared in adventure stories, horror tales, and even superhero comics. Sometimes it was the source of mystical artifacts that modern characters sought. Sometimes it provided origin stories for mysterious villains or wise mentors. The Lost Continent had become a standard element in popular culture's toolkit, available for whatever narrative purpose a writer needed. The 1960s and 1970s counterculture found Lemuria particularly appealing. As young people rejected mainstream society and sought alternative worldviews, the Lost Continent fit perfectly into emerging New Age philosophy. Lemuria represented humanity before hierarchies, before pollution, before war. Everything the counterculture imagined could exist if only society would embrace peace, love, and spiritual development. This association with New Age culture cemented Lemuria's modern image. Walk into any metaphysical bookstore, and you'll likely find books about Lemurian crystals, Lemurian healing techniques, or how to channel Lemurian spirits. The continent has become thoroughly integrated into contemporary alternative spirituality. Alongside chakras, auras, and astral projection, musicians have composed symphonies and songs inspired by Lemuria. Progressive rock bands wrote concept albums about its fall. New Age musicians created ambient soundscapes supposedly channeling Lemurian vibrations. The Lost Continent even appeared in video games, providing backstory and mystical elements for fantasy worlds. What's interesting is how Lemuria's artistic and cultural presence has eclipsed its scientific origins. Ask most people today about Lemuria, and they're more likely to mention crystals and spiritual evolution than lemur distribution patterns. The myth has successfully reproduced across cultural domains, adapting to each new medium, while maintaining enough consistency to remain recognizable. Television and film approached Lemuria more cautiously than print media, perhaps because visual media demands more concrete depiction. Still, the continent has appeared in documentaries about lost civilizations, usually framed as some people believe segments that present claims without endorsement. These presentations often treat Lemuria alongside Atlantis and other legendary places, rarely acknowledging that Lemuria, unlike Atlantis, originated as a serious scientific hypothesis. The internet age has been remarkably kind to Lemuria. Websites devoted to the lost continent proliferate, offering everything from supposedly historical accounts to guided meditations for connecting with Lemurian energy. YouTube features countless videos about Lemuria, ranging from earnest spiritual teachings to critical debunkings. The democratization of content creation means Lemuria can be endlessly reinvented by anyone with a camera and an internet connection. Social media has created communities of Lemuria believers who share experiences, theories, and art. These digital spaces function similarly to Victorian spiritualist societies, communities of seekers supporting each other's explorations of alternative histories and spiritual possibilities. The technology is modern, but the impulses are ancient. What all these artistic and cultural manifestations share is a sense that Lemuria represents something missing from modern life. Whether that's spiritual wisdom, harmony with nature, advanced but lost technology, or simply the romance of mystery, the lost continent serves as a receptacle for contemporary longings projected onto an imaginary past. As we approach the end of our journey, let's consider what Lemuria means now in our own time, when satellite imagery has mapped every inch of the planet, and scientific understanding of Earth's history is more comprehensive than ever. The story of Lemuria is ultimately a story about human imagination and its relationship with evidence. It demonstrates how easily scientific hypotheses can transform into myths when they tap into deeper needs and desires. It shows how myths persist despite contrary evidence because they serve purposes that transcend factual accuracy. Lemuria's journey from zoological puzzle to spiritual homeland reveals something important about the Victorian era that created it. That was a time of enormous confidence in human understanding, but also deep anxiety about humanity's place in the universe. Darwin had displaced humans from their special creation. Industrialization had disrupted traditional communities. Traditional religious certainty was eroding. Lemuria offered comfort, a suggestion that humanity had once achieved greatness and might do so again. The myth also reflects colonial attitudes and anxieties. The idea that isolated primitive peoples might be degraded remnants of advanced civilizations justified colonialism while explaining cultural differences in ways that preserved European superiority. Even as it critiqued modern civilization's flaws, Lemurian mythology often embedded racist assumptions about human development and achievement. Modern believers in Lemuria face different challenges than their Victorian predecessors. They must navigate a world where Lemuria's scientific impossibility is well established. This has led to interesting adaptations. Some locate Lemuria in increasingly remote time periods, hundreds of millions of years ago, when geological evidence becomes murkier. Others shift from physical to metaphysical claims, suggesting Lemuria existed on spiritual rather than material planes. The persistence of the Lemuria belief, despite scientific consensus, reveals the limits of scientific authority in shaping public imagination. Science can establish facts about the physical world, but it cannot dictate what stories people find meaningful or what beliefs serve their psychological needs. This is both science's limitation and its strength. It constrains itself to answerable questions rather than claiming authority over human meaning-making. Lemuria has also become a case study in how to approach dubious claims without dismissing the people who hold them. Skeptics who simply mock Lemuria believers often miss the opportunity to understand why the myth remains appealing. The lost continent addresses real needs, for wonder, for connection to something greater than oneself, and for alternatives to materialistic reductionism. The educational challenge is finding ways to teach critical thinking while respecting people's need for meaning. Explaining why Lemuria is geologically impossible is relatively straightforward. Helping people understand what needs the myth serves, and finding better ways to meet those needs is much harder, but ultimately more important. Lemuria has left its mark on language and culture in ways that persist regardless of belief in its literal existence. When someone refers to an idea as Lemuria, vague, unsubstantiated, but appealing, they're drawing on the lost continent's legacy. The term has become shorthand for a particular kind of attractive but unfounded speculation. The myth has also influenced legitimate archaeology and anthropology. by creating expectations and interpretations that researchers must navigate. When unusual artifacts or structures are discovered, someone inevitably suggests Lemurian origins. This forces scientists to repeatedly explain dating methods, construction techniques, and cultural contexts, which can be frustrating but also provides opportunities for public education about how we actually understand the past. Perhaps Lemuria's most lasting contribution is as a reminder of science's provisional nature. The scientific theories that gave birth to Lemuria seemed sound based on available evidence. Scientists weren't being foolish or credulous. They were working with incomplete information and proposing explanations that fit their understanding of how the world worked. That those explanations proved incorrect doesn't diminish the legitimate scientific process that generated them. This should make us humble about current scientific consensus. Not every theory will be overturned, but history suggests that some of what we consider established fact will be revised as understanding deepens. The scientific method's strength lies in its self-correction, its willingness to abandon even cherished theories when evidence demands it. At the same time, Lemuria's transformation from hypothesis to myth demonstrates the danger of premature certainty. The ease with which Victorian scientists accepted the subsiding continent hypothesis suggests they were too quick to embrace convenient explanations. This is a trap that each generation of scientists must guard against. The temptation to accept explanations that fit expectations rather than demanding rigorous proof. For believers in Lemuria, the myth offers something science cannot, a sense of enchantment in a disenchanted world. It suggests that reality is larger and stranger than mainstream understanding allows, that mystery persists despite scientific explanation, and that rationality doesn't exhaust the possibilities of human experience. These are important needs that deserve respect even when specific beliefs don't deserve acceptance. The question isn't whether Lemuria existed. Geologically, it didn't. The interesting question is why people continue to believe in it, and what that belief does for them. Some are drawn to the narrative's spiritual elements, finding meaning in Lemurian teachings about consciousness and human potential. Others appreciate the myth's critique of modern civilization, using Lemuria as a lens for examining what contemporary society might be missing. Young people today discovering Lemuria often approach it differently than earlier generations. Many treat it as aesthetic inspiration, Lemurian imagery for art, music or fashion, without committing to literal belief. This ironic or aesthetic appropriation represents another evolution of the myth, one that values Lemuria's imaginative power while acknowledging its factual problems. As you prepare for sleep, consider this. Lemuria never existed as a physical place, but it exists very much as an idea. Maps showing its location have influenced thought and culture for over a century. Books describing its civilization line library shelves. Art depicting its landscapes hangs in galleries. The lost continent is imaginary, but its effects are real. This paradox, that fictional places can have genuine consequences, tells us something profound about human nature. We are storytelling creatures who create meaning through narrative. Facts matter, but stories matter too, and sometimes they matter in different ways. The blank spaces on those Victorian maps weren't really blank. They were full of possibility. When explorers finally mapped those spaces and found only water, coral reefs and volcanic islands, they eliminated geographical mystery but couldn't eliminate the human need for wonder. Lemuria filled that need, and when physical geography could no longer accommodate it, the myth simply migrated to other territories, the distant past, alternative dimensions, spiritual realms. Your own life probably contains equivalent blank spaces, periods you don't fully remember, possibilities not pursued, futures that might have been. Like Victorian cartographers filling unknown oceans with speculative continents, you've probably populated your blank spaces with imagined what-ifs and might-have-beens. This isn't foolishness, it's imagination, and imagination is as fundamental to human nature as reason. The story of Lemuria teaches us to hold our certainties lightly. The Victorian scientists who proposed sunken continents weren't stupid. They were working with incomplete information and doing their best to explain genuine mysteries. The mystics who elaborated the myth weren't all frauds. Many genuinely sought meaning in a world that seemed increasingly meaningless. Even modern believers in Lemuria aren't necessarily credulous. They're often thoughtful people who've decided that spiritual truth and scientific fact operate in different domains. This doesn't mean all beliefs are equally valid, or that we should abandon critical thinking. Scientific evidence clearly demonstrates that no continent-sized landmass has subsided in the Indian or Pacific Ocean within the time frame relevant to human evolution. Plate tectonics explains the distribution of species and geological formations without requiring lost continents. These facts matter, and respecting evidence matters, but facts don't exhaust reality. The human need for wonder, for connection to something greater than ourselves, for narratives that give life meaning, these are also real. Lemuria persists not because evidence supports it, but because it addresses needs that evidence cannot satisfy. Understanding this helps us appreciate why myths endure and what purposes they serve. The 21st century presents us with fewer geographical blank spaces than the Victorians enjoyed, but we've discovered new realms of mystery. The ocean depths remain largely unexplored. The quantum realm behaves in ways that defy intuition. Consciousness itself remains mysterious despite advances in neuroscience. Perhaps these modern mysteries will inspire new myths, new Lemuria suited to contemporary needs. What we can learn from Lemuria's story is the importance of distinguishing between different kinds of truth. Scientific truth, based on evidence and testing, tells us what physically exists. Mythological truth, based on meaning and narrative, tells us what we need psychologically and spiritually. The problems arise when we confuse these categories, when myths claim scientific authority they don't have, or when science claims to answer questions beyond its scope. A mature relationship with beliefs like Lemuria involves appreciating what they offer while acknowledging what they lack. You can find meaning in Lemurian mythology's emphasis on spiritual development without believing in literal Lemurian civilizations. You can use the myth as inspiration for art or meditation without making factual claims about geography. This both respects the myth's power and maintains intellectual honesty. The scientists who debunked Lemuria didn't destroy anything valuable. They clarified our understanding of Earth's actual history, which is fascinating enough without fictional continents. The real story of Gondwana breaking apart, of India colliding with Asia to create the Himalayas, of Australia drifting north while carrying its unique marsupial fauna, this is genuinely wondrous. We don't need imaginary continents when actual geological history is so remarkable. Yet something is lost when we eliminate all mystery, when every blank space gets filled with verified facts. The tension between knowledge and wonder, between explanation and enchantment, is one that each generation must navigate for itself. Perhaps the healthiest approach is maintaining both. Scientific literacy about how the world actually works, coupled with appreciation for the human imagination that can conceive of lost continents, ancient civilizations, and spiritual truths beyond material reality. Lemuria reminds us that humans have always been meaning makers, storytellers who shape our understanding through narrative as much as through observation. This is neither a flaw nor a virtue, it's simply what we are. The challenge is doing it consciously, with awareness of when we're making claims about physical reality and when we're expressing psychological needs through metaphor and myth. As you drift towards sleep, you might dream of tropical islands appearing on empty ocean horizons, of ancient temples emerging from mist, of civilizations that never were but somehow feel real in the way that dreams feel real. These dreams connect you to everyone who has ever wondered about what lies beyond the known, who has populated blank spaces with possibility, and who has found meaning in stories that transcend fact. The Victorians who imagined Lemuria were trying to solve real puzzles with the tools they had available. When better tools revealed better answers, the scientific hypothesis correctly faded away. But the myth persists because it serves different needs. Needs for wonder, for alternative possibilities, for narratives that suggest human existence is larger and more meaningful than materialistic reduction allows. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll inhabit a thoroughly mapped world. Satellites have photographed every square mile of land and sea. We know where continents are, how they've moved, and why lemurs live where they do. This is progress. Genuine, valuable progress that expands human understanding and capability. But you'll also wake to a world that still contains mystery, still offers possibilities for wonder, and still invites imagination even in the absence of geographical blank spaces. The human capacity to dream up lost continents hasn't disappeared just because we've mapped the ocean floor. It's simply found new outlets, new frontiers, and new blank spaces to populate with possibility. Lemuria was born from lemurs and scientific puzzles, transformed by spiritual seekers and romantic dreamers, elaborated by artists and writers, and survives today as an idea that means different things to different people. It's a testament to human imagination, a cautionary tale about premature certainty, and a reminder that the stories we tell ourselves are as much a part of human reality as the facts we discover. The lost continent never existed, but the needs it addresses are real. The civilizations described by mystics never flourished, but the yearning for golden ages and spiritual wisdom is genuine. The geographical hypothesis was wrong, but the impulse to explain puzzling observations was scientifically legitimate. Lemuria is false, but not meaningless. As sleep approaches, let Lemuria remind you that the boundary between fact and fiction, between knowledge and imagination, and between science and myth is more permeable than we often acknowledge. We need rigorous thinking to understand how the world works, but we also need imagination to envision how it might be different. We need evidence to guide our beliefs, but we also need narratives to give our lives meaning. The story of Lemuria is ultimately hopeful. It shows that humans have always looked at mystery and tried to understand it, have always faced the unknown and tried to map it, and have always encountered limits and tried to transcend them. Sometimes our answers are wrong, but the questions reveal what matters to us: connection, meaning, wonder, and the eternal human impulse to explore beyond the known. So sleep well, knowing you're part of a species that can imagine entire continents into existence. And then, with equal creativity, use the scientific method to discover what actually exists. Both capabilities, imagination and investigation, make us human. Neither is complete without the other. The blank spaces on Victorian maps are filled now, but new blank spaces always emerge. The questions that inspired Lemuria are answered, but new questions constantly arise. The lost continent has been found in myth, in art, in culture, and in the persistent human need for stories that transcend the merely factual. Lemuria reminds us that we are fundamentally explorers, not just of physical geography, but of possibility, of meaning, of the territories where fact and imagination intertwine. We map what we find, but we also dream of what might be. We correct our mistakes, but we never stop creating new visions. And perhaps that's the truest legacy of Lemuria. Not as a cautionary tale about scientific error or an example of gullibility, but as a testament to the indomitable human spirit that looks at an empty ocean and imagines continents, at scattered species and envisions bridges, at apparent limitations and dreams of transcendence. The lost continent is found, not where maps suggested, not where mystics claimed, but in the persistent human capacity to populate blank spaces with wonder, to create meaning from mystery, and to keep exploring long after the maps are complete. Dream well of continents that never were but somehow remain more real than many things that are. Dream of the blank spaces where possibility lives, of the questions that inspire both science and story, and of the eternal human journey between what we know and what we imagine. For in the end, Lemuria teaches us this: the maps we make of the world matter, but so do the maps we make of meaning. Physical geography constrains where continents can be, but imagination has no such limits. Reality defines what is, but humans have always been more interested in what could be, what might have been, and what stories we tell ourselves about both. So rest now in this thoroughly mapped world that still contains infinite mystery, this evidence-based reality that still accommodates wonder, this scientific age that still needs myth. Lemuria is gone, or rather never was, but its legacy endures in every human who looks at the unknown and dares to imagine. Sweet dreams of lost worlds and found wisdom, of blank spaces filled with possibility, of the eternal dance between knowledge and wonder that makes us human. The continent may be lost, but the capacity to dream it into being, and then to seek truth about what actually is, remains our most distinctly human inheritance.